Good morning and welcome to today's live stream. Today we will be getting into a bunch of technical analysis, and there's some things I wanted to point out early on in this video, but a couple things to note before we get started. The course sale is ending, that Black Friday sale, we're ending it with Black Friday weekend, so that course sale is ending in 4 days. So if you're wanting to learn what we're doing here, how to get some clarity if you've been here for a little bit, well, you can get that course down in the description for the biggest discount that we've ever done. We've done it for a little while throughout this year because we think a bear market is coming, and we're starting to form some kind of topping here. Now, this could be some kind of correction, but just in case it's not, it is good to understand how to trade situations like this, how to trade situations like this that lead to these big pops in the market, and then situations to the downside that can lead to downside, right? These points in here are where you're really seeing almost bear market behavior, bear market behavior, bear market behavior, and you notice they're all big moves. So you will see those bigger swings if you want to dedicate yourself to some learning, if you need some better understanding of indicators and everything that we're doing around here. You might want to check out that course. It's on a discount for the next 4 days. Probably not going back down to that price, maybe for the Christmas sale. You guys know how I do things. But good morning, good morning, good morning. We have some new commands in the chat if you want to type for those. Just going to leave those up on the screen for a little bit today, and I have a big announcement here. But the first thing early on in this video, right, we talked about the two things, those courses down there on a big discount, 4 days left. And the next thing I wanted to talk about was, how the heck can we manipulate traders into getting trapped, right? How can we manipulate traders into getting trapped here? And weirdly enough, you are already seeing that. So I'm glad that you're here. We got 30 people showing up before the open. I wanted to talk about the way that this can manipulate traders even more, the way that this can absolutely trap a ton of people, all right? I wanted to talk about this morning. Let's see if we can get some I'm readies in the chat. Can we get some I'm readies in the chat? Once we get a bunch of I'm readies, I'm going to tell you guys how this market could absolutely trick all traders into getting trapped at a top for the short term for some kind of corrective move. And then we'll see if we can head higher into January, right? We're not exactly the most bearish right here. We're aware of the signals, but type I'm ready in the chat so that I know you are ready. And you have your coffee there, you've maybe, I don't know, maybe you've even made breakfast, maybe you've gone to the gym already. I want to know that you are ready to understand what we're saying and really take it in, because I believe this is how they could manipulate the most amount of traders. All right, we got some I'm readies coming in. Prabs, welcome. Jack, Charles, Free Indeed, David, Drew. How the turn has tabled. Claudio, welcome, welcome, welcome. Marco, welcome. Ajax, hi. Marco, what up, man? Orchid, good morning. Drew, listo. I'm glad that you guys are ready. And I'm glad that you shot nobody is awake right now. And I'm glad that you guys shot nobody, all right? Don't do some damage. Come on, come on. All right, we've got some good responses in the chat so far this morning, so we're going to get into it right now, and I'm going to tell you exactly how they can manipulate the most traders. We all can see that there is divergence on this chart right here, correct? We can all see that at this point, right? If you don't know what divergence is, well, that's when this is facing down and this is going up. If you need more about that, hey, that course is on sale for 4 days, okay? Full technical analysis course will teach you very thoroughly why divergence is used as a form of momentum weakening. Not just, hey, if you see it, no, it will help you understand exactly why this is important. And it has to do with the MACD, has to do with the center lines. Check that out. But we can see how they could really trick you is you see this bad signal. And then this starts to come down, this starts to come down, this starts to come down. And then you go, oh no, that's confirming, that's gonna go negative, this is really bad. And then it curls back up. What if that thing curled back up one more time? What if that thing curled back up one more time and even went all the way to maybe a daily expected move for Friday, which if you are needing daily expected moves for Friday, it's a shortened trading day. We will be putting those out Thursday night on Patreon, okay? But this is something we need to pay attention to, because if that would curl up again, what if we set up another point of divergence here and we get another form of weakness that gets even more significant? And I think this is how they would really trick traders. Okay, I think this is the simple way that you can really manipulate people, break to a new all-time high, fail that retest and start to turn down, and then we start to correct. I think that is the biggest way that they can manipulate it. So what would this mean? This means that if we see this kind of look, we need to be aware of where this thing can bounce. And where exactly can this thing bounce? Well, it might need a retest of the 5-day moving average, which happens to be right where the daily expected move downside is. That would be 596.95 to the downside. And we could see that this reacting down very quickly, maybe even today, just for a couple of hours, would get people to go, oh my gosh, that is a drop, right? This drop happened, and people, you know, we see drops of 0.5, and everyone starts to say crash, 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 right? And we just say, that divergence is not on the R side at the same time, most likely going to whip back up. Right? That's why we were leaning towards it. Now we do have that divergence. It's just not the most significant. So if you wanted to trap the bears, you would go down to here. You would start to base out. You would curl back up, go into maybe even next week. And then we could see some kind of trap for the bulls early on next week. So we'll see if that's able to form. The other thing we need to talk about is if this starts to get a little corrective, if this starts to get bearish right now. Now, the way we're going to know that is we're not going to be able to make that new high. We might see a reaction here, but that actually fails going into the rest of the week. And we actually see this 2-hour able to cross down into negative territory. And that would tell you, right, this move right here is already enough of a trap for a corrective move. I'm just talking about if that trap would continue for a little bit, and then this would really fake people out if that started to head down from there. So what we're paying attention to now is the bearish case, right? This was overall a bullish case that could end up being bearish, but the bearish case would be if the 2-hour just rolled down here. Now, the reason that the 2-hour, and you really have to pay attention to this for the SPY, and even if you're watching a different stock, you still want to pay attention to what the SPY is doing. You can really see if I blow up this MACD, how significant that really is. Bam. If I really blow up this RSI, you're going to see how significant this is. Now, this hasn't turned down yet, right? And it hasn't crossed down on the 2-hour. So these are not confirmed, meaning we always have the opportunity for a little trap. So let's see if that trap comes. Let's see if we can bounce off this. If we're going to head in the upward direction, that makes total sense as well, right? We're curled up on the 30-minute. We shouldn't really expect weakness early on in the day. We just notice there's divergence there. So if we get that weakness, we can turn down to a daily expected move. But right now, technically, the 30-minute is pointing up, which means a test of this area is actually very likely today unless we cross down on the 30-minute. Joe Jack's in the house. Dump it, then pump it. You know what I'm saying. But good morning. How did you guys feel about that? I mean, are you guys understanding what I'm saying here? I'm really just focusing on, hey, how could they be trying to trick me? And then I'm just telling you guys what I think they would do to try to trick me. And the good part is I'm a pretty level-headed guy. I'm a pretty patient guy, so I'll sit there and wait for things to happen. IWM, yeah, thanks for shouting out. Hey, and Christina, Chris, Maurice, Joe, Jax, Frankie, you guys, Bernie, Kevin. My goodness, lots of people in here. I love to see it. Make sure to leave a like on the channel, guys. This channel is dedicated to helping retail traders understand and keep it a little bit more simple on how to trade these things back and forth, how to use weekly ranges, just trying to be overall helpful. We want to help more people by Christmas, okay? We want to help more people by Christmas. If you leave a like on this channel, if you think this channel has helped you in any way, leave a like down there because we can get more people in this community who would like some help as well. And that's the overall thing here. We want to create a great community, and we're just getting started. We're not even to 10K yet, baby. So for IWM, let's go click on that real quick. One thing for IWM, wouldn't it make sense to turn up here on a 30-minute? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Now you see how this would form some kind of trap. Because, and the reason we're leaning towards something here is because this right here, right? If you want to learn that, this is what we're going to do. You're going to go through this every single week if we get a bear market out of this bad boy. So you might have a little more time, right? We're talking about more so a corrective move here, so you have some time to learn, and that's fantastic, right? That's awesome. I can sit, I can practice through Christmas, and I can go, okay, now I'm ready for this. If this thing starts to turn down, if I start seeing signals like this, I know what to do. So this led to bad things. That's very obvious. It's everything that we talk about on this channel all the time, right? Now you'll notice that we based out, right? We formed the divergence down here with the rejection divergence there, and you see that pointing up on the RSI. You got the same thing right here as over here, just tighter. And look at that, big move. Man, I wish I was in that. Good thing I was in it in some other stocks though, right? Because I saw it. Now we see here, do we have that right now? No, you don't. So the most likely thing here is to continue it. You're not seeing the weakness on the 30-minute. Okay, now what would happen if you did see that curl up? Well, you'd get outside of a weekly, want to look out for reversal signals up there. 68% chance, these zones, 68% zones, not 100%. So 32% chance to see something crazy, 68% chance to land in these purple lines that you'll see on a bunch of my charts all the time. It's 68% chance to land between those purple lines by Friday close. Got Friday close. Well, do this, all right? I'm gonna talk about this with you for a second, Life with Cohen's, because I've made this mistake before, all right? I've made this mistake before. All right, so Life with Cohen's coming out saying, hey, I got really beat up by something. I got really beat up by something. And this is in no way to combat you or anything. I'm just trying to help based on what I've done in the past. I've gone through those big losses, and the times where I wake up the next day and I go, I gotta make it back. I gotta find a trade. I gotta find a trade. I gotta make it back right now. Those times, a lot of the time you end up losing a little bit more. Now, that doesn't mean there can't be an opportunity today. Okay, Life with Cohen's, that doesn't mean there's not an opportunity today. It just means you need to focus on the opportunity being a good one. You need to focus on literally not I need to trade today. I need to make that money back today. Don't go in that mindset. Don't go in that mindset. Go in the mindset of, hey, I took a loss. I know the game I'm playing. I'm going to be accountable for it. I'm going to make sure the next setup is a very good one. And then in that good one, I know that it can still go wrong. So I'm going to make sure to manage the trade. You know what I mean? Maurice has been there too. Everyone in the chat's been there too. And I'm sure a lot, the majority of people have made this mistake. You take a loss, you sit there, you get pissed off, you go, I don't care, I'm gonna make money today. I'm gonna make money today. No, don't get in the mindset of, I need to make this back. Stay, even after a loss, try to stay in the mindset of, I'm going to take a good opportunity. I'm going to manage the trade, and I am going to take profit. Those simple three things can really take a bad situation and start to put you back in that positive trend. Right? It's kind of like you just went through a crash, and you might need that divergence to go back into a positive trend with your trading. You know what I mean? So how do you get into a positive trend? Well, you got to slow down. You got to slow down. You got to slow down that momentum to the downside, right? You have to be patient. What you're talking about today is if you just take a play based on bad signals. I'm not saying you can't take a play, it's just they better be good signals. If you take a play based on just, I need to make money today, it's not a good sign. You're probably going to continue the negative trend. All right? But we appreciate you being here. We appreciate you sharing your losses. That is something that is a fantastic thing, actually, because it means I'm being accountable. I'm willing to share it with the community. We're going to try to look through a bunch of stuff today and be patient. And if there is a setup today, we will mention it, right? We will be talking about it. If there is not a setup today, then we most likely will be being patient, and that's it. All right, guys, so let's pop over to some stuff. This is pretty clear. If this 30-minute does curl up, we can see positivity. Watch out. That could be an opportunity, actually, if that would all form. But is that going to form today? We'll see. The SPY, we see that is starting to give us that blip on this. I'm still really leaning towards a trap right here. We'll see if that's able to happen. And then a trap up here. We'll see if that's able to happen. Now, so would that mean, is this the opportunity? Or is this the better opportunity? Do I just need to be a little bit patient? Do I just need to be a little bit patient? Ask yourself that today. So someone did mention NVIDIA. We noticed that NVIDIA here coming down to lower levels. What's the key thing about NVIDIA here? Ooh, now we're seeing a dramatic move outside of a weekly expected move, and you're probably thinking, ooh, is that weekly crossing? It is. This is a very, very bad sign. But remember how we just talked about. Remember how we just talked about how they would trick all the traders. I'm not saying this is bad, or I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm not saying this can't keep going down. What I'm trying to say, you think is going negative gamma on it. Yeah, it is breaking below that weekly expected move, so it's highly likely. But one thing they could do to trick you is, oh, look at that weekly, it looks so bad. Well, what if we get a bounce out of this today? I'm gonna be the I'm gonna be the, what's it called? I'm gonna play devil's advocate. This move right now is outside of a weekly move. You are seeing a little blip here on the 15-minute. That can get ugly, right? And it's gapping below 135. That's really bad. But I just want to be the guy that keeps you in check, gives you that 1%. 99%, hey, this is bearish. You're curling down on a weekly. 1%, if this 15-minute can go like this and curl back up, you have a reversal signal. You can see a bounce. And you have a 68% chance to do that by the end of the week. Now, it doesn't mean that bad things can't happen. This is a very, very bad signal, and it happens to be happening. Happens to be happening. I'll keep saying it. When we notice that these guys are trying to do some crazy stuff. That this guy had recently done some crazy stuff. That this guy just did some crazy stuff. That this guy's doing crazy stuff. That this guy just did something a little crazy, relatively, right? So why is that overall taking place? Well, maybe there's some validity to the fact that NVIDIA was the collateral to suppress these stocks. Maybe that's the truth. But the main thing we want to look for is, does that close like this at the end of the week? That would tell us some major weaknesses coming. Does it mean I can take this play? Yeah, if I want to take really long out options, I could probably take that down to 95.63, or maybe just that blip down to 125, right? But I just want you to be aware, if this 15-minute, 30-minute starts to rotate back up, if the 30-minute can go positive, you're probably going to bounce from this level. You do have a weekly expected move there. So we got to see if it's going to be ugly for the rest of the week, or if you're going to get a bounce today. Okay, someone asking about the Qs, right? Prob's asking if we went over the Qs yet. No, and if you need those daily expected moves, you do have 513.41 to the upside. You do have 506. 505.21. They were the same color over here. That's my bad. 505.21 to the downside. So the key thing here is you're confirming divergence, right? And it's really weak. It didn't even get too positive or too overbought territory. So one thing for the Qs, and when we look over the SPY, let me check this. Okay, see how the SPY isn't dropping. So here's what this means to me. What if the Qs drop below that daily expected move? And then the SPY actually drops down to it. And at the same time the SPY is testing that daily expected move, the Qs find its base and turn back up. Pretty crazy, huh? Oh, pretty crazy, pretty crazy. We shall see. We shall see. I think that would be an interesting thing. That would really trap people. Now, if that turns down, down, mainly on the SPY. You know, I know we're just talking about the Qs, but it's relative to the SPY as well. This is the same thing for the Qs, but it's just worse on the SPY for momentum. Technically a lower high would be a little bit worse. It just means you could maybe see something more dramatic on the SPY. So what you're looking for here is, if this draws down too much, we don't hold up at that daily expected move and we cross through. Watch if this MACD crosses. That's going to be a big sign. Just for the schedule for the day, guys, I don't know if this will encourage you to like this video and spread it around, but we might be live all damn day. I'll have little breaks here and there for lunch and stuff like that, but we'll let you know when those are happening. But today, I don't know, what do we do? Something easy. 100 likes? 100 likes, we go live all damn day? Who thinks that's a good thing to do? Everything's going down at the moment except Palantir is up. Palantir, actually, I kind of liked the look. The 2 hour was able to turn up. We're noticing this. be cautious with the 30-minute, right? That 30 minutes making a turn, I still like it to go a little higher. But we notice that resistance is really coming in here. So we'll see if that is able to push a little bit higher. I would like it to get some closes up here and really set that trap, right? I want it to really set a trap, right? And if that trap does not confirm, right? If that divergence up here doesn't confirm, because we have a weekly expected move right above us, if that divergence doesn't confirm, then it's not there and it can see something crazy. I'm in. Yeah, I thought today would be a fun day to do it. I mean, it's Thanksgiving. I got to give you guys something to tell you how thankful I am for you guys here. This community has been a lot of fun. And Jonathan, thank you for subscribing 3 hours ago. I just saw it, but it wasn't on the live stream, but I'm still going to thank you guys for subscribing. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm seeing with Palantir. The reason that Palantir could get a little ugly is when the 2 hour turns down, that is a massive divergence, all right? So be very cautious with Palantir. If that never turns down, do you know what's gonna happen with Palantir? Oop, it's gonna keep going up, right? But I think this thing's about to turn down. I think overall though, Palantir is just looking for a big daily pullback. This is why I think this will be a corrective move. This can get ugly. It could stop at 59. It could stop at, all the way down towards 44.85 or somewhere in this block. Maybe the worst is like 41. We see a big drawdown and then it just turns right back up. Then we see that. We need to see reversal signals on these dailies to really be convinced that this is a big, massive downturn. The likelihood from a lot of these stocks, except for NVIDIA, that's what's worrisome, but a lot of these stocks are showing just, hey, I need a pullback. And you're seeing that with Bitcoin too. So I really trust Bitcoin in this. It has curled down on the daily. So most likely you're seeing a 2 hour pop. That's going to be a 2 hour drop, right? We just have to see. But if this wants to go up, that's fine. Just got to take back the 5. We could just be reacting to the 5 and then turning back down. I just think that we don't have enough. We don't have enough setups across the board to really say, ooh, this could be a crash moment. It's, with a higher probability. Right now, it's just like, hey, yeah, this could be a downturn. It could be a correction that looks like a crash, but be open to something like a base in the future. Oh, Ripple. You want to talk about Ripple, huh? Oh, I wonder why you want to talk about this guy. Wonder what you're paying attention to. Or maybe you're just looking at Ripple. Ripple here, first of all, one thing to mention, okay? This technically on your MACD could be considered hidden divergence in some way. You see the price action slightly going up, giving you a higher low with the closes. You see the MACD coming down. Hidden divergence, it just doesn't pop up a lot. It's a little bit more difficult for the trade setup, but it can produce upside. So we do have a 2 hour here for Ripple. We are noticing that a little bit different on the RSI, so it's not on the same time. What can this do? This can really help out a 4 hour chart. So you're probably going to see a 4 hour trying to cross up right now, because it's above the 9 for a few bars here. So it's probably trying to cross up now if this damn thing would load. There you go. So you have a little time, but you do have, if the swing trading stuff that's down in the description, if you do look at that, you'll notice you have 2 of the 3 reasons you need for a swing trade. The lagging one is going to be the MACD. You can see this is potentially good upside here if that would curl up. And you want to say, like, did I have a massive reversal signal? Well, kind of flat, a little bit up here. You got to be a little more cautious with Ripple than I would say something else. Like, this is just, it's a little bit higher up to where it could start to add some credibility, right? So, and you see how dramatic that was to the downside. So what you're hoping here is you get that confirmation on the MACD. You get that confirmation on the MACD, you take back the 5, then you're very probable to take out this high, go make a new one, right? You could see that just go like this, and then I would watch out, right? Then we would be watching out, because then you would see it very obviously on the MACD, see the triple divergence here on maybe the RSI, and then we go, ooh, that's not looking good for Ripple. So this could have one more run left in it, but it does have good divergence. So if the 2 hour rotates down, that's pretty bad. All right, what else? SoFi rejecting. All right, SoFi was one that we shouted out yesterday. I always lose track of where I put it. This 2 hour divergence is bad. If the daily starts to confirm down, you're in daily pullback mode. That can be pretty dramatic, right? SoFi could end up going down, maybe an easy going pullback, 1321. You still look at that. That's your easy going pullback from right here. That's 15%. Well, if you're going to pull back a little bit further, then you would say, you know, that's the gap fill at 17%, but you might say this block in here, the top of this, that would be 27%. The worst that this could go without going negative, because it's so high up, this could go all the way down to 46% if it wanted, or it could go down by 46% if it wanted. Now, I'm really liking this level and this level. Those are the two I'm paying attention to. You do have the reversal signals here. The signal we're paying attention to now is if that 30-minute can cross up one more time in positive territory, and then we got to see if it confirms some divergence and things like that. On Patreon, we are adding SoFi to the list, at least for next week. We'll see if we want to keep it around long term. Yes, grew at a healthy pace. Good job, America. How much debt did we use this time to do that? We'll see. Now, just remember, this is overall still the 2-hour curled up in positive territory, okay? So we shouldn't expect that to really get bad until this is crossing down, right? And we just want to see these moves in the 30-minute for our hint, right? We're looking for, really, in this case, just so you know my mentality, I'm looking for the 2-hour trade, but I'm using the 30-minute to figure it out. Terry's like, fake news. Well, it just depends. I mean, technically, if I take out maybe $500,000 in a loan, then, and I put that into my portfolio, I could tell you guys that I increased my portfolio by 100%. Technically. You know what I mean? So that's just what America's doing. That's literally just what America's doing. That's what our GDP is doing right now. Oh, God. My goodness. All right, let me see here. Okay, I need to be paying attention to some stuff. I'm a little behind right now. So just give me a moment here. I'm gonna leave you guys on the spy just for a second. Market's turning up off that news. We gotta see a better reaction than this. And plus, like, they've seen this upward move for a long time without grabbing a ton of liquidity. The last time you grabbed liquidity was very short and sweet right here, and that probably got people really, really bearish. I understand, but, you know, we were always like, how are they going to trap the most people? They send it higher. And how are they going to trap the most people again? They break this, right? They break through this, and then everyone gets bearish, and then they go, okay, let's go higher. I still really like the level of 603, 602, right? I swear they rip every year around the holidays. Well, you would say that's looking pretty good right now. GME looking pretty good right now. Yeah, hey, look at this guy. Wolf's even trying to go for its second run. You little cheeky bastard. Look at that 30-minute by the center line. Ooh, maybe a swing trade, and you would be seeing something crazy if you get above $10 and you can hold up there. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. All right, let me see. I do have to click on some stuff real quick. I'll be just a moment. That one, and we're good. Okay, so I don't have to do much. Nothing really today. So tell us what trade you're into today. Solar and Chinese stocks are oversold. Is it time to jump in? I'm not really looking to enter a trade today, right? I'm looking to pay attention to the market, pay attention to what's going on with this shortened trading week where they can just do very manipulative things, and then look what things look like. See what things look like towards the end of the week and how to position myself early in case there's a rug pull early next week. That's the main thing. I'm mainly going to be patient today. I do have some plays out there, but a lot of them are, for the most part, it's like GME, AMC hedging against those, and then looking for the volatility play. Market closed on Thanksgiving, so tomorrow, and I believe it's open till 11 or noon, I think. Maybe it's noon. I think it might be 11:30 a.m. on Friday. I think it's a half day. Huh, we get a half day. I am feeling better today. Today I woke up and I sneezed so hard my brain almost came out, but a bunch of stuff came out and I felt 10 times better. So TMI, I know. Now someone bringing up Tesla again, just Tesla. I don't think we've checked on that just yet. Just pay attention. That 30-minute can rotate up one more time, right? Now this has confirmed a 2-hour, and that's really close to the center line. So if you still want to get bullish on this, you really want to go test this high, go make a new one, you probably got to curl up that 2-hour at this point, or at least an hourly. The 30-minute has it's still a little controlled, but the 30-minute has a good likelihood to do this, right? Reject from that area. But you can really see we've really built up to these levels well. If you can get that 2-hour to curl up, you'd probably be crossing through here, and maybe you see some upside for a little bit of time. I'm still looking for the, as we've confirmed, 2-hour divergence, mainly as the daily scale's turned down, by the way. Daily scale, yeah, it's turning down today. If that turns down today, then you can see a 30-minute bounce, but you're most likely not going to see this thing, unless it's just a rigged move higher. You're most likely not going to see it take above this high if this daily crosses today and on a red bar. Nvidia still not looking the best, but remember what we were talking about, that 15-minute. Nvidia, you're going to see some random buying back up. So far, rejection off 135. That's not a good sign. But remember, this is very bearish because of the weekly scale. If you end down here by the end of the week, that's very bad. But if you can do that, you might see some kind of bounce. We're just more likely to see something ugly probably because of the weekly. If we confirm like that, the ugliness, you can always get bounces. Pay attention to signals on the shorter time frames. But on the weekly scale, I would say Nvidia's heading down. Probably to at least 127.74, if not $95 over time. That would be a little much. We probably base out before then. PLTR started. I looked at it. It was 0.5. Now it's 0.94. I should keep looking at it. Yeah, and the main thing here is still that 30-minute. Are we going to see that 30-minute move up to here? We see the obvious resistance. Yeah, we want that divergence in the near price action now. 2-hour was able to curl up, so we want to see that here. All right, let's go check on our big guys. Rejection off of the weekly expected move for GME. Unfortunate right now. We'll see if this can do something crazy towards Monday and Tuesday. Hopefully you guys watched the entire YouTube video last night too, where we discussed how they do not want these things to close higher on Friday. You could even see AMC move down to 450 by Friday. You could see GME move down to like 2750 by Friday. It would make sense. But you're getting some other signals to trigger here. The theory that I'm doing had, oh yeah, that's something to mention. Okay, the theory that I'm testing, and I need more work on it, but the theory did trigger yesterday. So that theory usually says, I used it with Wolf. I used it with Wolf right here. The only difference with Wolf to GameStop is Wolf had reversal signals and it triggered at the same time pretty much. So I got to take that into consideration. But GME is seeing an upward run and then triggering the signal. So that's kind of one of the differences I wanted to point out and I need to pay attention to and I need to write in my notes. SMCI. Rivian, I heard, had good news. Rivian had some good news. Yeah, Rivian had some good news. Hey, 2-hour double bottom divergence. That's cool. A little bit higher, actually, just barely. Didn't really see it on the MACD at the same time. Unfortunate there. Daily gave you divergence, though. There it is. You always get a signal. Now it has divergence there. We see that actually crossed up on this big upward move. A little bit of a rip around kind of day, going higher, going lower, ending up right where we started, and now we're ripping higher again. So something good here for Rivian would be to turn up on the weekly scale. The weekly scale is setting up a higher low, so this could be a good sign for Rivian. Yeah, that could be a good sign. Wait, what's the... I mean, I know Rivian hasn't been around a lot. Monthly's at a low. Good tapering, good higher low. We'll see if the weekly can turn up. Not enough data for the monthly, really. Yeah, so that would just be a... this would be a signal that this might be a good stock for like 3 to 12 months, right? This could go into a weekly bullish trend for like 3 to 12 months. right? Just right here, that's November of 2025. So that's where we're at right now. I like that one. What was the other one you just said? SMCI. Yeah, SMCI, once again, SMCI is one that I've been looking at. Let me pull that up real quick over here. Short. This is one that I was analyzing. Now, as of this moment, SMCI has peaked, but it is coming down. So when it did peak, it was November 19th. And we noticed that this was in March. Okay, I'm in way too big of a time frame here. See, this one had a peak here, and you got rid of it, you kept going. This is one where they could have lost the battle because of this move. Being genuine about that, that's one of the things I'm trying to look at, is did they lose the battle on this move? And let me check another date here, November 11th. November 11th is when that started to peak there. So I got to analyze this one more. Let's look at the near price action to see what's going on here. The 2 hour has crossed down, but we are reacting to the 5. See if that 2 hour can just flip back up. The 30 minutes going to be important here. You do see some flat divergences, nothing too crazy, pretty controlled. As I know this almost got uncontrolled, but we ended up being pretty controlled in this. And we just notice that we're reacting to the 5. If that 30-minute curls up, we can see positivity. And you're seeing a lot of these type of things with these type of stocks. Like I think you're seeing it with Wolf trying to get to that 5. I think AMC and even GME have really reacted off the 5 very well. Okay, so look for those reactions off of the 5. AMC needs the 5 to catch up. And DJT is sitting right on its 5 right now. It's getting really, really tight too. This is getting really tight in here. Something's going to happen, most likely with DJT in the next, I wouldn't say 48 hours because we have a shortened trading week. I would say by Monday or Tuesday next week, we'll see if this thing can turn down dramatically or maybe pop up dramatically. Cool look. Mara with a solid move. What did it do? It reacted down to the 5. Right? So if this can curl up, that would mean a good thing. Now you guys know this is where my theory triggered for this to start to sell off. And we're selling off. We go back down to the 5. Uh-oh, what if this catches more buyers, turns up into positive territory? That could be a good thing. Let me go check on some charts here on my other stuff. Okay, we're noticing this for the SPY right now, starting to turn down just a little bit. Now, throughout the day, guys, it is a 24-hour stream. I still have my baby girl. I still have lunch with the girls to do, so I will be taking like a 30-minute to an hour break at times, and I'll put up when that break is happening and let you guys know when I'm most likely to be back. Maybe I'll put up a timer or something, keep myself accountable. The NQ, I mean, it's the same thing for the Qs. You're just pulling up a bigger chart, right? And the bigger chart can convince you of more things, right? Because it's bigger bars. So the 2 hour here is suggesting a downturn is going to happen, right? A 2 hour is suggesting this is about to see major weakness. A 2 hour is suggesting that the 4 hour is about to cross. Thought I lost internet. 4 hour is crossing with that 2 hour signal. And we posted this, I believe we posted the S&P 500 to this to Patreon this morning before market open, just so you are aware that this 2 hour did cross. So you're aware that that was crossing, very clear here. So that would mean a test of the 5 is very likely. We're starting to head a little bit down. Maybe we move sideways, then we move down, and then we see if this can curl back up over time. The tighter way to look at it, and by the way, just if you're looking at the NQ, you can still look at the Qs for the most part. But we notice that the Qs are showing a little bit of difference here, but the same divergence is there, right? The same divergence is there, rather flat here for the RSI. So if that wants to react down and come back up, that could still be a good thing. right? This can go all the way down to here and turn back up. This can go all the way down like this and end up just scooping right back up. Right, Bert? Thank you for the Rivian analysis. I own it. Hey, that's good, Lizard. I'm glad we touched on it then. That's great. Thank you for asking about some stocks, guys. RSP, sorry, you said there's a 2-hour divergence somewhere. I'm going to go look at it then. And then I'm going to pay attention to the market for a little bit. Now, we notice that the 2-hour divergence is there. Pretty significant. I would say that's pretty significant. You still have to notice, you always want to keep in mind, like, hey, this is far away from the center line. If you're this far away, you still want to be open to that, you know, doing something like this and then curling back up real quick and then seeing that trap at a later time. So what are you looking for the 2-hour to curl over? Well, you're seeing this start to curl up. That's actually a good thing. You might get a hint if this is going to be a good setup. You might see this break through for a moment and then turn down. And then you'd have that weakness here on the MACD and the RSI at the same time. And you would go, okay, awesome. 2 hours going to turn down. I have 2-hour divergence, which means the daily can turn down. What's the daily look like, right? What's the daily look like now that we know there's weakness? Well, you have a bunch of wonky forms of divergence. I would more so just look for, is this close to the center line? Look at the divergence the first time, you curled up from the center line. So I can treat this like it can be bad, but I have to be open to that turning back up. And most likely when I do turn back up, I'm going to see some kind of reversal signal in some way. Most likely I'm going to see that. Let's go look. Let's really go look. All right, so in here, we do notice there is this block in here, right? When we did turn up from this point, this is when that big daily pullback was happening, right in here. That got really close to the center line. What'd you notice at the bottom? Solid divergence there and a very significant triple divergence with, if you include the rejection right there. And this thing curled up with that divergence, never curled back down, went back to the upside right here, took back the 5. This was the sign to go, 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 and big move. Right? So if you're going to see that, you're going to see it again. What did we see over here? Oh, with this one. Triple divergence again. And it held on the RSI very significantly the whole way through, which means, hey, that 2 hours is probably about to make another rip. So what would you pay attention to if we dropped like this, and then you started to see something similar to what you saw in the past? Right? Well, that would be a breakout. That would have divergence. That would be on your MACD and RSI. You'd go something like this, and then you'd see, oh, okay, good trade, right? So you're looking for the similar things. And once you really get it ingrained in your head and you can see it very quickly, then you can start to think of how it would form very quickly, right? When you get good at it, you can say, is this a moment to be patient or is this a moment to take a trade, right? This was a moment to maybe take a trade, manage the trade, then take, definitely it's like, okay, take the trade, right? You're above the 5, you're confirming triple divergence at that point with the rejection, and you're curling up above the 5. Like that just says the 2 hour is going to bounce. At that point, you did notice the 2 hour was dramatically down. So some kind of reaction could come. You got benefited by a very good reaction. Just wanted to take a minute to tell you how thankful I am for your channel and the course. The weekly expected moves SMCI was $38. Okay, so you used the course to calculate those. That's awesome. I think Lurk and Luke, didn't you figure it? You actually went in depth and figured it out too, how to actually calculate it like exactly, which is good. I was able to pay for my Xmas presents off a 30-minute divergence short from Monday at 12:30. Exactly. And it's good because you're taking profit, right? You're not sitting there trying to make $1 million. You're like, this is the amount of money I like to see an increase in my portfolio. I like the trade. Maybe it hit my target. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I just like that amount of money. Maybe we're hitting a weekly expected move, and that causes you to react. And that's awesome. How do you calculate the daily moving average? The daily moving average or the daily expected moves? Or are you talking about how do you put the daily moving average? The 5-day? You'll just want to, if you want the 5-day on here, you just have to go to here, type SMA, add moving average simple here, simple moving average, and then you go into the settings real quick. And I'll just tell you guys, right? And we might, you know, put this in the beginning of the course as well, just so people know how to do it. Then you just want 5, close, method SMA 5, 1 day, right? You want the time frame to be 1 day. A lot of the time it'll say chart when you first have it. You want to change that to 1 day. And boom, you got it on your chart. So hopefully that helps everyone. It is a helpful tool because you'll look for setups around the 5. It's kind of like a weekly expected move, right? I look for setups around the weekly expected move. I can also look for setups around the 5. Is there a decent options market for your VIX, UVXY? It did see an increase in some premium yesterday, and now you're making a higher low. So that's going to be a problem here. That's going to be a problem. It means we can see a reaction. What I really want to see, though, guys, from the 2 hour, and this is why I'm talking about that massive trap that can happen, is I want the 2 hour to turn up for a little bit. Then I want that to turn down. And I want that to show this, because that would give me the 4 hour divergence across, maybe even daily at that point across, I don't know. And then you would see a 2 hour as well. But this can cause a big reaction in volatility if 30-minute can turn back and go positive. Right now it's pointing down, trying to point back up. So we could go through that weakness right now, and then we can pay attention to what we were talking about early on in this video. All right, we can pay attention to right here. If we can scoop back up, turn up, we might have that trap a little bit worse towards 602, 603 is what I really like. I think a lot of people have the target of 604. Maybe I could look at, maybe we could see if there's some help on that. Let's see if there's some help on that to find out how high this thing could go and how I could stop hiccuping. I don't know why I like my noise going on. So 598. So 598 has good support for today, just so you are aware. So if we lose that level, we're probably going to want to retake it very quickly, or we can hold support at 598, just so you are aware. The 605 is the upward level to pay attention to for the call wall. And then as we go into Friday, we notice that 600 is the call wall, and that's pretty much where we're at right now. 600. The downside from there wouldn't really be a problem for a put wall until 590. Okay, so for Friday, 590 would make sense to kind of close at that level. And if you close on there, on that wall, you're hitting max pain. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. We'll keep paying attention. If these things can swing back up, the market can do whatever the market wants to do. Our job is to react. Our job is not to predict and things like that. Our job is to react. All right? We're not drawing these things up to say they have to happen and I'm predicting all this. I have things that I lean towards that I'm really paying attention to. But the more the thing I want to do is say, this is bad. Okay, it turned around. That's going to hurt my shorts. Okay, now we're going to probably head higher and go to here, and then I'll watch out for the next trap. Right? That's all I'm doing. I'm just formulating a plan at all times in my head with multiple situations, and then I'm reacting to what happens in the price action. But yeah, we found some good levels there now. Let's go over and look at, wow, AMC 3% on the day. Very, very good. We got GME at 2.84%, DJT at 1.05%. Ooh, very, very nice. Very, very nice. Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fur. DJT randomly just went up. How much is that up now? 1.34. I don't think I need that play. I've already got enough in other stuff right now in the memers. We're good. But DJT, good move. Trying to reject right now for DJT on the 2 hour. If you look at this, trying to reject. If that turns down, bad. If this can turn back up, it might end up being good. We might see a 2 hour rejection. But I'm just worried that this goes negative and the 2 hour turns down. So gotta be patient on it. Mara, nice little 7% move to start our day off. Reacting down to the 5, seeing a reaction to the upside. about it's going to something interesting. Let's see what happens. All right, back into it. We're all set up. So Mara, this would be pretty simple. Now Mara does, just so you're aware, Mara does have the reversal signal here. We could see one more push higher as we react to the 5. Be cautious if the daily turns down, right? The 2-hour likes to curl down the daily. If we go for one more 30-minute push and then we fail that, we don't get rid of the divergences, that could be a problem, okay? But 30-minute reaction off of the 5-day, very, very good. In our buy zone too, very good buy zone so far. Held as resistance. Sorry. Broke through, retested, broke through, retest, retest, retest. 5 catches up, 30-minute curls up. We can see positivity. The 30-minute has not curled up just yet. I want to go look at the back over to the SPY, and then I'll get to the chat. Okay, actually, let's look at volatility. Trying to get a green blip there. We'll see what happens. And then the SPY. All right, so the SPY, we're still waiting to see. This is a shortened trading week. I mean, there could be not a lot of trading going on going into Thanksgiving. We'll find out. Hard to see direction in Tesla. It is hard to see the direction in Tesla. But I'll tell you how to make it not hard, right? If this is not going to see some kind of massive squeeze, the more likely thing to do is build up in these areas, do whatever you want to do, fondle around as much as you want up in here, keep doing whatever you got to do. Eventually that daily is going to pull back, all right? And today you're crossing down on the daily with the 2-hour divergence confirmed. So if you continue negativity right here, then pulling back, pulling back, pulling back, pulling back. You have a bunch of levels you could get to. You just want to see the opportunity later on might be if that daily is able to confirm up. So if you really zoom out on things, and this isn't just going to go like this for whatever reason, short seller problem, whatever's going on, highly doubt with the movement of this stock. There's too many short sellers in it now. Well, then you're most likely just going to pull back and see an opportunity later on. Tesla, Delaware, 64 billion pay package is to be ruled on end of this year. I'm buying calls. Hey, end of this year. So if you see that pullback and then you get that good news, well, what if this actually sets something up for you here? There you go. Thank you, Short Fridays, for the $5. Really appreciate it. And I would really be looking then, if that's going to pull back and you see an opportunity before that news maybe even comes out, maybe you can be in it and see a, you know, buy the rumor, sell the news. Getting more pressure for NVIDIA. That's good. Keep us aware of NVIDIA, guys, okay? Ooh, that is not it, man. That's not it, man. I don't know why I sounded like that guy from that 70s show. That's not it, man. Hey, man, this isn't good, man. You're still holding the divergence on the 15. You're starting to get to the point where you're about to violate it. 30-minute, you're pretty much violating it right now. So this is really bad for NVIDIA. It means watch out for the entire market. We might not do that extra trap. We might already have the trap pretty set. We'll see. They can do a lot, you guys, these weeks. If you haven't traded a bunch, and if you have, you're going to understand this. These shortened trading weeks, you will see some of the dumbest stock market behavior. You will see a stock like NVIDIA be going down and see the SPY hit new all-time highs and keep going up, and then Friday keep going up. Like, that can happen on these weeks. Okay? So just know, shortened trading weeks, anything that's like a half day, you can see really funky behavior. That might not even move stocks much. You just might see some weird behavior. But let me look that up. Okay, 64 billion pay package is to be ruled on by the end of this year. In other words, 64 billion. Let me go read about this real quick. Is this a deal for contracts? Of tranches of Tesla stock option, each equivalent to 1% of shares outstanding at the time of the award. Yeah, that's a good. That's actually the better way to put it. Frank, is they can manipulate it a little bit more during these weeks. I'll look more into that package. That sounded weird to say. I didn't like that. Oof. But okay, now we're starting to see the 9 break, just so we're aware of what's actually going on in the market. Let's really try to follow this throughout the day. And who's got big plans for turkey? Who cooks out there? Who's cooking for Turkey Day? Someone's got to tell me. And what are you cooking? Are you guys ham people? Pause. Oh yeah, we'll put a pause in there, by the way, Short Fridays. I know you're saying pause probably for something else, but you're doing both? Bernie's got a big family then. That's awesome. My dad and my mom fight every year on, my dad wants to smoke the turkey and my mom wants to do it her way. But my wife, this is a big deal, guys. Who knows this about grandma's cooking on Thanksgiving and mom's cooking on Thanksgiving? And how they don't like other people to cook it, they like it their way? My wife just got approved to do the mashed potatoes. Good job. Say, good job, Danny. Nice job, Danny. Her mashed potatoes are really good, and my mom had them, and she goes, okay, hers are better than mine. She can make mashed potatoes. It sounds simple, but there are some differences. Family uses my house as the gathering place. I'm blessed. Hey, that's amazing, Bernie. Hey, tell your family I say hi. Tell all your families I say hi, Bernie. Say, stop the dinner. Stop the eating. Money Making Market Lucas says hi. All right, guys, keep going. Well, let's go. You guys, I never told her that I told you guys about that chili. Like, she's gonna be pissed. Enjoy your family. Yeah, that's the goal, right? Hang out with family. My dad already bought a bottle of tequila, so we're making margaritas for Thanksgiving. Tesla, more downside. And let's just really looking at this, just leaving it up and chatting about it, because this is what we're kind of thinking would happen at this point. Daily, weekly range. I don't have dailies for IWM. I do have weeklies. Weekly 244.52. You can notice that is where we ran into trouble. If that can curl up, that'd be a good sign. Not curling up just yet. Now, I think you still have the opportunity to curl up. I think that makes the most sense here. But if the 2 hour starts to confirm down, that's bad. Okay, so if this selling continues and we're not able to buy up in the next 2 hours, just be a little cautious. But you do have 233.02 to the downside if we start to see a downward move. Okay, so put these on your chart. We'll have daily expected moves for IWM for Friday. Okay, so come back if you need it. Nice, and I will have them for Friday. And I might start doing it. I just don't want to. You know, once I start making too many daily expected moves, then we click around even more than I already do because people don't come in at the same time. What is this? Why is this popping up? I don't like that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you. All right, the Qs reacting way down. Now past that daily expected move. This is what we were talking about. How would we trick the traders? Well, if this 2 hour crosses down, that's not good, okay? But this has to continue. This is the first time we should start to be thinking, ooh, this can get bad. If this crosses, that can be bad. But where are we? We're outside of the daily expected move. This is exactly where they want you to be very, very bearish. All right, this is where they want you to be bearish. And the SPYs aren't even close to theirs yet. So the SPY could still react all the way down here. The Qs keep going lower, but the SPY is able to hold up here, and that's an actual new support level. So, and if we wanted to catch support even right now as the Qs are trying to wick up from this level, which you would expect, well, the SPY can then maybe just trickle up again, right? Any markets open on Friday? I'm pretty sure they're open for Friday. I mean, I can double check, okay? I'm pretty sure it's a half day. Let's see. As listed below. That was the most confusing way to put it ever. Trading will resume on Black Friday, but wrap up early with the stock market closing at 1 p.m. and the bond market closing at 2 p.m. So bond market and the stock market will be open on Friday, mostly in the morning. Okay, so there we go. Got your answer. Let's check on the Qs. They're actually reacting down to the key level. Let's watch them for a bit. $1 p.m. I guess, I don't know. I'm in the middle of the country, so I don't know when this stuff closes for other people. I mean, technically, you could just probably do this and just go like this, like this, like this, pull it over. Let's see if it calculates it in here. Yeah, so Friday at noon for me. So Friday noon Central Time is when the market will close on Friday. That's the easiest way to do it. Look at those problem-solving skills. Noon on Friday is when this will close for me, right? So make sure you're changing it based on where you live, but Central Time, it would be noon. I'm like a Chicago time or something. Yeah, I think I'm Chicago time. Yo, I'm one of those people, I just the time zones, I never keep track of them. I just never have installed them into my brain. I'm always and it's so complicated because my best friends live in Japan, and so I have to wake up in the morning and look up the Japan time every single morning to see if I can come talk to them. Oh, you're in freight? Yeah, you're gonna have to if you're in freight. Q's reacting down to a daily expected move, losing the 5 at this point. Not a good sign. SPY still holding up pretty good. We'll see what happens with that. IWM relatively still holding up pretty good. And DIA, right? DIA actually making the upward move, giving you that divergence now. Okay. This makes me really worried about this being more than just a small drop, unless we see DIA and IWM do what they did last time, or at least DIA, the Dow Jones here. Someone coming in saying, hey, I'm being patient for a setup. If this thing turns down, that might be a setup. Yeah, that might be a setup there. So support for the SPY is going to be right around that 5-day moving average, which happens to be right around the gap fill, which happens to be right around our daily expected move. So that's the best support level for the SPY for today. For the week, it's anywhere in this block, right, where that weekly is sitting. But resistance is anywhere above here. You can tell that very clearly by monthly, weekly. This zone all in here is where you got to be careful because the risk is down. Or technically, if you're thinking in both ways, the reward is down, right? Yeah, end of the month, guys. Thank you for bringing up that it is going into the end of the month. On Patreon, we will be putting out, I just like to mention this multiple times at the end of the month so people know to check it, especially when it's happening kind of like on the weekend. The monthly expected moves are about to change. We're hitting one right now. We are going to change. These have been very monthly expected moves have been the most helpful thing in the last 4 months. You're seeing some great setups around them. You're kind of seeing one right now. So we'll see if this fully plays out. We know it can do some funky stuff with, a holiday week. But this would suggest, this 30 minutes suggests that it's really, really bad. I was just talking about how you can be trapped. But the main thing is, Patreon, we will be updating that Sunday. So on Sunday, make sure if you're a Patreon member, you're checking on Sunday so you can have the monthly expected moves on your charts. Every single month when we do put out those monthly expected moves, I like to put out a monthly video discussing what can happen, what can take place, and how we should read around those monthly expected moves. Pretty sure last month I got a little distracted again. So we'll make sure to put that. I'll put it in my notepad right now. So I got SoFi weekly expected moves coming out on Sunday. We've got update monthly moves Sunday for Patreon. And we'll put this as well. Make the update, the monthly expected moves update video for Patreon. All right, cool. We are good to go. Tesla dropping. Now, doesn't that make sense? Right now, it makes sense, right? There's no real turnaround in sight. We can go look over at Tesla. Tesla was not doing anything crazy. We want to see if that's outside of a weekly for a trap. You're heading down towards it. Not there just yet, but you are confirming down a daily. So any bounce you get at that weekly can set up a lower high on the shorter time frames, but you are curling down. I don't need to zoom out on this. You can see that's a red blip there. Not a blip, actually. When it's a blip, that's more my phrasing, just a phrase I use for if you're not able to close below the 9. That could be a blip. That could be a trick. Right now, you're not seeing a trick. You're more seeing the treat, which is, hey, Tesla's about to pull back. If it continues to pull back, there might be an opportunity for a swing trade in the future. I might have to take that swing trade, actually. We'll see. NVIDIA, is this catching any love, or is it violating the 15-minute divergence now outside of the weekly expected move? Let's really zoom in on this MACD. Just really zoom in. Okay, that's there. Ooh, that's really flat, but you do have it. Do you have potential for this? An hourly curl up. We have the potential now for an hourly to curl up. Now, notice this, it's even deeper than the last time. So this would have to be a massive reaction to see good price action. It would have to take back the 5, right? We got to get past this, and then we got to get above 141.12, and then we're back to, okay, now we might make the structure to head higher here, right? The more likely is you're going to see an hourly get up towards the center line and just keep the negative trend, because this, if this holds, will confirm weekly divergence. But if they don't want to cross that weekly right now, they need to send NVIDIA higher. It really looks like it's crossing at the point by end of day. SPY still holding up relatively well. Qs starting to flush that line. This is kind of what we talked about this morning before the market opened. Kind of expecting this right now, mainly because the signals are weak. But now I'm seeing, is this a trap? That's why we mentioned it this morning. Be open to this turning around in these areas. Aren't we at it? We're past it now. So if you were secure opening, I don't know if you were here for the very first part, where we were talking about if the Qs start to go below this, watch the SPY. When it hits this, the Qs could catch a bounce. So we're looking for this to dip down lower. It would go into liquidity and then see if the SPY can touch its daily expected move. And then that could be the next support level. I don't know exactly where that would be for the Qs. If I wanted to, I could probably look at Max Payne. Maybe that'll give me a little hint, right? You're always looking for a hint. You're always looking for an edge. That's what we're doing on this channel. Huge amount of puts today at 490 for the Qs. 490. Some psycho options there. They're probably going to sell those pretty quick. The levels I want to pay attention to here are 500 and maybe 502. More 500. We could head all the way down into our zone, actually, and it would make sense. That would be the big put wall at 500 for Friday close. All right. So if you wanted to know what trade I do have, it was a scale in with volatility that was triggered by the crossover actually just now. So once that crossed through the 9, my order triggered. I had it set up to buy at a certain price there. Looks good. Now we go through the management. Do you see how I'm like, even with my trade, I'm like, I'm aware that this can do this today. But just in case it doesn't, I'm in. Then if it turns back up, I'm out. If it goes like this, I'm back in. But if we're going to close back in the monthly expected moves this week, then downside would make sense. So just in case that's a little bit more, once this 2 hour crosses, I can feel pretty confident with it, right? 2 hour crosses down, I can be like, all right, I'm pretty confident with this. Q's already trying to do it, right? We're about to see that, especially if we go down to 500, that put wall. I don't think you want to get all the way down there. So now we know how we can get screwed. We know what the trade setup is, and we know that we need to just manage risk. It's great. Nothing too crazy just yet, just a little 10%. Can we check MSTR? Yes, we can talk about MSTR because I think a lot of people are confused with this, and really, I don't think it needs to be as confusing as people are making it. If you really think about this simply and think less about which way is this going tomorrow and more about where is the opportunity. What ticker? UVXY. This here is a daily that's crossing down. That's not a good sign. Now, you've seen a pull down for a long time. There's always the opportunity this 2 hours is going to turn up into positive territory, and I'm kind of leaning towards that. So do I think the daily crosses down today? Well, even if it did, I would consider it a blip, right? Because the daily here is reacting and it's crossing down on a positive bar at this moment. If it's a positive bar, I don't necessarily like it too much for the trade. I'm paying attention to it because it's still crossing down. But I'm also saying the 2 hour can start to just rip here because you're right by the center line. You didn't have the signals on the MACD and RSI at the same time. You have them, just not on the MACD. So if this wanted to curl up one more time, give me a lower high, right? Give me a divergence. Whatever wants to happen with this, that's when I'll react. But right now, you could see a great 2 hour swing trade. Do you have the basing out signals that you can learn, right? Swing trading's great. You'll see the 2 hour confirm up. You have your 3 reasons. Go, go, go. Awesome. How you can use the technical analysis course to upgrade your swing trading is by looking at the shorter time frames, and you can learn how to do that in the link down in the description. You can type !course to see the link to the course. The course is. But we notice here we're reacting to the 5. So what if we just remain in this area for a bit, then we turn down, then we turn back up? What if we remain in this area, we turn down, we turn back up? What if we remain in this area, we turn down, we turn back up, right? I'm gonna say it multiple times there. What if we actually see a reversal signal first? So now we know, hey, if the 2 hour just curls up, swing trade. Hey, if the 30 minute shows divergence, that's probably an early signal for the swing trade. But we also know if we don't make that divergence, what are we doing? We're in a negative trend, right? Negative trend. So if this crosses down, I say that's bad. That's really bad. We're crossing over a daily too. But if that could turn back up, that might be an opportunity that nobody sees coming, but you can see it coming because you've dedicated yourself to learning, and then you can say, hey, I know how to manage risk too. Yeah, I take options on UVXY. If I'm really bearish, like so crash scenario, Maurice, I'll just buy it. It's 3 times leverage. But if I think there's going to be a quick downturn, and then we're probably going to base out and go back up, I'll do options. But a lot of the time, if I'm going to see like crash signals, I'm more just like, okay, I'll just buy this. It should print good money. I can just buy this, not risk not risk the time, you know, not risk the how it sets up, that kind of thing. I can scale in, you know. Doesn't that make sense, Maurice? Does that make sense? So I think this will be a quick downturn. So I have a 2-week option. Two weeks. And I already did it. Technically, the trigger was here, right? But the actual confirmation past the 9 is what I was looking for. We got that, so now I'm in this thing. So that got bought at right when it dropped below 600. Qs, we're noticing, ooh, starting to hold up now. We'll see what happens with that. The SPY is not by a daily expected move, so the Qs can get worse from here. Okay, good, Maurice. I'm glad it did. It's getting close to 132. Weirdly enough, for me, you're starting to see how the 30-minute, really look at the RSI. The 30 minutes completely gotten rid of the divergence here, but it is oversold, and you are below your weekly expected move now. So you can see that reaction. Be aware you can see that, right? But I'm going to say it this way because I hate saying a prediction on what price something is going to end at in the next hour, in the next day, in the next week, right? Because I like to use the options data to just give me those levels, right? I like something with some kind of stats behind it. But what I would say is I think we will, and I think we will do this, I think we will end the week with this weekly crossing. Right? I think we will end the week with this weekly crossing. Now, one thing will change my mind. If the SPY can get down to a daily expected move and reverse off it, they most likely use NVIDIA to pump some money. We'll see. But I think right now, how it looks right now, that NVIDIA is going to confirm that, which would mean it would need to close below 135. Quick, sorry, try to phrase it in another way, Nyson. Sorry about that. I'm not understanding exactly what you're asking. Quick then options if longer than UVXY itself. Sorry, I'm just having a hard time understanding. I want to help you out, I do. I want to describe it a little more, but I'm not understanding the question. The expiration is 2 Fridays from now. Yeah, 2 Fridays from now. The price is not too far out the money, and your volatility trade. Yeah, the volatility trade, it triggered right here. So one, I actually did have a small bit in it already because of this curl up, just took it just in case. Now I see the second one, and that happened at the same time as the SPY. So once this happens right here, that curl up right there, you see that bar right there? Once I see that, I can go, oh, maybe I want to wait for that to get above the 9. Maybe I could even take it now. That would maybe be safer. And then I could see the SPY. I go, okay, that broke below the 9, so I can take that, right? This is just the timing. So anywhere in here is the timing. And actually probably don't include the green bar, right? Anywhere in these 3 bars is a good timing, in my opinion. Now, you have to note that that can turn back up. You got to know how to manage risk, but you would know that if we hit this daily, hey, maybe I even take 1 contract off just to sell 1 contract. And then I say, okay, if that 2-hour crosses, I still have a bunch more. But if that would bounce back up, I can react to the trade. And then that could save me from taking a loss in any way. Oh, sorry, Nyson. Yeah, so the difference is if I'm seeing crash signals, then I will take more likely just the 3x, right? I don't want to bank on a crash. I don't want to try to make a ton of money. I know that those crashes could just not happen. So if I see major signals that could start volatility, right? So it's like this. UVXY goes up if the SPY goes down and volatility goes up, right? So UVXY goes up when pretty much the SPY goes down. So when volatility is increasing, you'll see bigger bounces, bigger rip-arounds. So what I want to do is put myself in a situation where time is not against me. I can see this drop down. I can see it get a big pop. I can maybe, if I see signal, sell a little bit and then keep getting back in at those highs. Kind of like I'm pretty much selling the tops in a downtrend. So if I see the 30-minute go way down like this, I might, take 1-2 contracts of profits, contracts. I might sell a little bit of stock, then see that turn back up. And if that confirms back down, I can reapply that and go for the lower low, see if it's at a weekly, see if it's making divergence, know that a bigger 2-hour pop is coming. And then I can get completely out, wait for that 2-hour pop to give me some kind of signal that the 2 hours is going to turn back down. Then I can take it again, right? It's always a back and forth thing. But UVXY just can lose value very quickly. So that's why options can really beat you up if you don't, people say this all the time. Maybe you guys have heard this from other YouTubers. Any trade with volatility that's leveraged, really any leverage trade, you don't necessarily want to hold it long, a long period of time. Not long as in, calls. I'm saying you don't want to hold it for a long period of time. So when I take an option, you'll notice it's usually only like a thing that I see probably playing out in the next, I would say maximum 5 trading days. Justin, I bought the course. I appreciate you giving a lot of advice for free, so you deserve it. Hey, thank you so much, Justin. That's the goal here, man. I'm just trying to share what has proven to be good in my life and to make your life a little bit better. Right at the end of the day, we're like, hey, the course teaches you this, 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 and this. But really, at the end of the day, the course teaches you to be accountable for your trading. Take control of your trading. And that's the main thing, right? And then we're going to be here with you to be like your buddy that's trading alongside with you, who's just giving you a second opinion. Make sure you're seeing things correctly. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Justin. I'm feeling very thankful now. So when people do mention that at this time, Thanksgiving is a good time to reflect and just be like, man, I really appreciate you guys being here. Can you look at IonQ? Ooh, let's look at IonQ. I'll look at IonQ, and then Kalani, don't worry, I'm going to pop back over. All right, I'm going to pop back over. Now we notice that IonQ, that 2-hour, not able to see that next move up. So 2-hour dropping down. What does this mean? Is the daily crossing? Daily pullback is most likely here. All right. Which means I gotta send a text. There you go. How much is the course? Right now, the course is 90% off, and it is only $100. This will be the cheapest you can ever get it. We might do one more little thing on Christmas at that price. We'll see. I got to talk to Santa about it, you know what I mean? But for the most part, we just like to leave it at a discount, especially when things are looking like this. I really like that the course sale is still going right now, because this means volatility can increase, and that's where you really need the help, okay? Volatility increasing causes a lot of problems for traders, so that is down there. It is $100 for the full technical analysis course. You are never going to see a price better than that on any YouTuber channel, and it's $50 for swing trading, so you can both right now for $150. Yeah, I've traded divergence as my main income, but organize my thoughts and timeframes for a great structure to build around. Then I can bounce ideas off you live. Exactly, that's the goal of the channel. Lurgan Luke, I'm glad, because that is the literal, like, exact thing. When I was, I was like, if I'm gonna put out this, I want to make sure to be helpful. I don't want to be one of those guys that just like sells something and then goes away forever. I never go live or something like that. So yeah, that's a perfect justification for the goal there. Just bought the swing trade course. Thank you, Maurice. Really appreciate that. If you guys ever want to see the links, by the way, for these things, you can see on the screen. All you have to do is type !course and you can go check it out for yourself. Or you can type !Patreon after you take the course and go, ooh, I want some weekly expected moves. I'll calculate them for you, save you a solid 20 minutes, 30 minutes a week. Time is money. Do you think that 30-minute time frame is more accurate for predicting in day trading than 15-minute? I actually... there's two things. Yes. I will say yes. Now, what I've noticed, NF, let me give you a little tip, because I have done day trades before. My last extremely good day trade, which was just an option 3 days later, bought the option at the end of the day, woke up the next morning, made 15 grand off of like $4,000 or something like that in a matter of the first hour of the next day. I'll say that's my day trade, you know what I mean? That was based on a 30-minute triple divergence with a 2-hour divergence behind it at the same time. So 30-minute triple divergence, I did it. I was nervous to do it, and it happened, and it was on TLT, and TLT saw like a weird 4% up day, and I went, okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome, Maurice, isn't it? And like I said, guys, we're still adding to that course. If you get it now, anything I add, you will not have to pay extra for, okay? Just to be clear. But yeah, and if that's one of my things. I like the setup to be very, very obvious, and I sometimes like the setup to be at the end of the day. So all the foolery that goes on throughout the market, and then you wake up the next day and you see a big move, right? That's what I like, but I don't day trade, guys, so I can't give you too much on that. I would just tell you this, 15 minutes see crazy, crazy stuff. All right, if you go into a 15-minute, we could probably see a time where, you know, there's probably multiple divergences and some kind of push higher, and that can really fake you out, right? So one of those examples might be like, oh, this here. I don't know if you're paying attention to this here, but you got a bunch of wonky divergences. You only see a slight pullback. You end up going higher, making another point. You see that bigger divergence across the way. You finally get a dip down, but maybe you're convinced this needs to go in a negative trend. All it does is move sideways, react off the 5, go up again, and you violate all those. So I don't like 15 minutes too much across the board for anything. But obviously, if you have a strategy with a 15-minute, if you have a management of risk strategy with a 15-minute, you can be successful. It is possible. Is the course lifetime? Yes. It is not. And someone did ask me, they're like, am I paying $100 for an hour access to the course? I'm like, no. You buy it, you get it, you bought it. You're spending your hard-earned money on something. You're trying to learn. I think just the step of being like, I think it's impressive, the step of just being like, hey, there are things that I need to learn, right? You're putting kind of ego aside and just going, I need to get better at this. Maybe this can help. And it seems like a good option. I've heard what this person says. That's more what it's about. Oh, Dell's earnings. Oh, that's true. Okay. Someone did ask about Dell. I don't think we looked at it. Yeah, it'd kind of be pointless to like give people a course. And at least that's, I'd be surprised if people did that. Now, you did have a 2-hour signal before the earnings. Remember that earnings is a 50-50 flip, but you did get that 2-hour signal that said, hey, there's potential for major weakness at 142.17. 2308, sometimes they play out with the technicals, but overall, just know that E means 50-50%. I'll mention important things. Okay, so I'll mention things if it looks like a good setup and things like that. If I'm live, it's hard to do. But we do an update video for Patreon once a week. We're bringing those back and trying to really do those every week, right? Because sometimes I get busy with baby girl. One of the things that we were making you aware of was that, you know, this is just everything that was said in the Patreon was yesterday. We had a lot of things to talk about here with this. We had a lot of things to talk about with this, right? We were talking about this, I think it was yesterday, and just saying watch for it outside the monthly expected move to fail. Watch for if that goes up one more time to fail, right? So you should, if you're a part of Patreon, you definitely should have a good inclination of what's going on right here, and then how to manage your risk if something else did happen. So that's better. I put it in video format. If there's a setup around, usually I wait till things get to the weekly expected moves, and then I'll talk about those. Because I know Patreon is overall paying attention to those weekly expected moves thoroughly. So that's where we go through all of the stocks, and we just say, does this have a reversal signal? Does this one? Does this one? Does this one? So if you want that once a week in video format, where we'll physically draw out, just like we do on live video here, what these setups are setting up as right now during market hours, then yeah, that's going to be a good option for you. And sometimes we post important things. So if you guys noted, we actually posted yesterday showing, or actually this morning, showing this chart this morning on the SPX 500. All right, so we posted this morning showing the SPX 500. I would not say they are, I'm doing this to overall tell you like, hey, put a play in or something like that. I'm more doing it so you're aware, and then you have your strategy, you have your thinking, and then you have taken the course to know what I'm meaning by saying this showing weakness means downside is very likely, right? So that's what we posted this morning. We posted the weekly update video yesterday, and then we posted this over the weekend, right? Or actually, this was 2 days ago. So was that Monday? 2 days ago? 24 hours ago? 2 days ago? What? Today's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. I think it was Monday morning. I believe it was Monday morning. We told you about Bitcoin and the fact that it might see a big pullback here. Now, why did we think it would see a pullback here? Well, because that 4 hour was showing some weakness. Now it's dipping back down into the first support level right here. You can see that. And now that 4 hour might curl up. What could happen from that 4 hour curling up? Well, we could still go set up that divergence again, right? We could set it up, but the next time this turns down, it might be right by that center line. So now you knew early on that the 4 hour was going to pull back deeper. The daily was most likely going to cross. Did that cross? Yes, it did. So the likelihood that this is just going to be another trap is high. The likelihood that this just goes like this and fails, or goes like this and fails, is high. All right, so now all I know is, hey, now we're going to get a bounce. Do I see a 2 hour divergence, anything like that? You see it on the RSI, not the MACD at the same time, but you see it. Okay, we can maybe get a bounce from this. Okay, let's see if that 4 hour curls up. Do we see weakness in that in any way? Okay, that's going to fall. Okay, do we see weakness? No. Now we're seeing weakness. Okay, that's going to fall. Now we have triple divergence, really close to the center line, and Bitcoin goes bye-bye for a little bit of time. Do I think Bitcoin is super, super bearish going into the end of the year? Well, technically you would say this is a pullback, so that could be seen as bearish into the end of the year. But you do not have those big reversal signals up here. You'll notice at levels where you're going to see prolonged consolidation, right? You'll see these little things, right? We do see that now, so we could consolidate, right? But most likely you're going to see this just be a simple swing trade to the upside. So we just read into completely Bitcoin, and you just were aware of it because you were part of the Patreon. And I posted that. By the way, I didn't post that right away. You guys want to know what triggered me to post this? It was this move right here, when we lost the 5. Then we use the 5, try to take it back, we fail. So now, hey, swing trade opportunity might be there. Could this extend? Hell yeah. This just pulled back for you. If that 4 hour crosses in 4 hours, you might see this move up. Where could we go to? Well, this doesn't have to turn down, right? This could be a whole new thing, right? The daily turns back up, maybe we head way up there. But right now, the risk would be there's more room to the downside for a pullback than there is for the upside. So this is the risky one. Get people trapped above 100K. And then you dramatically pull back or consolidate. That'd be good too. I'm still down for that. That sounds good. So now for the SPY, we're just seeing what happens here. So if Bitcoin is going to go do that, what if the SPY does the same thing? We see the bad stuff here. What if that 30-minute just slowly comes down all day, and then towards the end of the day we go, oh, then on maybe early next week, or maybe we just see a move on Friday and that just gives it up. Sorry, I think I just burped into the mic randomly while I was talking. The way to put, hold on 1 second. Give me 2 seconds. So in the $100 course, we don't specifically talk about swing trading, right? We can mention it at times, but the swing trading course gives you the exact timings. So it'll just be like, okay, what things do I exactly need and when do I place that? Okay, awesome. How do I get out of a swing trade? Awesome. That's it. Keep it very simple. Exits, entries, all that good stuff with a little bit of background on MACD and RSI. Now, I will tell you this, right? If you don't want to spend the extra $50, you can easily put together, if you get good at the full technical analysis course, you can definitely put together swing trading. It is very simple, but I wanted to put the swing trading option there for maybe people who are nervous to go jumping into something and just know that that swing trading is a good level and then or is a good kind of base to set for yourself, and then it'll give you a little understanding of everything else. But if you take the full swing or the full technical analysis course and then you come back and you go, hey, I'm still having trouble swing trading, it might be worth to grab it, right? So technically, yes, you can put together swing trading. If you get good at technical analysis, you're going to be able to put it together. So I won't lie to you on that. But if you still have trouble with it, might be worth it to get it. If you just want to start at a base level, like very base level, you might want to get it. Wolf is moving. Yeah, Wolf's going to curl up into 30 on the 30-minute here. Maybe looking at a video next week for calls. Google is very slow in terms of price action after that sell-off. We'll see if that 30-minute can confirm up. That'd be big. What NVIDIA calls, I'd really need to see this thing not cross on the weekly. We would really need to see this 30-minute actually produce. And here's the good part about having this 30-minute on the MACD, not on the RSI at the same time. It gives us a hint, right? We mentioned this a lot. It gives us a hint. If they're not at the same time, then it's going to be very difficult to get back up to here, right? More so because the 2-hour position, this is something we more talk about in swing trading, the positioning of the MACD is very important. And you notice where we're going to. So what's a very likely thing to do right here if our weekly expected move is here? Well, we could bounce the rest of this. We could bounce, we could even bounce going into Monday. We could go past 140, uh-oh. That wouldn't be good. That's the most likely thing to happen for NVIDIA right now. With the signals we're seeing. So actually it's more like this. Most likely thing is to see downside. If this can turn back up and we see this go like that, then the most likely thing would be a head and shoulders. Could you please take a look at NEM? The gaps up and down are confusing. Oh no, let's go look and then we'll pay back attention to the market real quick. Yeah, gap up, gap down, gap up, gap down. Not good, but you did get a few hints here. Okay, so the gap up makes total sense. Triple divergence on the MACD. Ooh, rejection and rejection. Very cool. Rejection, rejection. Very smooth. Very cool. And you guys, today might be a big day for a lot of stocks that could go ballistic. Like AMC, GME, I don't know. We might need to pour some Japanese mayo because my wife just came downstairs and I got a Japanese egg mayo sandwich. Japanese mayo, egg, Japanese, what do I usually call it? I don't know. I got a Japanese sandwich today for the morning, breakfast sandwich. Oh, it's going to be a big day. Now looking at this, we just see triple rejection divergence. Very, very good. Able to gap above the 5, and we see that run. Now, what do we see there? Rejection divergence leads to reversal. And we see here that we have a downward divergence, and we see that actually confirming in these here. So that would be an inclination that we could experience a 2-hour pullback. What's the 2-hour doing? It's pulling back. Now, this is really close to going negative. It is negative actually right now. So we got to treat that like that can be bad, and that looks relatively controlled, so that could continue to be bad after retesting the 5. Now, if this is going to take back the 5, that would curl up the 2-hour, and you might still have the opportunity, and this is just a cup and handle. Right? But if this is going to take more time, then the 30-minute can get close to the center line like we're doing right now. You can experience one more drop. And then you want to look for an opportunity. If that drops too much, there's not going to be an opportunity. But if that drop takes you to the gap fill maybe, or maybe a little bit shy of that, but maybe even the gap fill, and you do this, and you see this on your MACD, well, haven't we seen that in the past? Huh. Yeah, it looks pretty good. That's how I would look into it. The gaps are rough, though, I would say that. Your BBY calls? Oh no. Oh no. Not the clearest divergence in the world. If the hourly turns up, maybe. If the 2 hour curls up, maybe. That's the biggest island reversal. That's the weirdest island reversal. Daily divergence. I don't know. This thing could see a reaction. Yeah. Yeah, I hope that helps, Nazim. Where can QQQ move down to? Wherever the SPY wants to touch its daily is what I'm paying attention to. So when the SPY touches its daily, I'll click back over to the Qs, and that's where I'm thinking. Right? We can do a lot till then. We'll see. Let me go look at some other stuff real quick. On Tesla, reacting down to the weekly expected move, seeing a bounce from that level. See if this 2 hour maybe, or at least 30-minute can whip up for a second. This is where things can start to bounce. Nvidia starting to get a little bit of love. Amazon still doing something crazy. That's a good sign. AMD reached down to the weekly expected move, not quite getting there, but coming down to the first support before you get there. Right at about 133.70. We reacted directly to that. AMC 30-minute might curl up. We'll see. GME 30-minute might curl up in, oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, so if this happens, it'll be very tight. But if you want to see something crazy from a stock, this is kind of what you want to see. Hasn't happened yet. But if this 30-minute curls up into the crazy area, right? The 32% chance area, 68 down here. So just so you're clear, by Friday, it makes more sense to end down here. But if this does this and we see some craziness, that would make total sense. If this 30-minute just turns up, we can see a good move and you're outside of a weekly expected move. So, and this did yesterday trigger my theory. So interesting. AMC triggered it 2 days ago, or like 2 or 3 days. 2 days ago? 2 days ago, yeah. Gold with a big reaction back up. I believe that went back into a, back into the, wait, no, I don't have this updated. Is it 244? Yeah, we're right on the weekly expected move now. We tried to take it back. Ooh, that could be just a potential cup and handle to head higher. 30-minute crosses down, bad things for GLD. DJT deciding to go in the downward direction. The 2 hour crossing down is not a good sign for DJT. What you are looking for from DJT is to curl back up on that 2 hour at any point in here. If you start to go deeper, you could end up making a divergence. That's what I'd be paying attention to. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the Qs most likely support. I mean, I would lean towards 500. 500's my put wall. Let's go check on volatility just for a brief moment here. Noticing that that's curling up, trying to go positive now. So this is where volatility might kick up. And then we'll watch for the reaction after testing the 5. All right, what are you guys chatting about? 30-minute for Palantir is down. Okay, 30-minute Palantir, yeah, that's going to be the lower high scenario. That's not a good sign. The 2 hour can follow from that. Okay, massive note about Palantir. If this 2 hour crosses over, I want you to treat it so seriously, like your account depends on it. This does not, I'm not trying to say this to be like, oh, take a play and you're gonna see a massive move. I just want to let you know of the risk of being long right here Things can always move higher, but the risk is what you want to keep in mind. The risk for Palantir right now is to end this week. Why am I talking so slow? Palantir, the real risk here is you could end up with this kind of loss by the end of the week, and it would make sense. Something like that. This could lose 22% in a matter of a day, and it would make sense. Okay? It is actually not unheard of. Now, do I think that is going to happen? I think it's not very probable to happen, but you are seeing signals that could make it happen. I ain't going anywhere near this thing. I'm not going to, probably not even going to short this thing, but I'm just looking at it and I'm going, I think that's a little risky, right? Hopefully this just turns down, bases out around 58, 48, and things look peachy, right? That's the hope there. So, let's see, it's probably expensive. Hasn't crossed yet, but that 30-minute turning down, yeah, that would be an inclination that this is going to, well, one, it's testing the 5, but now you more so have the lower high happening here, not necessarily creating the divergence. Good shot to test the high, go make a new one. What did we do? We tested the closing high. Weren't able to make a new one yet. So we'll see if that can whip back up off the 5. You're still positive, but really the inclination that this is going to head down is the 2-hour dropping there will be a big deal. But whoever was looking for opportunities, you might have to be just a little bit more patient, but there are some trades setting up. All right, let's go back over to the SPY. We want to keep our eye on this guy because this guy's not seeing anything too wild yet. Not even down to the key level yet. All right, guys, I'm going to take my time here and just try to eat a little bit. And then we're going to go put some Japanese mail on GME and AMC, you know what I'm saying? Justin, I'll try to look at JP Morgan. Just mention it in a little bit, if you could. Let me go look at this. I'm gonna turn my mic off. I feel like you guys can hear me chew or something. I don't like it. Just looking at some other stuff here. No curl up from NVIDIA yet. Do I see anything microstructure wise that can bounce this? No, not yet. If I start to see micros, I'll mention them throughout the day. I'm not really seeing too much yet. Just sitting, chilling, watching that SPY, seeing how far the Qs are going to go. Are they going to reach all the way down for 500 so the SPY can get to its daily expected move? We'll find out. But remember what I said this morning. Okay, here's a question. Is this making you feel bullish? That's true, Kalani. One of the hardest things is timing stuff, so you're right. But that's why that's why I space things out. If I'm really bad at timing, I can look for 2-hour trades. I can open those up a little bit. Only play 2-hour trades. If I'm really bad at timing, I could open it up and do 4-hour daily trades. slow it down. But once again, my question right now, isn't this making you feel a little bearish? Are you feeling a little bearish? Tell me. Not holding on profits, yeah. But as long as you're making profit, Kalani, you got to pat yourself on the back a little bit, man. Give yourself some credit there, you know? As long as you're like seeing positive numbers, you got to be proud of yourself a little bit, and then look for the next setup. I don't know. It's looking a little bearish, right? 5-day SPY looks bullish. Ooh, good point, Lizard. That's awesome, Kalani. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, 5-day, not too bad. All I'm saying is the goal is to get you bearish, most likely. And then if it's going to continue to be bearish, we're going to see big signals confirm. But if we're going to do this, they really want to convince people to go to the put side. It's starting to work. Starting to work. Qs could bounce at any time, pretty much. I think, remember we said it was at 502, I think, 502. Just below here is one. Not a big one, though. The 500 level is much more important. All right, let me finish this up. Hey, thank you, Kalani. Thanks for shouting me out. I appreciate you. But yeah, I still do it, but I try to get out of the mentality of like, oh, I could have made more money. I just try to be like, did I make money? Yeah, okay. Are you selling or buying? Well, I'm in this area. I would, if I'm trying to hold stocks up, then I would say I'm selling in these areas. The signals aren't very good. I still think it has a shot to get to here. I still think it has a shot to get to here. But if I was a long-term investor, right, if I was really just buying, holding stocks, and I see a signal like this, does this really make me want to hold something? With NVIDIA, does this really make me want to hold stocks right now? If I was an investor in NVIDIA, would I be like, oh, yay, I'm seeing a negative divergence on the weekly MACD? Probably not, you know? Probably not. So, if anything, we're seeing volatility try to make a base and the SPY try to make a top at the same time. Now, I still think we have potential for a corrective move and then get that Santa rally. That's what I'll be paying attention to if we start to fall from these levels, which the monthly expected moves do suggest. And the signals. Like, my thumbnail yesterday was this, and I was like, this isn't even the worst signal I could show you in the title. I was like, this isn't even the worst thing I can show you. You want me to make it worse? Let me just pull this up. Okay, that's really bad. You want me to make it a little bit worse? Oh God, if we experience a daily crossover, that's a little bit worse too. That's on a daily scale. You want me to make it even worse? Oh, just change the stock ticker real quick. Go look at NVIDIA on the daily. Uh-oh. On the weekly. Uh-oh. You know, it's like, so unless things change, I'm going to be pretty bearish here. I'm going to think some downturns coming. I think one more trap at 602, 603 is likely. So I'm paying attention to that, but it's not looking too good right now. They change the selling through time. Well, you're seeing these things hold up, and the thing with this is if they just do this for the rest of the week, that's going to be bad. You're hoping for AMC. If AMC closes below 450, kind of means there might be a chance they can fight the stock next week. But if maybe even go above $5 and close, that's going to cause short sellers some problems. GME, this one moving pretty good. They can withstand a little bit more, but above that, if you close above that, that's going to be a problem. like a problem for short seller, not a problem for the stock. Like it could turn into a problem for the stock, right? We can see that very obviously. But those are the opportunities where those short sellers can go under extreme pressure. Oh yeah, if you really blow up the time frames, it's like none of these look bad. It looks like GME might need a daily pullback, right? If you're looking at AMC on the daily, you're going, I just rejected. Why the hell would we reject on AMC? Like that shouldn't happen. You know how excited the stock is to go down when these MACDs cross down? It's like, oh, we're gonna head down, you know what I mean? We cross here, it's like, oh, negative territory, fuck yeah. We reject here. That's something that's not too exciting for the short sellers. I'll just say it that way. All right, let me finish up this sandwich. I got like 25% left, I promise. SPY still working, still working, still working. Coming into the first support, by the way. So if you're wondering where the first support technically for SPY is, it's at this this gap support right here. So you're kind of right at that. You're in gap support now, this little box in here. So if you break through that, then you're talking daily expected move, which I think is very likely at this point. I'm sorry, it just popped in my head again. Thank God it's not your mom's, thank God it's not your wife's chili. Oh, I'm gonna tell her that in a little bit and I'm gonna get in trouble, but it'll be worth it because it's funny. Yo, she was so sad. Oh yeah, JP Morgan, that's right. I'm eating, but I'm trying to look at stuff too. She was so sad though when I told her chili wasn't good because I'm an honest guy. One thing is simple swing trade to the upside. If this 30-minute can break above and close above, what's this wick? I guess you would just say like anything above 251.50. Then you'd probably cross up this MACD. You see a 30-minute move. Is that going to be a massive one? Well, you always have the chance to set up a divergence, so just be cautious, but it would be an inclination that could head higher. As you're looking at the 2-hour, I would really watch out if there's a trap up here. You might have already got one, so the bearish thing to pay attention to, right? The bullish thing was 30-minute curls up like this. The bearish thing would be if this 2-hour crosses down. That does most likely mean if that's a red bar closes below the 9. And especially at that point, it means it wants to go down. If it can't hold up at the 5, it might cross down the daily scale. Let's just real quick for JP Morgan look at the daily scale. Do we see major reversal signals? You have a divergence on the RSI, not on the MACD, which means this could be a big pullback, right? We could go down to gap support, turn back up, and then see what happens in January. Maybe we even go fill a gap. Maybe we see a big reaction. Who knows? Weekly scale. All right, that's where you kind of go weekly scale. I'm scared. All right, look how significant that is on the RSI. Not as significant on. It's not even there really on the MACD, so it could just be a big weekly pullback. But a big weekly pullback could mean 222, maybe at the best. The bad part would be if you go all the way down to 190. So 30-minute move higher is what you pay attention to now. If the 30-minute sets up divergence, you can start to see a, if that rolls, you can start to see the 2-hour roll, and that would be an opportunity in my book. The 2-hour here, if that just rolls, you might see a daily start to pull back. Have a blessed day. Tesla consolidated for one more downside. Let's go check on Tesla for you, Kalani, in case you're taking off. Consolidating for another move. Well, really, that would start to get into little 5-minute charts and stuff like that. You're actually noticing some divergence pop up on the RSI for a 5-minute, but very far away from the center line. Pretty controlled. If it remains that way, you can experience another drop on these short time frames, but we like 30 minutes better, right? If this 30-minute just turns around, the likelihood of a lower high is there, all right? So you might be consolidating on a 5, but you could start to consolidate or bounce on a 30-minute for a second to draw people back into it. Yeah, Justin, I hope that was helpful. What am I thinking for the Qs in this range? Well, the main thing I want to see for the Qs is We're breaking the daily. I know there's some orders at 502, which is just below where we're at now. So that could be a little bit of support, but the better orders, the big amount of orders is at 500, which is pretty much where our zone starts, right? Is right before we get to our zone. That would be a time where if we got down to there, it's where I want to pay attention to the SPY as well. Qs look bad. The 2-hour hasn't confirmed yet, but the SPY hasn't even gotten to a daily. Once the SPY gets to a daily, I'm going to look if the Qs are getting a bounce. Because the SPY could easily do what we were talking about, trick people one more time. We have a shortened trading week. They can do funky stuff. Trick people one more time. I still think this has a good shot to get to 602 or 603. Now, if we start to curl over 2 hours, I'll probably stop saying that, say it's a little less likely. Does that help, Mr. Dan? You understand what I'm thinking? So right now for the Qs, I'm paying attention to a put wall because we're below the daily expected move. And then the other thing I'm paying attention to for the Qs is any time the SPY hits its daily expected move. IWM is reversing. Very good. Okay. So watch out for this, but just know if that doesn't cross back down, it's not there. Okay, awesome. Awesome, Mr. Dan. Thank you for the question. Oh, no, you're good. You're good, Chris. Yeah, so to clear it up for anyone that's new here, and maybe I'll put like a color chart up or something like that, but we do see these red lines. The thin red lines are going to be your daily expected move. Obviously, the upper one will be above where price starts for the day. The downward one will be below it. So when I say move towards a daily expected move, that's more when I'm saying the direction it's taking now, and then I'll say, okay, that's going to move to a daily expected move. That would be the bottom one because we're moving in the downward direction. Okay? So the dailies are in red. The weeklies are in purple. So what I'm saying is today we could react down to a daily. Everyone gets bearish on the Qs. We react off of the 5-day moving average. And then we end up seeing an upside move to go maybe to a weekly to trap some people. And then on Friday, maybe we start to turn down. Now, why would I want to pay attention to this? Because it is then outside of the monthly expected move, which is in yellow. All right, Chris? Hey, thank you. Thank you for saying that. What is that? Thank you, J.O. I don't know if your name is J.O., but Osama, what's up? Thank you for saying that. Yeah, more so just trying to talk about how these things move, right? Talk about how these things move, talk about where the risk is. Less trying to be like, I think this exact thing will happen. No, I'm just showing you something that's in my head so that you can be aware of how these things move, right? I've watched markets for a long time to know that during a holiday week, do they really want to, like, think of it from a mental perspective. During a holiday week, do they want the market to crash? Or maybe they want to make people feel fluffy and good and go buy everything for Thanksgiving and Black Friday and then, uh-oh, something bad. That's the psychology side, right? I like psychology a lot. But I need to read more psychology. I haven't read psychology in like any kind of study or book in like a month. I need to read more. Happy Thanksgiving, Jeremiah. Are you concerned at all about the strength in the yen right now? USD JPY is falling. Carry trade unwind 2.0 coming. Jack, that is a good thing to point out. And here's the thing, Jack. I pay attention to that stuff, but at the same time, that stuff can make moves, and then you can see the reaction from the market a little bit later. So most of the time when you see something like that about to take over, about to make some selling happen, about to make some buying happen, you're still going to see these signals form in the charts. And so if I keep things simple and I just say, I don't care why the SPY pulls back here, whether it's tariffs, whether it's the yen, whether it's unemployment, whether it's yields, whether it's whatever. I just want to go, does this look like the signal that could have weakness and momentum? And then if I know how to manage the trade, I can feel less risky, and then I'll hear the news the next day. That's just how I've experienced it. I used to be, early on, I was trying to be freaking Warren Buffett when I was young, right? I was trying to do I'm going to get into fundamentals and just buy a stock, hold it forever, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that really backfired on me for, the company I wanted was very fraudulent, and that made sense why the numbers look so good, but no one was buying the stock at the time. Yeah. So that's when technicals came into play for me for the most part. That's when I started my journey, and then I got really serious about it, and now I'm at the level I'm at now, and I could not be happier with my technical analysis because technicals have helped me so much. The yen has been falling in the last few days. See, now if that yen falling, I haven't looked at those signals lately, but if the yen falling right now is producing possible negativity in markets to come, notice that we've headed higher over the last 3 days. But maybe that's because the yen is falling that we're heading higher. Who knows? I got to look at the correlation. I don't know if it's a positive and negative correlation right now. I got to look how these things are correlated at this moment. Which company was that? Bro, I deleted them out of my brain. They are no longer a company, I can tell you that. I don't know. I bought them with my Charles Schwab account. I do not even remember the name. I think I was 22. All I know is they took all my money and I didn't get anything back. But it's cool though, because I didn't get my money back, but all the banks got their money back from giving them like loans and shit, investing. So that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, Osama, I'm sorry, not Osama. Jack, what do you think about it? How do you think this plays out? The Japanese yen has found itself tightly correlated with US stocks, and it's been dropping over the last 3 days. Once again, maybe I'll look at it on my day off tomorrow. For Turkey Day, maybe I always got to do some work, you know what I mean? I'm just one of those people, but the Japanese yen is falling, is tightly correlated with US tech stocks. Well, you would say, well, if that's been dropping for 3 days, the Qs have been going up for 3 days, technically. That doesn't look good. There's the 2-hour rolling. We got to pay attention. Okay, 2 hours still hasn't rolled. So we still have that opportunity. And we are going to be live a little bit longer, right? We're going to be live, actually, a little bit longer. What am I saying? What am I saying? In a little bit here, I'm going to take like a 30-minute to an hour break. I'm going to show a movie worth watching which deals with markets and its manipulation. Which movie was that? Let's see. Well, the really entertaining ones are going to be The Big Short and Dumb Money. Big Short and Dumb Money. Yeah. Now, some interesting ones, some funny money ones are like, if you've seen some good, just good money movies would be like Catch Me If You Can, you know what I mean? But I would highly suggest, I mean, I own both of those movies. I actually buy them on YouTube. You guys know what I do for fun. I'll tell you something I do for fun while we're watching The Spy here. So whenever I see major crash, like signals that look like major weakness and we could go into a stock market crash, guess what movie I watch? I watch The Big Short. Whenever I think that the AMC and GME have a high potential to see some kind of short squeeze, you know what movie I watch? Dumb Money. Did I just stumble into an all-day stream? Holy shit, Jeremiah. Maybe you should put a like on this channel or something. I don't know. And we brought up MacGruber. If you just need a funny movie, MacGruber's so freaking funny, man. God. It is the funniest one-liner movie I think I've ever seen. That's not a money movie at all. I just, sorry, was... It's another interesting one. I have them on my list now. Yeah, I highly suggest you watch Dumb Money right now. And then, here's all I'll say. I'm going to watch Dumb Money this week. And I like to watch Dumb Money when I think AMC and GME have high potential for good things. Right? So I'm going to watch that this week. And then I'm going to watch The Big Short in January. Tug! Tug! You guys okay? Seriously, if you're in a bad mood, you know, it's worth it. Fucking watch MacGruber. It will put you in a good mood. A little vulgar sometimes, but it's funny. Okay, on SPY right now, seems like bottoming on the 5-minute, MACD curling up and hitting that support level of 598.25. What would invalidate this and make it keep going down today? Okay, so let me just, I got one more bite. I'm a slow eater, guys, I'm sorry. Okay, trading places is not bad. You're right. You're right. Okay, so one thing here. So since you're looking at a 5, let's break it down in a 5. What you're noticing is you're getting the first inclinations of a bounce. You are correct. You are seeing the... Sorry, I hope you're not hearing gross noises. I'm like, I took too big of a bite. You are seeing the inclination that this wants to slow down. But is this like fantastic? Not necessarily. Why was this really good even though there was no divergence? Because we saw a rapid move up and we held that structure and then got another confirmation into positive territory. So you're going to have to most likely see that again if we're going to get a random base here. I think it is more likely that this is going to leak out all day. Get people bearish all day. Don't give them a bounce in sight. So what we could go through now is, you're seeing this. What we could go through now is maybe we start to do this slowly. And then towards the end of the day, we start to do this. What that would do is give you the 5-minute signal. And this was a lot, the reason I'm pointing out divergence here, I know I point it out all the time, it's just because it makes things so simple. But I'm also pointing it out because divergence is how they trick you. People don't pay attention to divergence a lot, which is interesting. It's like everyone kind of has an idea of what it is, but it's like when they see it, they don't know what to do. But divergence is one of the best trap signals. So if we are going to make a trap as we test the 5-day moving average, we might say, oh yeah, this is the bottom, this is the bottom. Okay, guys, we're gonna go higher, and then it crosses back down. And then it starts to head down a little quicker. That would get people to go, oh crap, this thing really is heading down. Look at the cues. But then you know what you're looking for here, which is just, hey, do I see that 5-minute? Now the other option is we don't see any of this. Right? Still pointing down. Okay, I'm done chewing. God. So the other option is we just do this and then we V-shape, right? If we V-shape, that would be another option. And that's where we just look if our 30-minute or a 15 can really confirm some upside, right? We can probably even look at a 15. I hate 15s, but if this just kind of went spike down and turn back up, we do this, turn back up, you have that opportunity to maybe make the lower high or something. The better signal is the 30-minute. Now, the other option is if this doesn't hold up, you do this, maybe you bounce a little and you turn down. Be cautious. The 2-hour can curl over from that. You're already seeing the cues really flirt with it here. Look at that. Look at that. You got 2 hours exactly now. So we will be live all day. I will take little 30-minute to an hour break here in a moment, but I will be back in a little bit. And I'll try to peek at my phone periodically to make sure we're not seeing some kind of basing out structure. But so I'll actually do that now since it's the beginning of the 2-hour bar. I'll still leave you guys up on a 30-minute. I'm just going to take a short break here, and then I will be back, okay? I will be back in about 30 minutes. I'm just going to take a short break, get some water, use the restroom, talk to baby girl for a little bit, and I'll be back in just a moment. Hard job right now. All talking heads bullish. I think weakness in the semis tells us down now. You're the man. We appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Jack Katz. I'm kind of following what you're saying, and I think we're just repeating the same things back and forth. I mean, it's kind of like people really want this to be bullish, and that made total sense from the CPC. What was it, yesterday? CPC yesterday coming in down here, if I change it to a line, coming down here to 0.62, I think it was, 0.62. So you think people were very bullish yesterday? Yeah, it seems to be. And then we noticed that today is turning out to be kind of lackluster, so unfortunate. We will see when I come back. If we start to curl up on 30 minutes, guys, without reaching a daily expected move, know that is always possible. If you want, we can leave you on a 5-minute. Let's leave you guys on a 5-minute and see if we consolidate sideways or see a big reaction here. Another note at this key level before I take off for 30 minutes. That's the level where you can create some bad things. Now, is that just going to be give us enough gas to head down to a daily and then we see the reversal signal? That's something we'll play around with. But I'm going to leave you guys on this for a little bit here, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I'm going to write a little note here. Text. Let me write a note here so you guys can. All right, we're going to put this up here for you guys so you can see it real quick. Put it right in the middle. Now let's make it a little smaller. You guys can read that, right? Let me see it on my screen. We're good. We're going to do that. And if you subscribe, I'll shout you out when I get back. All right, guys, so give me about 30 minutes here. I'll chill for a little bit, and then I'll come right back. Let me just grab some water and stuff, talk to baby girl. Peace out, guys. I'll see you in a second. All right, guys, what happened? Also, 24-hour stream? To 24 hour? Yeah. I don't know about that one. We'll see. It bounces till it doesn't. All right, well, there's a 5-minute signal. Now you're starting to make a 5-minute signal here, right? Trying to. Lucas, puts printed. That's what happened. That's what's up. I did notice something with Palantir. I did notice that was dropping down pretty dramatically now. We are noticing a 2-hour cross. This is a very bad sign for Palantir. Obviously, we can see reactions off of this right here. Also, the freaking stuff I was working on before this, so people could easily access links and stuff like that. Just gonna have to work on that, okay? We're gonna have to work on that. Technically, I should edit this. We'll just do this for now. Let me edit this. Just putting that up because people ask all the time. So let's just leave this here for a little bit today, huh? All right. Now we're back to good. Just want to make sure that's up there. But we do notice Palantir crossing over on the 2-hour. Got an hour and 21 minutes left for confirmation. That is closing below the actual moving average for the 2-hour. We always want to be open to the 30-minute as it is positive if that is able to bounce off of the 5-day moving average. Just wanted to point that out. For the SPY, we can notice the Q is heading down lower, right? Going down just slightly lower. We'll look on a 5-minute just to see if there's anything to go off of here. A little bounce. Looks like right when I took off, looks like we had a little bounce right then. Now we're still showing that upside. Now you're seeing that squeeze behavior to the downside. Not a good sign. So 30 minutes still dropping. SPY heading down to the daily expected move. So good timing coming back at this moment. This is where traps can be set. So let's go look for hints somewhere. Volatility. Does that look like it's going to turn down on a 30-minute right now? Does that look like it has 5-minute anything right now? No, it looks like the 2-hour has confirmed up, and that's not good. If the 4-hour confirms up, guys, volatility is most likely here. All right, we can see some funky stuff on Friday, right? We're reacting to the 5. We'll see if we get just straight up rejected, if this is some kind of absolute, like just like you would say, just trap with no signals behind it. If this is going to be some trap right here, then we're just going to see this completely just rip off of this 5-day moving average. You guys, let them know we're back. If you have not hit that like button yet, hit that like button. We're streaming all day today. I put 24-hour stream. I have done a 24-hour stream before on my, back when I was a comedic streamer, and that was hell. I did not enjoy that very much, but some streamer like Minx ended up watching my channel and putting me on some Twitch dating show or something like that. Puts printed though. So let's look around. DIA showing a great signal here, just confirming, by the way. This is what you're looking for. This is a great little signal here. Yay for the all-day stream, cheers. Yeah, hit the like button so that we can see more people in here. Let's get some peeps in here today for Thanksgiving. Now we see this is actually creating a reversal signal, relatively still remaining controlled, right? Relatively, this could be behaving worse. We'll see that it has crossed down. It's not in negative territory, so we should be open to that, always bouncing off of the 5-day moving average. We notice that the 2-hour is showing divergence here. What likes to roll over 2-hour divergence? Well, 30-minute divergence. So you could be seeing the top for the Dow Jones right now. And you're seeing on the 2-hour how this is so easy to see. Seeing on the 30-minute how you have that weakness in momentum on both the MACD and RSI at the same time. God dang it. Come on. just gave my wife shit about losing the keys all the time and taking them with her everywhere. And then I just took them with me down here. I'm an idiot. All right, 30-minute though. The reason we're paying attention, very significant divergence at this point, right? We paid attention when it was this significant. This one is pretty significant as well, just a little bit tighter. And so watch out. These 2 hours confirming down can be rough. And we can see some downside from that. We can see a daily pullback, right? We don't necessarily want to lean too much towards the I would say major top at this point, just because too many stocks have signals that say, hey, we could just be experiencing a pullback. So one thing I want to see here is we notice on the MACD, the Dow Jones here, the DJI, not showing the divergence at the same time. So that's going to be key in understanding this could be a downturn that ends up turning back up. All right. For the SPY, this is a little more worrisome. It means the SPY maybe can see more weakness. Notice that the Dow Jones with this move has gone like this, and it could just pull back to here maybe. SPY, it would be leaning towards maybe we see something like bad, and then we actually form something towards the middle of December and get some kind of rally. We'll pay attention to the signals right now. They are not looking the best. We'll see if we can get this 30-minute bounce off of the 5. Okay, notice as we reach down to that area, now the Qs are going to start to bounce. This is when we start to pay attention as we get closer and closer to those moves. I'm going to go click around on my other charts real quick just to see NVIDIA trying really hard to get some buyers in. Good possibility of a bounce back above 135.15 by Friday close. And that's just because you have a divergence on the MACD, not on the RSI. So that would lean us towards, for NVIDIA, if you're paying attention to this, very key level at 135. 30-minute is showing divergence. It is only on the MACD. It is only on the MACD. Slight divergence on the MACD, nothing here for the RSI. If you want to, you could say it's flat. But that means we can see a reaction. Are we going to react, get that 2-hour bounce now, and see this head up like this and then fail? Or are we just going to keep failing? That's something that we need some answers to. Do I think this is a great trade setup that's definitely got positivity? No, I would not be overexcited to take NVIDIA calls. Even if this did go up, that's fine. It's just the weekly signal is scaring me away from taking any kind of NVIDIA calls here. We can look at the SPY again just to make sure we're keeping an eye on these things. And I'm going to finish clicking around on my other charts. AMD is at a critical level. Critical level to the downside. Meta rejected. All right. So we were talking about Meta. If you watched yesterday's video, we were just talking about how last night's YouTube video, if you really were paying attention to it, the consensus there was it's going to be very difficult to head up because the options market would be completely taken off guard across the board. Like almost across the board. You had multiple stocks that were reaching their limit or way above their limit already. And to say that something crazier than something crazy is going to happen, I mean, at that point, you're like the Joker or something, that level of crazy. So we're seeing that come off. Microsoft, perfect, exactly what we mentioned in the video last night. Now, Microsoft could be setting up a cup and handle, right? We talked about that. Google rejecting off of where we said it should reject off of. That's great. We want to see if these things start to curl down on 2-hour charts, hourly charts. As far as AMC and GME goes, AMC is still consolidating in this area. Very risky for a drop. For sure, it's very risky for a drop. I noticed someone in the chat saying, you know, I like GME. I kind of hope it pulls back before earnings. And you see, and I agree with that. That's okay. I want it to pop off at any time. I don't care. Anytime's good. Right now you have the weakness. We're not able to confirm the move up, but we are holding up in here. And the big thing is we're building liquidity. What happens when you build liquidity? We could see a big move. Where's the weakness? The weakness is technically for the upside move. But if you get enough good news or bad news, you'll see this move. Boom. This is pretty much, it's building momentum. And when this breaks, it's going to distribute that momentum in a certain direction. And so we want to be very clear if this 2-hour crosses, that most likely is a break, and we can head all the way down to the 5. We could head all the way down to 455. And if it's by Friday, we could end up down below 450 and end up at 437. It's sad, but it can happen. It's AMC. But there's a lot of liquidity building. I mean, the only thing that looks bad about AMC is the 30 minutes not curled up. GME, same thing, right? The 30 minutes not curled up, but the 2 hour is, the daily is. Now, daily pullback, I see why you're saying that, because this would be super nice. This would be great. Right, let's say the whole market downturns, right? There's some kind of downturn and GME suffers from that too. GME falls down for a couple of days. You see this cross, maybe only 2 days, and then you actually see like a little 2 hour divergence and then that thing just takes off. So I'd be paying attention, but for the most part, we got to see what happens. Earnings can really do pretty much whatever they want, you know? 50-50 flip, 50-50 flip. No, Chris, I'm not that much of a stickler. Like I said, this channel, I'm mainly just saying I want to be helpful. That's why things are cheap. That's why I give out a lot of info for free. And that's why we really just encourage accountability and learning on this channel. So no, I'm never going to hide something from you. If you want to, I'm going to click on this right here. You can literally just screenshot that right there and just know pretty much everything I look at. Right, sometimes I pay attention to Bollinger Bands on my other charts. That's how you get the SMA, the 1 day 5 close. You can see that there. And then you can see the SMA 950, 180. Now you do have to change these on the SMAs, okay? Because like you'll notice here, I have a 200. I believe I have a 200. Oh, maybe it's in this. Maybe I added it. So this gives you a 9, a 50, a 200, and the ability for a 20 and a 7. So I use a 9, a 20, a 50, and a 200. And the only one that is an EMA is my 20. Yeah, I'm not gonna, you know, try to just be like, come on. If you want to try to use an indicator, I'm gonna tell you about it. If you want to learn how to use it properly, that's in the course, right, Chris? Lucas wakes up in the morning, decides to goat charts. Do you think I was a goat this morning by saying, if we do this, I'm going to love it? That's what I'm saying. I'm always like open to the best scenario for me. Hey, thank you, Chris. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Chris. That is awesome. And right, a lot of that, you know, a lot of the reason that Chris is even able to be here is because of you guys, right? We're around Thanksgiving. We got to be thankful, and we got to look back and reflect and be like, hey, the only reason that Chris was able to see this channel was because some people, when I had 50 subscribers back in August of 2023, when I put out my first video, I had like 10 subscribers maybe in the first week. And those 10 subscribers liked the videos. Those 10 subscribers watched. And then 50 subscribers started to watch and like the videos. And then 100, and then 1,000. And then we just kept going. So what I'm trying to say here is, you know, pat yourself on the back. You know, if you've been a part of this channel for a long time, maybe you can shout out how long you've been watching these videos. Shout out how many months you've been subscribed. That'd be cool. Some of you will be like, today. Some of you will be like, a week ago. Some of you might be like 8 months ago. And I think that's awesome. Or just a bit of a pullback on holiday volume. This is what I'm thinking, Michael Murphy. Okay, I'm really liking the, okay, so when we are reaching tops, a good thing to ask yourself is how, if I was wanting to hurt the most amount of traders, how would I do it? And we discussed it this morning, Michael, at the very beginning of the video. I tried to put it at the beginning so that if you wanted to, you could go to it. We'll just say it again. The way that you hurt the most amount of traders this week is they don't want a crash to happen with Thanksgiving. Psychologically, that's a bad thing for the people. So they shoot it down. They have the Qs, and we said this all before the price action. The Qs will cut below this daily expected move, allow the SPY to get to this daily expected move, and then once the SPY gets near or test the 5-day or go to the daily expected move, right in this area, you could bounce. Then you could see an uptrend even going into Friday for a little bit of time, and then you get up to 602 to 603, maybe maximum 604. We'll look at the daily expected moves. So then you set one trap. Everyone gets bearish. If people are bearish enough, you set the next trap to then trap the bulls. Then weekend. Right? That's really the behavior that would hurt people the most. Now, what is the most simple way to figure out if this market is going to come down? It's if the SPY crosses down on a 2 hour. The SPY is the one with the divergence on the 2 hour. Okay. In order to complete this 2 hour divergence and be a full sell signal, in my opinion, I would need to lose the this point. Right? If I lose that 5 and we close out here, that's going to be a big problem. You're going to cross over this MACD. So that's what we're paying attention to. We're paying attention to a trap scenario. We're paying attention to the trap is already set scenario, which could be a possibility. Watchman. Is your name Watchman because you like watches? Are you watching men? No. No, welcome. Really appreciate your analysis. I hope I can someday learn what you know. Well, there's the courses. That's a good place. And then if you are obsessive enough, like I am, for years and years and years, and probably put in, I don't know how many hours I've looked at charts now. It's been so long. Man, the grass that I could have been touching. You know what I mean? The grass that I could have touched over the last 7 years, just when I really started to focus on technicals, the amount of grass I could have touched, man. Unfortunate. But yeah, it's a good place, and then you can always come here for clarification. Don't think, you guys, if you're planning on taking the course, it's great if you have a long weekend, dedicate yourself to some learning, but make sure to spend time with family, guys. That's what this is important around these times. But if you're going to take the course, just know you can always come back to the live video, ask for a clarification question, right? If you have something that's confusing you. And then if we're able to tackle that live, that's good. If not, I might encourage you to send me an email and I'll try to get you to understand things the way that I'm speaking about it, right? Clear things up as much as possible. Dollar cannot go up as yields and the market. Well, the dollar is going way down and the yields are going way down. And so it's just interesting to see these correlations, right? Notice the dollar going down, the yield going down. Right? It's pretty much like, hey, whenever the dollar goes down, I can buy TLT. Whenever the dollar starts going up and the yields start going up at the same time, I could sell TLT. God. Isn't that funny? That'd be easy trades. So dollar saying, hey, I need to pull down fast. Now this, who brought it up earlier? Who brought up the yen? This could be interesting. That could be interesting. It might be worth looking into the yen now. Yeah, TLT is definitely the long trade. We'll see if these yields can whip back up at some point. They've been pulling back a little bit longer than the dollar, I guess. Yeah, a little faster. One thing to keep in mind is the SPY. We have the dollar dropping. We have these have been in a positive correlation, which is technically not the correct correlation. But now you're seeing them shoot down. So are they going to continue the positive correlation, or are we about to go into a negative one where we actually see dropping yields is good, dropping dollar is okay, like that's buying, right? Or are we seeing some kind of collapse here altogether? We'll find out. Mainly just want to pay attention to the short time frames. And then now I really am, because the dollar's really coming off, now I really am going to look at the yen over the weekend. Yeah, I think the first hour and the last hour are the most important. The 20-year? I got the 10-year here. Hold on. Did I do that wrong? Uh, 30-minute you don't really want to look at. I mean, you probably have a 2 hour across the way. Yeah, if you confirm 2 hour divergence, then you can bounce in these areas. If you confirm that, you can. The likelihood that that's just going to be an upturn to reject off of a 5-day moving average is relatively high. It can reverse the trend, though, for a little bit. I would just watch for rejection at the 5-day moving average. Yeah, daily scale still coming down pretty quick, but you're right to be looking for, is it on a 4 hour? No, so what I want to see for this actually, so I'm thinking this actually bounces, like, you know, if these confirm. If the 2 hour can confirm, I would say, yeah, a good likelihood to bounce, maybe rejects off of the 5-day as that comes down. The reason we'll talk about that is because the 4 hour doesn't have the big reversal signals. right? Some kind of strong base for the 20-year yield. If that's, I'm pretty sure that's what someone was asking about. Don't want to pay attention to a 30-minute here. I wanted to see if we could get some hints from volatility too. Let me look at volatility on my other charts. That way I'm not clicking back and forth too much. VIX, rejecting. Okay, so this is important for volatility. Something that I've marked off for a long time. I think I marked this line off sometime in the last 2 years, I believe. This was a new relative line, but I've really started to like this level over the past 2 years. 1504. You'll notice a lot of times we see resistance at 1504. You'll see when we break through, we see good moves from 1504. You'll see when we react below it, we try to take it back really quick, 1504. We lose it, again, we drop down pretty quick. What are we doing? Ooh, the 5-day happens to be right there as well, and we are now rejecting off of 1504. So what does this tell me? Well, this tells me that we could see maybe one more move higher if we're going to continue this behavior. So let's really pay attention to the SPY. Let's see if even a 15-minute curls up, right? I want to keep it tight. Is that 15-minute close to the center line? Yeah, it's pretty close. And we could see that. We still can't. You're really close to that center line. Have you crossed over the 2-hour? No. Have the Qs? Yes. But what if they buy it all back up in the next hour? Let's look at the Q. This had more selling. Qs are starting to make tapering. Qs are starting to taper on the short time frames. Now this is, I'm not ever encouraging day trades, but you're starting to taper. You taper again, you might end up back in this daily expected move by the end of the day. Now you got some time, right? We don't have a solid divergence, we just have a rejection divergence. I like it when it's solid, makes it easy to look at, makes it simple. SPY not really showing much down here. You have the divergence, but it's not even a rejection divergence, right? It's just a divergence on the RSI. So you could see this bounce and go like this and then taper off, because this hasn't tapered off much at all. Yeah, you really haven't. That's a terrible drawing, Luke. What the f? Maybe I should use a line so I'm not an idiot. All right, we see that. Then we see this way. We probably need to see this way. Ooh, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So we'll find out. IWM. Oh, IWM, we just got to see if that 30-minute can curl up, man. That is such a juicy looking 30-minute, and it's just not doing it. This one I'm worried about. Not even by a 5-day yet, so I'm a little worried about the Dow. And for the volatility, you do have a 2-hour that has crossed up. So if we do see positivity, that could be short-lived. All right. If we want to see stronger positivity, you're going to need this 30 minutes to rotate back down. You're going to need SPY to curl back up. So now it's like, what if we just doodle around, turn down, turn back up, right? On the 5. We can look at a 5-minute for a while, though. We'll see if we V-shape, right? See if we V-shape. I still think you're going to want to see something down here for the MACD to actually base out. We can head, you see how if we keep this like little structure here, like this, we go, then we curl down for a short minute here. Get people bearish. Right when they're bearish, we whip it back up. 5 minutes are very skeptical though. Okay, this is not trying to take a trade. Everything that I'm drawing here is in no way me trying to take a trade. Right? We will talk about in the course microstructure and when you can pay attention to it. But this is not me trying to take a trade in here. This is me trying to figure out, am I going to bounce here? And then if I do bounce here, what do I need to pay attention to next for the real trade? That's what that's about. Bounce coming, 15-minute green candle. SoFi setting up the 30-minute divergence. SoFi did not look good, man. And then, did it turn back up, though? Ooh, okay. SoFi, we'd hope to see a little bit more positivity out of you. We'd hope to see just a little bit more positivity, just a little bit. But we'll take a lower high. I think you have the chance that this goes like that shortly. And maybe even into Friday. And then I'd watch for a little blip on Friday that tells you, watch out. But it's been a very positive stock. So if it's curled up and there's no reversal signal confirmed, don't bet against stuff, guys. It's very simply. Why are you not trading today? I am trading today. I do have a trade today. I have volatility. I had volatility in these areas. One was just a scale in based off of the 30-minute divergence. Saw that pull back today. Saw the confirmation from the SPY and the confirmation from volatility, and the rest of the position is in there. So 34%. And then the other one I'm thinking about still, I'm really thinking about is Palantir. I think Palantir has a good opportunity here for a daily pullback. In about 57 minutes, I will make a decision. Yeah, so it's not that I'm not trading. It's just I'm really just trying to be here and be helpful for you guys for a full, day. To what price? Oh, my dad texted me. Let me look at this for him real quick. Oh, God. It's still controlled, actually. This isn't uncontrolled. People are funny. People are funny. Well, actually, originally, Kevin, at the beginning of this video, someone was mentioning, I need to make money today. I had a big loss yesterday. And that's what we were mainly talking about. Like, hey, I don't have to trade today, right? I was, for the most part, sitting on my hands, just looking at AMC and GME, seeing what happens with it, right? And then hedging against that, but had the small scale in with volatility, but just nothing crazy. But then I see all these things happen and I react. So originally I was like, we'll see how this leaks out over time. Then, an hour later, all of that changed. And that's just, the trade like water method. I planned on not doing too much. Oh, we see this confirmation. Let me take a play on it. Let me manage risk for the day. And since I'm live all day, we get to talk about it throughout. So still holding on to the volatility play. That's the main one to pay attention to. What we want to see, though, is if this 15-minute crosses up, it's still close enough to go positive. So we don't like that. So we're seeing if we see any microstructure to kind of tell us, like, hey, this is going to base out in some way. But does that mean I'm going to sell my position, or does that mean I'm going to possibly scale in at another time? That's a different story. Home sales were garbage. Yeah, I saw some reports on the home sales. I like to look at HGX. It's one of my personal favorites there. But you look at home builders. Oh, not MV. Home builders here. I like Nail. So what we're noticing is it's in a key level. So the key thing that we were pointing out with HGX, you'll notice these look very similar. Left, head, right shoulder. Okay, if all that would form, that would be good. What are you noticing right now? The 2 hour is curling down. So that tells me maybe we pull back to the 5, maybe we go fill a gap, make it a little bit deeper. Maybe we fill this gap all the way down here. Now we would hold maybe a line right here and just say that is probably the most likely area around this gap that we could see this pull back and then produce an upside move. Watch out if it's a trap, right? If there's a trap set up, be able to react. And then if you just curl up, okay, perfect. We can see some more upside, but that's how I see it right now. I am not necessarily seeing reversal signals that could be bad unless this is somehow down on a daily, right? Unless this somehow turns down on the daily. If that 2 hour just never turns back up, you can start to cross down on a daily. That's when you get worried. Right now, I think you have a good opportunity to make structure. Oh, VIX. Yeah, I use UVXY, Carlos. Sorry about that. I like to trade back and forth. I'll trade UVXY. If I think there's going to be a big downturn for a long time, I'll just buy it with regular stock, regular shares. If I'm going to take a quick play on it, because I think it'll just be a quick reversal and maybe go back up, I'll just take a 2-week option. And so right now, I think we have the opportunity for a quick turnaround, and then we end up turning back up. That's what I think happens. So right now, I'm doing an option play. It was up an hour ago, now down. I was going to buy some long-term puts. Yeah, if the daily crosses, maybe. For XHB here, I think it was the weekly signal. Let me double check. Yeah, the weekly signal was really bad. So it really leans you towards, do you really think we're going to see this to the upside when we've confirmed weekly divergence? Most likely that's going to struggle. We can really see how these highs are kind of lining up with each other. Okay, so getting all the way up there, a little bit less likely. We're also seeing potential wedging coming in on the weekly scale here as well. We'll just draw it kind of sloppy. So maybe we do have one more move up, right? Maybe you have one more move up, and then you end up curling back down. So what you're looking for here is, this is a bad signal. It's really, really bad. If this can go like that one more time, then it gets even worse, honestly. So we'll see what happens with it. I don't think it looks the worst right now based on the shorter time frames, right? We can see an obvious head and shoulders that could form. But if the daily does rotate down, that would be a bad sign. You're so close to the center line. Let's go check on our boy, the DIA, because this one, it's relatively controlled coming down, but this one has divergence outside of a weekly, so that's something interesting. We'll see how that plays out. 2 hour, not able to cross yet. SPY, 2 hour, not able to cross yet. 30-minute, heading down. Are we going to get a real touch of the 5-day? Are we going to get a real touch of the daily expected move? That's what I'm kind of wondering. I'm sorry, I was reading how to say this name. Me Devoy. You're welcome. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I like looking at home builders because I like nail. So if you like home builders, I like nail. If you'll see nail. Now, notice this. It looks a little different, right? Looks a little different. This is 3 times leverage, but you can trade this thing back and forth. Not even with options. It's 3 times leverage. Just look for good signals. And it produces some great pops. Great pops, great drops. Good for selling, good for buying. Like it. Sorry, I keep clicking around a bunch. My ADHD is kicking in. All right, I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill out for a second. Having a good time, having a good time. Oh, not demonetized. Great. Now I'm not gonna make my $6 from streaming all day. Oh, shoot. Is anyone not able to see family over the weekend or anything like that? Because if you're not, there's a game called TFT. I think you'll really like it. I'm going to be working 14 hours today, so I can have a free day tomorrow. I'm gonna be working 14 hours because I wanted to do this live stream and then I put off other stuff till later, and I'm going to make the YouTube video and the daily expected moves for, actually I might make the daily expected moves tomorrow, but it'll be a 14-hour day if you include marketing, streaming, trading, which is happening at the same time, and making a little update video. Crazy, man, what a crazy time. Working hard today so I can chill tomorrow and just sit back and get fat. We're gonna come up a few hours straight buying through close, and that could happen, secure opening. That's kind of why we're looking for the trap. The trap. Now, if this is a very sneaky trap, you're not gonna see any signals, and boom, right? If it's a sneaky trap, you might see some of those signals. Once you have student packages from them yesterday, it was sweet. Oh, that's nice, that's nice. Is the pullback in Bitcoin over? You want to treat it like an always can bounce, because then you're open to the 4-hour crossing back up into positive territory. 4-hour crossed up into positive territory, that means lower high is possible, but also another divergence point is possible. Sorry, I had to send a text. All right. So for Bitcoin, the 4 hours crossing up. So is that good or bad? Well, look at it. It's crossing up. It's pretty close to the center line, decently close. Taking back the 5, if all that stays the same, that's good. Now, what do we want to look for? Well, anytime this 2-hour rotates down, if we see rejection at any time today, if this rotates down, bad. But that is trying to go positive. So most likely we're going to see like a 1, a 2, well, let's see those. It kind of draws out more than that. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Oh no, that's where I'd watch out, because then you'll see how this 4-hour would just head up and we'd make a divergence really close to the center line. Now, if that's not going to happen, that still would make sense. Rejection for a lower high makes sense, guys, because the daily has crossed. So this could all just be a grab of liquidity real quick, and then they just throw it the other way. And the way the market's looking, it looks like they're setting a trap by the weekend. So unless we get rid of these signals, guys, unless we get extremely bullish, we see a big amount of buying, it's not looking too good. Could look good for like another day or so. But if we don't do that, if we do not break through these levels and hold up here, anywhere in here you can reverse, anywhere in here. GME, why are you exclamation marking about GME? It's not even that impressive. It's only 2.9%. Like, why would you even buy this stock? It's garbage. This stock never goes up. It never goes up, okay? It never goes, holy shit, 54%? Yeah, the dollar's been going down, so that is suggesting there's some buying. But we're also noticing that TLT is going up quickly, and the dollar and TLT are moving in tandem. The market's still not moving perfectly in tandem with these guys. The dollar going down could actually be buying from TLT. Now, one thing I do notice as we pull up TLT, just be aware if there's weakness. If this crosses down, it would suggest a 2-hour pullback is coming. Watch for a retest of the 5. This is a great move. It's outside of a weekly, I'm pretty sure. So good thing you have those weekly expected moves. Am I right? Sorry, I had a burp. I just wanted to hide it with am I right. Yeah, you're outside of, I'm pretty, wait, 99. Yeah. You have a 30-minute divergence outside of the weekly expected move as of right now. Very hard to bet against that, though. The daily is looking really freaking strong, and you built all that liquidity for a long time. So this is one where I would say you're starting to want to reverse around the trend. You could, potentially make money with that play at the end of the week, but TLT really looks like it's formed a base. So taking a short on TLT might be a little bit risky. That's how I will put it. You're at top Bollinger. You have a lot of stuff going on. You're outside of a weekly. You see divergence. Hasn't confirmed yet, but you can end up back into that by Friday. If you see that, most likely you're in 2-hour pullback mode. What's the 2-hour look like? Well, it looks like, hey, I'm pretty positive. So if I can just do this and base out, retest that 5, that would be pretty solid. See if you can curl back up into positive territory, and the opportunity might be there once again. Very nice, very nice. I like it. I love it. I want some more. It's a freaking. We're streaming longer. What am I doing? Why aren't I listening to tunes? You know what I'm saying? Okay, I heard of a new band that I want to try out. I heard one song and I was like, this is okay. They might be worth looking at. What is Fever 333? Let me listen to this song. We like Borat. We like it very much. Yaksamish. Mazak Duryagbai. I shouldn't say those things because I have no idea what he's saying, by the way. CVX, yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. What is PFE gonna do? Yeah, we'll look at CVX too. It's some interesting names that we don't look at a ton. CVX is saying, holy shit, I'm about to top. Look, I'm not gonna bullshit. Like, I'm trying to bring the attitude when we go to a top and they're trying to trick you. Bring the attitude into 2025 when we form that top, when Trump becomes president, they crash the market saying it's his fault. We're going to talk about it because that is a likely thing to happen. If it ends up not happening, we'll be talking about the signals that are saying it's not going to happen. Right? But right now, this is a big signal to pay attention to for Chevron if it turns down. If it turns down, you have to be ready to react. And the reason that you should be ready to react, and you just look at this from a risk to reward perspective, the reward, the risk was low here. You break through consolidation, you see the gap up, you hold the top of this little range. That's fantastic. You even get the swing trade to pop off on that, boom. Now look where it is. Look at the little RSI there. It's just not looking the strongest. And that's not a bad thing for Chevron. It does not mean this has to be complete collapse. I'm just saying the daily, looking at that might need to pull back. Pull back, curl back up. What would that allow to happen here? Structure. 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 Right? You following me? You smell what I'm stepping in? Because it's dog poop. You definitely smell it. Cool, I have puts. Yeah, you want to make sure these things are confirming, or you have a 30-minute signal early. This in a little bit would be your early 30-minute, and then you manage risk, right? As long as you're above the 5, you notice this. As long as you're above the 5, things look pretty. Once you get below the 5, things start to get a little sketchy, right? But if you're above the 5, it's pretty good the whole time. So if this 30-minute goes like this, but then takes back the 5 really quickly, you're going, okay, maybe we're going to make another point right up here. And I need to manage risk. The better signal is the 2-hour, though. The 2-hour is the good signal. And then if the daily crosses, you can just say, hey, I feel better now. I mean, okay, so back when I was trying to be fundamental, yes, the Buffett ratio, the Buffett indicator, the Buffett, what's it sitting at, Michael? Back when I was doing that, yeah, but do I think it adds a lot of like pluses and minuses, or pluses to my trading strategies? Not necessarily. And don't worry, I still know that you mentioned Pfizer. I'm just giving us a little peek over here at the SPY, and then we're going to check on it. Let me see what it's sitting at. Keep going, Martin. Tell us. So with the Buffett indicator, the Buffett ratio, I'm not going to say it's a bad thing to pay attention to because I don't think it is. I'm just more of someone who likes to focus on things that really help. And the things that help very, very minor, I'm not going to pay too much attention to, right? A call wall can help me on a very minor level, but I'm going to mainly pay attention to the daily expected move and see about reversal signals, right? Those are more important to me. Does that make sense? All right, let's go check over on Pfizer, right? Let's check on Pfizer. And we are going to see the 2 hour here looking a little bit weak. Now, this is by the center line, and you kind of bounced without any divergence. If we blow up the MACD, nothing there. If we blow up the RSI, if I stop clicking on the line, if we blow up the RSI, you just have major flatness there, I guess. So what you're looking for was the daily able to curl up? If so, that's a good sign. Okay, that is a good sign. I want to see if this 30-minute turns up again as we're getting to the 5. Notice when we curl up, we haven't gotten that test of the 5 yet. So now this can be a more meaningful turn up, because this one was like, hey, yeah, we're going off, but we didn't actually go to the 5. Now we've bought that time to go to the 5. If that curls up, different story. Now this works in 2 ways. If this loses the 5, you start to break down, you cross over on a 2 hour. Weirdly enough, it would suggest that since the daily is crossed, I'll say it is more likely to actually make a higher low. But because that 2 hour is by the center line, you have to be open to the fact that this can get worse, and then see an actual reversal signal to tell you that that daily is going to remain strong. All right, that's how I see Pfizer at this moment. One of the stocks that I absolutely hate the most. One of the companies that, not stocks, but one of the companies I dislike to a T. I will never put my money in any kind of big pharmaceutical company. No, thank you. I know I can make a bunch of money doing it. I'm not going to sit there and, at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit there and support a stock that I believe is run by sick people. Funny, sick people. They do some good things, but I think the bad outweighs the good. Yeah, I'm with you. Figure if we make 144, all hell will break loose. Damn, I was waiting for 12.12 on VIX. Yeah, you can sit there and wait. You just got to pay attention to the reverse. It can still happen, but for volatility, the way that it goes to 12.12. By the way, volatility might end up to 12.12 in January. Clip it right now. Clip it. Volatility might end up at 12.12 by January. Here's how it happens. You want to see how it happens? All right. We see a big move in volatility. We get a 1, 2, maybe 2 weeks of pullback. We go into December 16th. We see a massive bullish run, right? We see a bull run, bull run, bull run. We get to mid-January. We're at 12.12 and boom to the upside. What that would do is do something like this. Maybe that would happen. But this also could be quicker than that, right? It could take longer than that. It could go into February from what I see. So if we're going to do something like this, you could end up just double bottoming down there. I think you might end up towards 12.12 in January. You need a scary moment now, a bullish moment in the near future, in my opinion, to hurt the most people. Then you need a very scary moment that convinces people to get out before a Christmas rally. Then you get a Christmas rally with an extension, and then you see something bad happen from anywhere from mid-January to mid-February. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Look at the size of that AMC sell wall at the $5 level. Yeah, very key level, obviously, for AMC is going to be that whole number, that $5. Which just tells you, okay, what do they not want to break above? I mean, you look at a 5 minute and you're going, okay, I wonder what they do not want to break above. 498 is the highest this thing will close. Now, Could something crazy happen if we went and closed the day outside of there? Yeah, we'll see. 515 is the main level though. You will go love life. Go wherever you will go. Then I would. Gotta get the 30 minutes to turn up. You guys want to have some vibes in your day? Big Booty Mix Volume 17 is what I'm listening to right now. By two friends. F cell, this thing's running. Fuel cell. Ooh, it's about to stop running if that confirms. Maybe to pull back to the 5-day. Fuel cell. Why are you running though? Crazy part is rejection, 30-minute divergence at the low. 30-minute swing trade, big upside. Now you're seeing a reversal signal. So same signal, you're almost the same signal, right? Rejection here, but you're seeing it here. If that 30-minute curls down, it could say 2-hour pullback. You don't want to act like this could be really negative because you're really holding the 5 well. It's a great move, but a 2-hour pullback is suggested if that crosses. And then look if you can scoop back up. Key level. See if you can break out. Does the daily look good? Daily doesn't look too good, actually, but nice V-shape. You gotta say, that's pretty V-shape. I don't mind it. Jokes about Turkey Day? I don't know if I've been a dad that long yet. I don't know if we have some Oh, here's a funny one. Did you know that, Did you know that a lot of people actually, like, the majority of people get pregnant around Thanksgiving? Did you guys know that? The weather is getting colder, people are snuggling. Thanksgiving is actually a big time to procreate, apparently. So it's not just the turkeys gobbling. That is a rated at least PG-13 joke. They're satisfied. Dominating the house, summer vacancies finds. Hymns. We're looking at a bunch of charts today. I like it. 30-minute rejection, big spike up. That could be a big trap. 30 minutes suggesting that with not being able to curl up. The 2-hour is what I'd be paying attention to for now. I'm more so going to lean to a 2-hour pullback, a retest of the 5. This is a great move. I would love a retest of the 5, right? If we're not going to get that retest right now, you're not going to see this cross, and you're going to see the 30-minute most likely just turn back up. Very simple there. Daily scale, bunch of divergence, so be aware if things look bad. You might have more time, though, for that 2-hour to make another move. We'll see. You don't have the divergence on the MACD and RSI at the same time, so a little bit of a wonky look. Just if the daily crosses down, treat it like it can be bad. You have the divergence on the RSI. Bam, still, do you? It didn't have guts. I'm trying to think of last Thanksgiving. My mom accidentally offered me something, and it was like the most perverted sounding thing in the world. I'm trying to think of it because it was like a genuine funny like moment. It was something so stupid too. I think she was like eating those like little weenies or something like that. And she like, it was just something so subtle. Like that just makes you like weirded out when your mom says it. Like she said, oh, what was it? I was like, oh man, I'm hungry. She's like, well, it won't be ready for a while if you want one of my little weenies. And I was just like, what the hell? So yeah, good luck. Let's go 5 minutes still. Did I trade last week because I selected wrong expiration? Yo, that happens. That happens. Remember a month ago where I like had that option, it was started to print money, and I was like, okay, I'm supposed to scale in again here, and then I accidentally sold the whole thing and didn't even realize. I just hit like fill, I just hit like go, and then I turned back and started streaming, and I looked back and I was like, where the hell's my option? 1st September is the highest birth month. Dang it. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna be honest, guys. I was completely lying about the procreation thing. I was just trying to make up a joke on the spot. I have no idea if people do it during Thanksgiving. If anything, I think it would be the opposite because everyone's fat. Oh, an eruption. I was trying to, you know, I was doing the comedy thing. Make something up, you know, make a little thing around it, get a punchline. I think I love it. I don't know what I like more. The fact that people laughed at that joke a little bit, or the fact that Kay actually like fact checked us. Yeah, I think that's awesome. We're just a bunch of nerds like, actually, I looked up the statistics because that's something I would do, Kay. I think they teach in federal investigations. Look out for indicators like, to be honest. Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, JK. Oh, no, it's the words, absolutely. If someone says, I think it's, if someone says in the same 5 minutes, trust me 3 times. 88 Cardano, I just haven't looked at it in a long time. I've had friends that ask me about this all the time, to be honest, and I haven't looked at it in a long time. Usually I just say whatever, you know, depending on if it's an altcoin or something like that. What we want to see is, you know, if we side by side this maybe with like, not GME, with like Bitcoin, we want to see if it follows a similar trajectory in some way. You'll notice that if we look over here on the daily, it's behaving rather similar right now. Little run up, well, big run up for Bitcoin, little run up for Cardano, or sorry, little run up, I guess, compared to Cardano for Bitcoin. And we just notice it needs a daily pullback. So we're going to be looking for similar things now. Now that we've cleared that up, we can go like this. We can look at it and we can say, okay, what's the 4-hour look like? Because that's what we're looking for the daily pullback. And we notice that the 4-hour did not have the clearest divergences on the RSI, not in the near price action. So most likely you will see some kind of push higher if this is able to fully confirm in 2 hours. And then you can see a test of this high or go make a new one. Once you make the new one, watch out, because that could, if it crosses over, reverse down on you and give you a divergence kind of closer to that center line. If no divergence pops up, it's not there. If it doesn't confirm, it's not there, and it can continue in the upward direction. Just very good if you're looking at any crypto to see if it's following Bitcoin in some way. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of glad you fact checked me, because I genuinely was like, I kind of want to look up when that happens. So apparently, I need to get a fresh haircut and shave my beard a little bit down and go to the gym a few times before Christmas, is what you're saying, okay. The US 30. I'm gonna do this one. All right, so if we look at this, the US 30 here, the 30-minute giving rejection, divergence really close to the center line, not a good sign. So 2-hour looks like that can rotate down. We just rejected. Now, one thing to note is you could buy yourself a little bit of time here by making the move up, because this is just a rejection. If we wanted to go make the real divergence, you know, it is a real divergence. It's just a rejection one. I like the loopy ones. I think they're easier and overall better, more clear, more simple plays. But what we can look at here is the daily scale and just notice that we're still holding all this flatness in here. So this could be a bigger overall pullback. I mean, you could just see by zooming out, you're like, okay, we were going this way, we were going this way, we were going this way, we're going this way, we're going this way. It's kind of exponentially growing. So a more pullback here could go a long way. right? And then we continue that craziness, and then, oh God, that's when we watch out for January, February. So for now, you have a rejection divergence on the 2 hour. That is suggesting a daily pullback can come, but just be aware that you are still above the 5. The 2 hours the 2 hours getting close to that center line, so you can experience a curl up. And actually the 4 hours, 4 hours crossing too. So if we lose the 5, watch for the daily to cross. Why do I feel like I did not explain that the most simple there? I feel like I bounced around too much. Sorry about that. Rain fall down, bring my dreams, let it wash away the sanity. It's just part of the mix, guys. I'm not just listening to that song, okay? Yeah, I see, man. Hopefully you're able to take away something from that. It's just I always need to look if it trades more hours and things like that. But I reverted to the 4 hour pretty quick. 4 hour pullback, 2 hour pullback possible. 2 hour you want to pay attention to first. That's the obvious one. 2 hour doesn't curl up. Cool. If it goes negative and curls up, look for a lower high. If that 4 hour is going to reverse, you'd like to see a 2 hour divergence, honestly. The reason I'm on a 5 minute is because we have a small divergence on your RSI, but that's it. So this is the ability to taper forming here, and we're actually starting to get tight in this. So we're looking for a big reaction or a little reaction down if we're going to save this thing. Flush, go like this, make people bearish, and then we'll know what to pay attention to for that 30-minute curl up. Now, am I going to play that upside? No. I think that will just lead to a 30-minute bounce that will end up being a trap. If I'm proven wrong, then I'll wait for the signals again. Looks like it's going to bounce. Yeah, I'd like that test of the 5-day before, but... And I'm talking about US 30, talking back to you, IYC man. Meta and AMD undervalued. I think AMD, you have an argument. The big problem for AMD is the monthly. Still the monthly. Now, this could get a reaction. I'm just saying the likelihood to turn back up this monthly chart, pretty low. Now, what is AMD doing? We talked about this, actually, so I'm glad you're bringing it up. Look at the divergence here for AMD. Does AMD look like this is going to be a reversal? Are we about to absolutely blow off? That's why I'm being very diligent in watching these moves, because little things like this, these are stocks that are not participating, and you have tapered. And if you cross up, that can be a good thing, right? So let's look at the 30-minute here, and let's see. No real divergence in the near price action. So we'd like to see that there to get a little bit more bullish. And we know that monthly's cross, and that's big weakness. So if I see this 2 hour cross up, yeah, I can play it. I can think a daily is going to cross up from that, and that's great. You might even have a little daily divergence form. But I need to manage the trade, because the likelihood that this will be, and I'm clicking around again, stop, okay. The likelihood that this will be a lower high is pretty high for AMD. Now, we could be wrong. There could be a short seller problem going on. Like they've been suppressing the stock for a long time, right? Really suppressing it at key moments so that NVIDIA can look better to people. I don't know. If that comes to fruition, then you're going to be in the right move, right? If you pay attention to the signals, if something really bad happens and you pay attention to the signals, you're going to be in the right move. If the signals look good and you take a chance on something and then it gets good news, you're going to be in the right move if you see something ballistic to the upside. Right? But this is exactly what we want to see. We talked about this in the past. We said, yeah, if this turns around, that's good, but you only have the divergence on the MACD, not on the RSI. There's a reason I say that every single time I see a chart with it. I will say it. Now, if we can curl up that 2 hour, it would suggest AMD has some positivity. Now, is this going to be a rotation into AMD and out of NVIDIA? That's something that'll be interesting. Now, NVIDIA is starting to bounce up, so I'm just going to bounce over to NVIDIA just because, you know, they're kind of similar. We can notice here that the 30-minute is showing a divergence on the MACD, not on the RSI at the same time, right? So we see that. Now we go, okay, so is this likely going to be a 2-hour reversal in trend that's going to go positive and we're going to see amazing things? It could. It's possible, but it is more probable to see this. So if it's more probable to see this for NVIDIA, what can we take away from that with AMD, Alexander? Well, if AMD is not going to sporadically keep going up and it's just going to end up failing this move, we could see that. And that's going to be a problem. Okay, so pay attention if this curls down. It means manage risk. It doesn't mean you can't take an opportunity that looks good when it confirms. It does not look good yet. You need that to confirm. Then you can make an upward move. If you're going to keep going up, you're going to be able to continue the positive trend up here, not down here. Right? If you just know that the MACD is something that you can point out divergence and it curls up and things sometimes go up, get a better understanding of what this actually is, why divergence is important. What makes divergence important is what we talk about. We talk about it thoroughly in the course so you can understand why I believe so much in divergence, why that is the weakening in momentum. Bought the advanced money destroyer yesterday. Well, then you're really hoping that the 2-hour turns up here. But whenever you're in a trade where you're hoping for something to happen, that's not the best sign, just to be honest with you, Alexander. So I'm hoping for you too. If that 2-hour curls up, you might have yourself a little bit more of upside coming. Just be aware that the market looks like this, looks like this on the 2-hour. So if that curls down, you got to be cautious on stocks across the board. That does not even exclude AMC and GME, right? If those things turn down while the market turns down, react. If they turn back up, react. It's going to be super low volume. I am still going to go live on Friday, by the way. Hold up. Be humble. Sit down. Wait, where's that? What? It just skipped it. I literally... I was trying to listen to this song by this Fever 333. Need something good on Netflix? Want to watch it with some kiddos? Oh wait, don't watch it with some kiddos. Some girls kissing it. Arcane. Arcane ain't bad. I just don't like my daughter to see anyone kissing. I look alive. Look alive. It's not bad though. I think it's a great show. Yo, I'm going skins. I don't care. I got really hot. I think it's because I'm working hard, and I'm gonna try to go to the gym after this. So, I'm gonna try to fit in the gym after all this craziness today. The Office. What are some great animes I've watched? My wife's a big anime. She reads manga and stuff like that, so. I'm trying to think of a funny show we watched. Oh, I showed my wife X on the Beach. If you haven't watched X on the Beach, shit, man. If you've got Paramount, man, I got it for free for like 9 months with something. I don't like buying streaming. Ooh, okay, hold on. Shut up, Luke. What is happening here? This is a little bit more. This is a little bit more. Here we go. 15. 15-minute confirmation would be a little much. All right. Here we go. This could be this is the trap set. I think they're ready. We'll see. We'll see if it curls back down on a 15, if it curls up, but right now, maybe that's to get people bullish for a sec. 5-minute. We'll see if that turns down soon. Ooh. Yeah. Michael did... Wait. What the heck? Burn it... Oh, Michael Murphy was the other one. I keep seeing Michael's in the chat. What up, Michael Anthony? What are the odds? It's pretty low. It's pretty low. You're looking for the crazy move more on a Monday or Tuesday. As we approach Friday, it becomes less likely. As we reach weekly expected moves for GME, it's less likely. But just because I say it's less likely, if it does it, that would be very surprising to the market, right? Me to avoid, yeah. I still think that 602, 603 is what I'm looking for from the SPY for this trap to be set. Good, I'm going to sell all 1,114 shares today. If it hits 495, and I'll buy back at 485. That might be a little micro for what's going on, but you got to do what you got to do. I would just say if this 30-minute turns up, I would not say that is bearish. If this 30-minute turns up, you have a chance that you could see something crazy. So what you're looking for is, does that curl back down, right? I would highly suggest not trying to micro stuff, more just see, is the 30-minute going to turn up? If the 2-hour curls down, I'll be out for a second. But if that 30-minute curls up without curling back down by the end of the week, you actually have a good shot of Monday and Tuesday. But, you know, if you have a plan, execute your plan. I just know that you've been looking at AMC for a while, and I'd hate for you when the signals all look good, the moment actually happens, when it's like, okay, they could look good, and then Monday you see the 30-minute turn down, and you go, okay, not the moment. And then maybe by end of Monday it turns back up, and you go, okay, it could be the moment again. So trading like water here, but I'm going to hold on to this thing because I think it has a good... I think it has a higher probability than it has had for a while to see a move above $5. That's what I will say going into next Monday and Tuesday. But we know there's suppression of the stock. Yeah, I just want you to be aware. If the signals look good, it's kind of like the hold on to runners, right? It's kind of like that statement of get rid of the losers, hang on to the runners. And so if this thing starts to run, it might be the exact opposite time. And then if it starts to turn down, you go, okay, that's a loser, right? You got a good head on your shoulders, short Fridays. You're going to do just fine. Just watch the signals. If they look bullish, awesome. If they start to curl over and start to become bearish, awesome. You know what decisions to make. NVIDIA, you want to, yeah, we haven't checked on that. Well, actually, we did check on it a little bit ago. That's why all the drawings are here. NVIDIA, key thing to note here for NVIDIA. What did we say? 68% chance to land here. It does not. It does not. It does not want this to happen, which means this needs to wick up by the end of the week if we're going to go higher. Maybe even set up that, right? We can obviously see this, right? Okay, I'm going to point it out again. So the 30-minute, the reason we're leaning towards this is because we do have a 30-minute divergence, just not on the R side at the same time, and we're outside of a weekly expected move. Awesome. What does that tell me going forward? Okay, if this curls up, I can see a 2-hour bounce. The 2-hour, how close is it to going positive? It's not. It's not. This one was, right, closer, and it took out the high, made a new one, and then just completely failed. So the most it's not impossible to do this. I'm just saying the most likely thing is to do this according to your 30-minute signals. Now, this can change. This can change if we do this. If the 30-minute reacts up, we react back down, we trap some people, take out the stops, and react back up. If we go like this, go like this, go like this. That's the look. That's when it changes, because you'd have it on the MACD and RSI at the same time. Or if you get like a higher low. All right, but the most probable thing is 2-hour bounce, watch for weakness in the 2-hour bounce. If it takes back the 5, be cautious if that thing starts to turn up a daily scale, right? We can see the daily, it's right by the center line. Do we have a big base down here? No. So we have to pay attention if that curls back up, because that means this is real. And this might do that. Okay, I gotta turn off these funky tunes. I need to go to And all the time, I wanna get enough if I get where I'm from. Numb is such a good song. I feel like on the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. Alright, let me do this. I'm gonna change this because I like the new one better. Don't type. Alright, we're gonna go all the way to there. Alright. Sorry about that. Changing some music around real quick. My AC needed music. Here we go. I think we still just go into a 5-minute. We really see if this is able to hold here. We haven't gotten the test of the 5. I'm still really would like this to go test that 5. In New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of, ain't nothing you can do. Oh no, I gotta stop. Because they're gonna... Last time I sang, they demonetized me. I'm just too on key. Let's check just in case we had anything happen over here. Yo, big shout out, Maurice, telling me you got the swing trading course earlier in the chat. Thank you for that. Jeffrey dedicating himself to learning some swing trading. We like to see that. Justin picking up both courses while they were on that 90% sale. Thank you for grabbing that. Let me know, guys. Take it for the weekend. Come back on Monday. If you have questions about it, let me know. Jack, thank you so much. And Michael, thank you guys so much for getting those courses, okay? Looks like a lot of people just doing swing trading to start, and that's awesome, okay? Swing trading is a great base level. Great base level. It'll be great for you into the future. Then you can learn a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more, and get better and better and better, and I love to see it. Oh, shoot, guys. I know why GME and AMC aren't popping off. You guys, come on. I know why. Come on. Wow, is that monthly going positive? Wow. All right, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Here you go, AMC. AMC needs more. It's only $4.89. It needs more. And Short Fridays needs it to get more too. So this shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, we got plenty in there. Now I can rock it. What do you think of the cues here? I just popped back in. Mr. Dan, really looking at the cues. Notice this, the SPY reached down towards the daily expected move, towards the 5, but did it test either one? So what we're paying attention to is a signal on microstructure that can lead to a 30-minute bounce. Okay, a lot of the time, the 5-minute, the only time I like it is intraday when I'm looking for if there's a trap. And this here is where a trap could form. Now, the reason that we're even looking for this is because NVIDIA is showing a potential weak reversal signal. We got AMD trying to make a floor. We've got the Qs doing something crazy going out of the 68% zone. That's enough for me to look for a trap. All right, this move can make people pretty damn bearish, and we'll see if that continues. So this would mean that the Qs maybe cool down, maybe even get a higher low actually for the Qs. That would be interesting. Higher low for the Qs, divergence for the SPY. You did get a rejection divergence. Is the 30-minute able to curl up? Not yet. So 5 minutes can take a long time to curl up that 30-minute. So we're just going to be aware that this curling down now, as we retest, right? When you break through, you can retest. You can now use this as resistance. So this could just be a big trap and we could flush, right? SPY could just start to flush through this. But if the SPY reaches like this and turns back up, you see this, it doesn't mean I'm taking a play. It means I'm paying attention to the behavior. And the real trade is if all this happens, the real trade is probably, well, let's do this. The real trade's up here, if it all happens pretty quickly. If it wants to go do it right now, I'm down, right? set the trap today, that's fine. I just think you're more likely to set a trap to the downside, get people a little bearish, have them go, phew, I'm being an idiot. Okay, cool. Turns to the upside, then it turns back down right when they get really bullish. I think you have the bear trap into a bull trap, which means, holy crap, you're pretty much experiencing a bear market again, right? Bear markets are built to trap the bears, trap the bulls at exactly the wrong times. On the micro side, you're trapping bears. On the little bit bigger side, the 30-minute, you're trapping bulls maybe. So you might even have that trap on the bulls right now. So this is SoFi popping. Okay, good. Let's go check on SoFi. So you got Lyra. Can you check GVO? Yeah, let's check it out. We'll check it out in a second. Don't like that 5-minute. 30-minute might rotate down. Okay, so now that you've broken this high, the trap could be anywhere. Now is when you have your blinkers on. Now is when you go, oh crap, okay, the 30-minute crossed up, it's now getting above these closes. Okay, so anytime this 30-minute crosses down, if it's holding divergence, I want you to realize that that's a bad thing. Okay? Yes, you do. Times Square can shine as bright as you. I swear it's true. You got a smile that it seems to me, it reminds me of childhood memories. I'm looking at stuff for SoFi just to see if things are imbalanced. Put side 5.8, call side 7.9. Yeah, so most people taking calls here for SoFi, it seems, and I'm just doing it my quick way because I don't want to take too much time. And yeah, people pretty leveraged to the call side right now. Now, that could still be a good thing. The signals are still leaning in that direction. I'm saying if that flips, be ready for it to flip. Okay? Now you have it. Now you have it. Anywhere, as long as it's holding this divergence, anytime this crosses, it can get a little ugly. All right? This is all you're looking at. This is all you're staring at. You already know what's here. You already know this is here. You already know this daily really needs a big pullback. So here we go. Good Lord, someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. I don't need Jack Daniels for the history. Down a party downtown near 50. I think I'll take my whiskey and eat. Oh, I butchered that. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet. I think I'm taking too many. I want to take SoFi soon, but I just really want to focus on the volatility play. Yeah, unfortunate. I like this play a lot. I don't necessarily want to bet too much against it, and I already have my volatility building, so I'll have to chill for a bit. Care about line, you're divine. I did fine. All right, what is it? GVO. Will it climb up tomorrow? Well, tomorrow's Thanksgiving, so I don't think it'll be trading. GVO, great. Okay, this is a great move. Not the best reversal signals for a 30-minute. Is it the 2-hour? 2-hour rejection signal right there. This bar right here gave you the rejection. That confirmed up here. So that's kind of your go bar, 140. Rejection divergence, just not as smooth, so you want to make sure that's confirming at least above the 9, maybe even above the 5. So you'd really say this is the safest place, 150. Then you head up. You go to a key level, you back off, head and shoulders maybe setting up in some way. 30-minute, if this is going to continue, hey, I like the retest of the 5. I don't like that we're really controlled. But if this 30-minute can break to the upside, confirm, right, get above this level and confirm on that MACD, you might test this high, go make a new one. And is this thing just getting started? Well, the daily scale's turning up, so that would tell you pay attention if that 30-minute makes that move. Because the daily is liking it. You can see the daily is, I would say, within range of going positive, right? Yeah, within range for sure. And so you can test the high, go make a new one. Be open to a lower high, okay? Be open to a lower high just because it's a little bit negative. Wolf into close. The 30 minutes mainly what I was seeing here, seeing when we touch that 5. Really just waiting to see if this, it's a similar story, right? Similar story is what we just looked at. The daily, okay, awesome. The daily's curled up, but it's on negative bars for this one. So I need to see that 30-minute test that 5 and just turn up. If that turns up, well, I have a weekly expected move for this. Since Wolf's something we don't talk about a lot, I'll tell you, it's like right here. So we talked about this move here. This is the one I used my theory with the short sale volume. And boom, to the upside, made 1,200%. I wish it was more money, but it was a test, so it was like $100, okay? So obviously that turned into $1,200. But this is where I just said, okay, now I'm seeing the other side of my theory say I need to sell this and we're at a weekly expected move. That's enough reasons for me to sell all of them. So I sold all the contracts. We back off. If we retest that 5 and turn back up, we can see positivity. Right? I just want to treat it like a stock trying to go into a positive trend. And right now, daily has decent signals. The 30-minute is something you need to go positive to see that daily momentum kick in. Yeah, I hope that helps Short Fridays. And it looks a lot similar to Wolf, actually. Actually, let me look at this for you, Short Fridays. Let me look. Let me do something for you, Short Fridays, over here. What was it called? Givo? Let's see what that thing looks like on the short sale side. Really? All right, so you need Givo to see positivity. If Givo can see positivity, I think you might get a good reaction, actually. You haven't triggered the short sale theory that I'm making, but you could trigger that, like, I would say in the next week or two. But if you can turn up now, you might trigger it, like, today. Most likely that would be Friday or Monday. All of these things look like they're gearing up. Like, what the hell is going to happen? All right, let's go back over to the SPY here. Let's look at this 5-minute. First of all, looking at the 15 as well. If the 15 curls up, it's a little less likely for the 5 to curl down. We're seeing some resistance, but not a bunch. I mean, not bad. It's just very controlled. That's the problem. Very controlled. It's starting to get a little uncontrolled. See what happens. They might just squeeze it till it breaks and curls to the upside. This is good. Weirdly enough, on the 1-minute, this is a great level to do this. We'll see. And the fact that you're kind of if you consolidate before you break up, that would be good to take back the moving average. NVIDIA really giving you that, ooh, that would be nice. The 30-minute, though, is crossing up, so NVIDIA most likely will end back in the weekly expected move this week, and we'll see us take back 135. That's the most likely thing to happen. It doesn't mean it has to. All right, we have a lot of things looking pretty bad here. You are below a weekly expected move, so you could just reject off of that. That's why I'm being very cautious with taking an upside move on a lot of stocks right now. I want to keep my eye on this. Let me know if you're watching SoFi, if you're trying to trade SoFi, let me know if that 30-minute crosses. I want to see it. Let you know. Oh, this is one of my favorite parts, but it's very vulgar. Bitch, you make me a lead type of man. Single now. In a relationship. Arcane is one of the best series movies out there. It's next level. I do like it a lot. I thought the first season was great. I've only watched the first 3 episodes of the new one, and it is right now not as good as the first season to me, but I think it's going to get much better. Like, I think it'll do really well. It's just kind of setting the stage, it seems. But I haven't watched the next set of episodes. You said, gotta have some Avril Lavigne, you know what I'm saying? Cheers, Reese. Oh, by the way, just a quick note. If for whatever reason some of these stocks that potentially have short seller problems in them do end up popping off, I will be coming live at one point next week. I will have a nice beer and we will just hang out and have some fun, okay? Bye. Oh, one thing I thought was interesting. You guys want to see this? If you guys are interested. I know for the most part, guys, I am a serious trader. I'm not trying to do anything big with these memes. I am looking at the signals, and when they're good, I do understand the problem enough, and I do believe in the movement, so I am putting my money there. But I'm, for the most part, very serious, you know, trying to trade very proven stocks over time. But I do want to show you this because I think it's funny. Let me see if I can find him. I gotta find him though. Sorry, I can't read that message. I don't know why. I have a gun. Oh no, type it again. I can't read your message. I don't know why. Yeah, Palantir not able to confirm it. Is that what you're saying? I can barely read it. I don't know why. Yeah, so anytime the 30-minute curls up, right? Because this could be a deep handle, right? Could be a deep handle. We'll still look. 2 hour trying to, but not closing below. So we would count this as a blip if this confirmed like this. And notice we wicked all the way up. That's good. That's why I like to wait for the completion of the bar. Yeah, you're not going to get the best price if you wait for the completion of the bar, but you're going to get a decent price. Unless it sees like a friggin' huge move. Let me show you guys this for the what is it? The tinfoil hat. Let's do the tinfoil hat. Let me find it. Okay, let me see. Here's for my labor. Oh my god, dude, this is so weird. Okay, I want to show you guys some stuff. Okay, so Treehouse Brewing. Just today, so Treehouse Brewing is the brewing company that Roaring Kitty, the last time he was streaming, he was drinking their beer, right? There you go, there you go. NVIDIA confirmed it, so you're most likely going to see this head up. Let's see. So we're calling this pretty well. We just didn't get the actual touchdown here. Unfortunate, but close. We might need to pay attention to this for a second. Let me just pay attention to this for now. Are you guys chatting in here? Because this chat is not updating for me. You guys, spam chat for a second. I'm allowing it. All right, don't spam too much. 3 messages per person. Go. Okay, there. It's snap back. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Don't spam. No, we're good. We're good. 30 minutes still has to confirm up. Let's check on some stuff, and then we're gonna watch this for a sec. I'll show you guys. If you guys want to see the funny thing on Twitter, I'll show it to you. Just let me know if you want to see it. All right. We can, once this thing slows down a little, we can maybe see. Let's leave it on a 5. Spam. Thank you guys. Thank you. All right. Affirm. I can see it now, guys. Affirm. We can check that out real quick. 30-minute, where's it reacting off of? That's awesome, right? The 5-day moving average. Get that on your chart, guys, right here. Right there. All right, it's good. Now, we do notice that at the top here, we had divergence. Okay, so we easily see that. So right away, we can start to form some kind of analysis here, right? We know that there's weakness here, so what do we need to do? Well, if we're gonna buy ourselves back up, the 30-minute is going to be able to cross and go positive off of the 5-day moving average. That's awesome. Even if the 5 days there, that's even better. Did the 2 hour cross? Yes, it did. Did the 2 hour have the most clear signals? Well, rather flat and far away from the center line. So if this could maybe even curl down a little bit more and then curl back up and create some kind of double top, actually, I would like that. Do something like that. That would be more clear. So that just tells me if the 30-minute curls up, you're going to see more of the same. Even this bad time, look, you went to the 5, you went a little bit negative, you curled up into positive territory after making a 15-minute, a little rejection divergence, flat divergence here with this low, and then you bounced back up. That's awesome. In this case, you didn't go make the little divergence, right, the very tiny one. You instead made a higher low off of the 5 again. So what happened after this time? Positivity. What can happen after this time? Positivity, watch out for a trap. Positivity, watch out for a trap. All right, it's going to be very close to the center line, but this does mean the 30-minute positive trend can continue. Daily scale, daily pullback's coming, so I'd pay attention to any divergences you see in here. If you don't see those divergences confirming, they're not there. So if this just curls up, it can see positivity forever until it curls down. Definitely, I think NVIDIA heads past 135 unless it rejects. Okay, so this is going to be a big moment here for NVIDIA. You're confirming the divergence on the MACD, not on the RSI. So that tells us we can get a 2-hour push. 2 hours negative. Okay, we know this. Now, where's the weekly? Well, we have a 68% chance to land up here by Friday close. So this would be great. Then we continue that maybe. Then we run into 141.12 maybe. If that 2-hour curls up, 141.12 is what I'm watching. See if that turns back down in this area for the 2-hour. Mainly the 2 hours what we want to watch. Throughout this move though, let's just pull this up here like it's doing a positive thing. We want to see, does that go positive, come down, and then create the divergence? Where did we last see that? That's weird, right here. Right before it dropped. What'd you see? What'd you see? Right? Like it's just telling you. It's just you need a better understanding, and that's okay. It's okay to admit that. It's okay. I have times where I miss these things, right? It's a little bit less nowadays, but that, years ago when I was first really, coming up with the full strategy around all this information a few years ago, I was like, I was using swing trading a lot of the time, but now I'm really focusing on, hey, I started to use this for swing trading. Now I'm looking for how can I play it both ways? This is what you need to pay attention to. And it will help you over time. It'll really give you that risk perspective. If you're investing and you see that we're creating weekly divergences on the SPY, I probably would be like, yeah, I'm probably not going to invest anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it'll convince you to do things that if you just know that tiny little bit, it'll help a ton. So we notice that cross down, bad things happen. Now, what are we seeing in the opposite direction? One of the opposite signals, right? We're seeing a negative divergence right away, and this is bear market. This happens in a bear market all the time. This is great practice because you see a divergence this way, you see a drop, you see a divergence this way. That's bear market pretty much. So this can curl up that 2-hour. What happens if this does not go positive and then it curls down? This was all a trap. You're going to fill a gap and roll down. It was just a land in the expected move for the options market. Then they flush you the next week. So that's why I'm cautious with this move. Like, I'm not going to play this. I'm not going to take NVIDIA calls off this. I don't see it on the RSI and MACD at the same time. If I saw it on both at the same time, different story. You're welcome, Nick. I'm just trying to make sure I'm touching on a lot of things, guys. I know I'm going through this and we're probably talking about it multiple times, but it's just, I want every single person to have the opportunity to get more information than they ask for on this channel. You ask me a simple question, I'm going to answer it as thoroughly as possible if I have the time. And I gave myself some time today. So what do we need to still pay attention to for the SPY? It's a great move. Has it curled up to 30-minute? No. So are we out of the woods? Have we curled up a 15-minute? No. So are we out of the woods? Nope. We could see this be a little mini trap. We could see this make a higher low. We could see us actually test the 5-day moving average or the daily expected move. But if they start to curl up, then yeah, we're probably not going to test those. But right now, this 5-minute is so loopy, so towards the center line. I would love a 5-minute divergence here. We're going plaid. We're going plaid? Wait, what? What? Oh, 17 minutes ago. Dimitri. Thank you so much for subscribing. Sorry, I might have missed that a second ago. Oh, we're living on a prayer. Sorry, I gotta remember not to tap. Tapping is one of my bad habits. My wife drives her nuts. VIX really pulling back now. We'd expect that with the SPY, right? We'd expect that with the SPY. Now, we didn't necessarily get the best hint for this, just a divergence on the RSI. Is it something to worry about in the grand scheme of things? Maybe. Maybe. If that 30-minute crosses down, yeah. Right? That 30-minute cross down, not the best sign. That being said, the 2 hours still crossed up. So the likelihood that this, if it did cross down just to turn back up, pretty high. We'll see. The 2 hour crosses back down, that's bad. That's when you don't want to be holding on to this thing. True care, truth rings, I'll take a 1 lift. But look at this, VIX didn't make even a 5-minute divergence. Do I think that's over? I think you are still highly likely to see that. I think you're still likely to see it. It's very controlled. I'll be proven wrong when the 15-minute or 30-minute fully curls up for a whole 15-minute bar. Down in a hole, that can be healing, and I need you the most, so... Yo, what is going on? There we go. Sorry, dropped something. I was hoping we get a 12 level on VIX Friday, maybe 1290. Well, I'll tell you how that could happen. I think it's more likely to happen if the SPY can make a little bit stronger base here. I really do. It's still possible to happen, but I would really like it to do this and then make the stronger base. What that would do is leak out more time for volatility to head up. And I'm losing track because I'm going insane. The 5 minutes by the center line, what that would do with volatility is maybe create that lower high while the SPY makes the divergence. We'll pay attention to that. We'll pay attention if they make divergence at the same time on a 5. Jesus, I'm starting to lose it here. But also, the way you go to 12, I don't know if you where is 12? That's 13. So you just want to go below 13. So the way that we do that is, I just don't think that's the most probable. I think that's really deep for volatility. It's definitely possible, but I don't know if that's the most probable thing. We'd have to see a massive squeeze from the SPY. If that happens, awesome. We know this 30-minute is curled up. We should not be in volatility if the 30-minute is curled up, right? This means manage risk. And then it comes up to here and you go, okay, thank you. Better position, better price. Wanna drink, if your man don't dance, he's done. To move on, get the dang gun. At the start, cause I adore you. Yo, do you ever wonder, like, okay, for the dads out there, do you ever wonder, like, how you're going to react to your daughter's first boyfriend? Like, am I gonna be that guy, like, holding a shotgun at the door or something? Like, am I gonna be like, hey, nice to meet you? Like, I don't know. I wonder if anyone else feels that way. I always think about that. I'm like, how am I gonna react to this? You know, I love you so. It would be. When it will be a gift, I'm going to tell you this, Medevoy. I'm going to call you 420. You have Dr. CDBDC? 420. The way it happens is in January. I more see 1212 or a level of 1212, actually. I see it getting hit by January. Reminds me of the Bad Boy scene. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. That's funny. You're right. I don't want you to leave me home. Just in case this thing blows off, guys, if you're trying to do what I do, I'm just going to tell you, I'm planning if this 30-minute crosses up to manage a trade, right? I might even do it when the 15 crosses up, because that is really close to positive. I'm more so going to leak it out to the 30, because if this would blow off in some way, I don't want to be caught in it. right? If this is going to blow off and we're just going to keep going bullish for quite some time, I don't want to be a part of that. Crazy stuff can happen out here. So if this just goes like that, it's going to be going like this. I'll be out. If it goes like this and turns back down, I'll be back in, right? I'm trading like water. Trade like water. 50-cent scene. Yeah, I don't know anyway. I keep dancing on my own. And I know when the hell I blink. Even a 5-minute divergence, if that's there and then we curl up a 15, that would convince me like, hey, this is a stronger base. I got to watch out for upside. Maybe I sell like half the contracts and then just use the money to buy back in. I like it, 420. There you go. That's pretty much what I'm seeing. Now, where would that 5% be, by the way? Well, if you make this move higher, if you get up to a weekly, do you know where that 5% would be? I'm going to show you. Ready? If we get up to here, 602, 603. Oh, that'd be 4. Maybe you cut that a little bit, right? Maybe we cut that a little bit and come down into here. That'd just be the bottom of our channel. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. But it's going to scare the shit out of people, I think. These beautiful things that I've got, please stay. I want you, I need you, I'm gone. Did you even look at PFE? Yeah, I looked at Pfizer. I looked at Pfizer a while ago, like a long time ago. I don't know where it would be out in the stream, so I mean, I can pull it up real quick, see if we can do something. Oh, that ain't it. See if we can look at something quick. You're on a shelf, right? You're trying to do this. That's awesome. We can do a little bit of that. You're getting back above the gap down. That's great. You can see that resistance was there. You broke through. Now you're testing those levels a bunch. That's great. Now you're getting to the 5. If the 30-minute curls up, good things can happen. All right, 30-minute curls up, good things can happen. The daily is turned up with no reversal signals, so this could just be some kind of bounce. Maybe the 200 gets rejection. Not a strong daily base, but we've seen crazier stuff happen. It can be bullish. I think just right now you're looking at consolidation to make the next 30-minute move. If you create a divergence, that's a problem. That was very quick. If you want to look for more, you're going to have to look through the stream. I did it whenever you asked. I actually did it like shortly after. Or someone asked about it, and I did it like 5-10 minutes later. Better hope she makes good choices. Facts. That's going to be how she's raised. Encouraging her to make the good choice. Not me forcing her to make the good choice, right? Oh God, I'm listening to a mix right now, George. George, if you like any kind of mashup music, Big Booty Mix 25, type it on YouTube right now. It is an hour long and you can just sit there and listen to it. I don't have ads on YouTube, so I love it. All right, now we're starting to curl up here. So no rejection from this 5 minute to turn down. Now it's going positive. So we have to see if things are changing. How do we see if things are changing? Well, this is going positive, so I want to check a 15, right? A 15 looks like, hey, I really want to curl up. Right, I really want to curl up. And the reason that we're kind of saying that can happen is NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA already confirming some stuff here. Amazon trying to make the next move higher. Tesla, is that trying to base out in some way? Not the best. Qs, retesting. So right here, we need to watch for a sec. Because this is where you can get rejection from the Qs. Let's see if that rejects. I hope you take it the wrong way. Where do I begin? All right, we got to see. If we can take this back pretty clean, we might be back in business for some upside. If we reject pretty hard, we might not be back in business for upside. Let me watch the Qs for a little bit here, guys. For the Q guys, this drop doesn't create the divergence we were waiting to go long. Not the drop for the Qs. Well, really, the divergences I look for to go long are 30-minute, 2-hour daily. I'm not going to go long based on a 5-minute. I'm just looking for my risk for my downside play that I have, right? Volatility, I want to see if that's going to turn down. Right now, you're taking it back very easily. You have a simple, tiny little rejection 5-minute divergence. Do I take trades based on the 5-minute? No, I'm not a day trader, Emmanuel, but this does mean it can turn up a 15. If that 15 looks good, right, that curled up the 15. If the SPY does it, I'm starting to go, okay, it's starting to look more and more likely that we're going to do this. If we do a big move like this, I don't want to be caught in it. So that's why I'm watching it very closely. Everybody get on the float. Put your party up. So we haven't created it for the 5-minute for the SPY. That's what we were looking for the strong base. But we also mentioned, like, watch if it V-shapes. This is where traps happen. If it's an absolute just a trap, that's when they V-shape it. Divergence helps you out during the trap. They shows you they're forming the trap. V-shape would just more so lean to, yeah, they're just setting it down, getting you bearish for a moment, shooting it back up. Gas bit off. So now your V-shape, you gotta see if these 30 minutes cross. And the Q's most likely do it first, right? That's already paused. Actually, the SPY might do it. It's pretty close. Yeah, Q's might do it first. NVIDIA already did it, so that adds some more validity. But it is going into a wall here. We really still need to be patient. I'm not gonna manage anything unless I have to. Let me look at the management of volatility real quick. Good, SPY. SPY climbing. I'm gonna leave that on a 15 over here. And look at volatility. Volatility has already confirmed down on a 15-minute. And we're buying back into that daily expected move. So rejection would be unlikely. Is the 2-hour curled down? It is. SPY is not. SPY is not. Still got to confirm some stuff up. Sorry, I'm clicking around a bunch. I'm just, you know, this is what I do when I'm trading. I look at a bunch of things. Is Uptown Funk gonna give it to you? Oh wait, who twinkled? Short Fridays, thank you for the $2. You wanna look at Gush? Let me leave it on the Qs because it's an important time, but I'll look at Gush on my other one. Made right, dude. Made right. Yeah. All right, Gush. Let me look at it over here, and I'll bring it over if I see anything good. Bull 2x, oil and gas. Oh yeah, okay, Gush. Yeah, I've seen this. Okay, you could form a stronger base here. 2 hours showing flat divergences. Okay, let's look at Gush real quick, and we'll flash right back to this. Gush, what I'd like to see from this for a good trade setup is if I'm going to get that 2 hour to swing back above the 5, then the 30-minute might cross down here for a minute, get people bearish on it, look for the reversal. That's first. That would be the best setup. The second setup, if this is going to head up, is the 2 hour just crossing up. Right? If we can retake that 5 out of nowhere, take it back, we could see a higher level. These are not the most significant divergences, very flat, very flat. So if we go make that now, that's what I'd pay attention for downside, or at least further downside. But this is a pretty good move down. Did it cross the daily? No. So you do always have that opportunity for another swing up, right? You can test the high, go make a new one, still positive. All right, Qs. Hopefully that was helpful, and thank you so much for the $2 Short Fridays. Just want to be paying attention to the market right now, but I do appreciate that. Yeah, that'd be sick. No, that's not sick. I like being the goofball. Did that help, Short Fridays? Is there a certain chart you want me to look at? Or like a certain time frame? That's what I see. If the 30-minute would drop down for a sec, though, I like that divergence. I really do. All right, we're still in the level where we have to reject. Liaison. Feeling alive. Thank you, Lizard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On the Qs, we do not have a 30-minute divergence to the upside. You do not have a positive divergence here. You have a negative one up here, right? Negative. No, I don't think you're incorrect. No, let me tell you. Let me look at the daily. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're trying to make it happen. I can see that. But what I'm saying is the 2 hour looks like it needs to at least pull back further. So you want to see a retest of like 3250. If you could get a retest of 3250, that would be great. And the daily scale's been going up for some time. So it means let's make that move a little bit higher and then maybe see a little daily pullback, maybe down to 32 to 3250, and then see if you bounce off that level. You don't have big reversal signals on the daily scale for Gush. For Gush. Don't hurt me no more. People are in love, the sun. Dude, look at TLT. Great retest of the weekly expected move. Look at TLT. Popped up, retested the weekly expected move, goes up again. It's creating divergence on the 30-minute, but that's cool. Here we come. Promise you, Whisker, wherever you are, I'm all alone, and it's you that I want. You know what I want, and I got what you needed. Might do a little more hedge here, actually. That's a good freaking point, dude. I just want to buy, what do I have? I do 4. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I think that makes total sense. Hey, Jack Katz, thank you for joining the Patreon. I know we're live all day, and Michael, thank you for joining the Patreon. Yo, get this off my freaking screen, bro. Get out of here. I do not care. Ugh. So annoying. All right, what do I need to pay attention to over here? Dollar still dropping, volatility. Yo, volatility on the daily scale. I think we need to talk about this for a second. I would be very, very freaking cautious if volatility turned up on the daily scale. Just gonna say that. We'll talk about the signals most likely in the YouTube video. That's gonna come out tomorrow morning, actually. I'm gonna put out the YouTube video tomorrow morning so you guys can tune in at any time. Slept through the flight. There's in love with who I am. All right. Oh, I love this part. How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. I want to play this part for you guys, but it's like gonna get me demonetized immediately. Rammed about 4 hours into the open, probably most algo action to go today. Damn, that's crazy. If CVXY call is looking good. As of right now, you're at risk of having to manage a trade, right? 30-minute crosses up. Even for the Qs, you need to react. But we're right at the retest, so this would be the level where it's a fight, right? We have to see if this rejects. And And then we also want to pay attention if this rejects and turns back up, that could be cup and handle, right? You can obviously see breakdown, okay, build this back. That's how I could see it going through. If it just bursts through, okay, I'm going to react. So it's this, if I need the SPY with the confirmation of divergence here, if I need the SPY to go in this direction, well, if this 30-minute turns up, is the SPY going to go in this direction? Most likely not. Most likely it's going to go up, and then we'll see what happens. I still think this is definitely possible. Like, I really do. I just think a 5-minute divergence down here to trap people would be nice. But we'll see. We've also reacted up to this key level for the SPY. You're just noticing a little bundle in here, a little blip. Could be an area where consolidation would make some sense, right? Grab that liquidity for a sec. Alan. Hold on, guys. Someone's here real quick. Sorry, guys. Someone's here, so the dog keeps barking. Which VWAP you using, Chris? Oh, daily VWAP. Sorry, I didn't read the previous one. Yeah, if we're remaining below VWAP, that's not a good sign. We'll see. We can take it back. Good sign. It's so controlled. If this keeps heading in the upward direction like this, it's just very squeezy. Like if we end up like this, and then the next day you just see like a gap up and you do the same thing, it's so squeezy, it's insane. How are the Qs doing? See, they're building there. They know that's an important level. They know. So if it does this and curls up, that means that 30 minutes probably going to cross up. Gosh. Make it clear, SPY. We're trailing under it, which means we could be building liquidity under the VWAP. Like we could be, pretty much you would treat it like, hey, that's resistance now. Okay, so if we're building right below that, watch if we start to pop above it. That won't change. Hey guys, just so you know, I was supposed to take a break right now, but I texted my wife and I said, I'm feeling good. I'm powering through all the way to 3 o'clock. Let's forget, well, 3 o'clock for me, you know, close, all the way to close. It's like, hell no. I'm powering through. We're doing good. We like it. I believe 15-minute now trying to cross up. You got 5 minutes left for that move. Notice where we are at for the SPY. The little block. That's the resistance level. They not like us. They not like us. It's great. We're just testing some great levels right now, and we just have to see. But that looks so controlled. Another drop would make so much sense. Like if this was really a V shape, you would like to see this. Boom, 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 right? We would like to see this done by now. What are they doing? What are you guys up to? Part of me feels like this is fishy and we might just make the move up, and I might just scale in. Oh yeah, let's look at Palantir. That was an interesting one. Trying to curl up. Ooh, kind of not. See, it's like not the best, and we're not confirming again. Wolf, back to 0. Come on, Wolf, do your thing, buddy. I'm down. I'll buy you again. I like you. You're friendly. You gave me 1,200% on a $100 trade. Had to test the theory with real money, you know what I mean? Even if it's just $100. All right, I'm not gonna click around as much. I'm sorry. I have a whole nother screen for that. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm used to at this time clicking around everywhere. I know you don't day trade, but would it make sense that as we get closer to the end of the day, the smaller time frame MACD holds more importance for day trades? Yes. I mean, yeah. It just depends. Because the problem with that style of thinking, like I understand what you're saying, and it does make sense to me, and I would almost agree with it. But the reason that it could be different is just because the overall, if you want to treat it as sentiment, right? If you want to treat it as sentiment, well, a 5-minute can have a positive trend while the daily is crashing. So it's kind of like eerie, but you would be paying attention to those really short time frames towards the last hour of the day. I think that's fine. I just don't like to do that because I like to just be like, hey, what's the most likely thing to happen for the next week, 2 weeks, right? That gives me that time. I can manage risk throughout. There's not a great way to manage risk with 5-minute, in my opinion. That's where you actually have to use stop losses. Because it's like, right now you're 5 minutes saying, hey, it's go time. I'm positive in positive territory. So you would say it is very important at the end of the day. Okay, yeah, I'm understanding what you're saying. So you would say it's very important to pay attention to if this crosses down right now towards the end of the day, last 2 hours, because now you have a few options to pay attention to. Is that going to move to the daily expected move? I think that's very probable. But since you reacted very highly and you're positive, you have to be open to a higher low. Right? So now I see how looking at the 5-minute even here, you can formulate those, and then you would say, okay, if I see the 5-minute curl down and break back up, I know the structure, and maybe we can go to resistance at the monthly expected move, 649. And if that's going to be a massive move, maybe it goes bam, right? Just a huge one. That's probably not likely, but so I get what you're saying. I need to like stop and not talk and think about it for 5 seconds before I respond, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's kind of, I mean, I guess to put it into theory here, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, right? I'm looking at a 5-minute to see if it's going to do something to the 30-minute, right? So, makes sense. You know, quick note in there, we got some people out there dedicating themselves to learning towards the end of this month. I think that's fantastic. I think you have time before this bear market ensues. We might see a little practice session in December, so it's good to get that course. While it is 90% off, the links are down in the description. You got 4 days left. Wait, what the hell? Is there a man in my house? It smells like cologne. Smells like cologne. I don't like that. I don't like that. She cheating on me? All right, we're starting to break. Let's see the cues now. There you go. Okay, we're taking it back. Could be a stroke. Oh God, that'd be really bad. I don't think you guys understand how crazy my ADHD is going right now. Both of my legs are kicking. I've got music on. I'm looking at one chart on my right screen, one chart on my left, and talking to chat at the same time. Why does it feel so good? God, it's like the cues can't catch a break though, because right, these levels are so tight. So now you have the 5-day for rejection. Oh no, if I smell fire and listen to Avril Lavigne, I'm having a heart attack. Yeah, baby. All right, 15-minute did hold. We are seeing that confirmation. Not the best confirmation. Still want to see a 30. We can go check on volatility. You can see that that 30 is getting very, very close to crossing. Whichever one crosses first, it will encourage me to take profit. Or, oh, I guess, yeah, I'm still in profit, so take profit. Take a nice 7% gain. Hey, I'll take it. So until that 30-minute turns up or the volatility 30-minute turns down, I am not convinced. So let's go back to a 5-minute. Once we see more positivity, we can pay attention. You want a shake. My wife asked if I wanted a shake. I said, like your booty or protein. I'll take a twerk show. Let's go. Let's freaking go, dude. God, I love Thanksgiving. I'm gonna get so much food in this belly. Who's got that, oh, wow, she's not joking around right now. That's not good. Oh, she is. She laughed. It's cool. Hey, $4.99. My plays for now, February. McDonald's, Snow, Affirm, Tigger. Can we look at these on the daily, weekly? Keep an eye on SoFi throughout it during the day. Yeah, let's look at McDonald's, because McDonald's doing some good stuff. Weirdly enough, on the business side of things, McDonald's is saying, screw it. And thank you for the $4.99, Jeremiah. So McDonald's is saying, screw it, we don't care. We're just going to make cheap food and make it as unhealthy as possible. That's what they're doing right now, by the way. That's what their business move is right now. Now, what you need to notice here about McDonald's is the fact that you have a 30-minute right away. Now, let's do this backwards. Daily looks okay, right? Daily looks like, hey, I've tried to form some kind of base. I'm pretty flat with this divergence, a little bit down here for the MACD. Could be a lower high, but this still could be a good move coming. So we're seeing that confirm as of yesterday on a red bar, but still technically positive here for this. We want to see a good one. What we could experience here is a 2-hour pullback, and this is kind of what you want. This is where opportunity can lie, right? Is when I see that daily cross and it gives me a 2-hour pullback and we go like this and then I cross up, I go, okay, now I'm in a daily swing trade. Now that daily, if it takes back that 9, it already is. The swing trade looks to be on as of right now, by the way. Swing trade course down in the description. Anyway, McDonald's here could continue to see upside. But anywhere in here you can run into resistance. And give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Had to get my protein. So the main thing is, what we were talking about was the fact that resistance is going to come in right here. Okay, and we can see there's some liquidity in here, so they could easily flush you from there, so be careful. But if we can build up, and we can build up before we even hit that resistance, I'd be happy. If we could do this, then we back off, then we come back up, you might see this happen. And all this can happen without turning down the daily, right? It can. So what that would mean is, like, we're going to see this on the 2-hour, maybe even extend, right? Which is the 30-minute is suggesting, right? Going back down to the 5, not having the best divergence, very flat, but down on the MACD, still some room to the downside. So what we're looking for is that extension up. If we can find this base, which you could have more time, but if we could turn back up and get to these levels, then see the 2-hour pullback, right? So now you're blowing it back up to a 2-hour, and you're going, okay, I'm looking for that 30-minute to swing up. Whenever that does, maybe it needs to test the 5 first. But I can see how then that'd be a great way for the 2-hour to go extremely positive, come back down, and give another swing trade. And that's the moment where you can break through. You can break through a lot of this if you can build up really well in here. Okay, so that's how I want you to think about this one. I hope that was overall helpful. I just deleted my MACD, Control Z, thank you. If you didn't know, big tip, Control Z, undoes stuff. So that's what I'd pay attention to for this one. I don't mind it. You have a daily, you have a swing trade signal. The last one didn't play out. Maybe this one will, because you have a little bit better signals down here for the RSI. You're above the 200. So if you want to think about it really, really simple, if the swing trade and you've taken the swing trade course and you're not seeing any reason to sell, then ride that sucker. You know what I mean? You're hoping the 5-day catches up so you can ride that up, and you just kind of see this. Right? You just kind of stay in tandem with the 5-day. That would be nice. I mean, look at this. Look at these moves the last time, right? What ended up happening? Big move, lose the 5 for a minute, gain it back. Never crossed over on the MACD. Gain, 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 gain. That's what you're looking for. Gain, 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 like that. Hell yeah, Jeremiah. Let's go. I like the attitude. Let's fucking go, dude. I love the attitude. That's so great. Okay. Now, you gave some hard-earned money for it, so I'll look at... We looked at a firm, so I'm not going to look at that one. If you need to, just kind of click back a little bit. I don't believe that was probably like an... Was that like a firm was like an hour ago, maybe? Sorry, I know you guys hear this, but I gotta shake it up. And then I gotta go to the gym, man. I'll probably be working late tonight, because I gotta go to the gym. Snow. I haven't looked at Snow in a long time, so I want to look at that one for you. Snowflake. I know a lot of people paid attention to this. Earnings. Awesome. Crazy shit happened with earnings. That's great. We know the direction now. We've taken back the 200. What's going to happen? The 5-day is going to catch up. So that's what you've experienced now. The 5-hour has caught up. The 5-hour. The 5-day has caught up. So as this is catching up, this 2-hour can go down a little bit more. We noticed that this could keep going for a little bit of time. Do we have big reversal signals? No. Daily. Hold on. Daily. Daily's overbought, though, so be open to a move to retest the 200 just out of nowhere. But if you're going to make a signal to tell you that daily pullback is coming, look for this to really get there on the 2-hour. It's starting to test it right now. See if that breaks higher. Watch out for little divergences. I don't know that you're going to create divergence right here, actually, though, because you would give up the 5 if you keep pulling this back. So that means it could get dramatic, and we don't like that. But the best opportunity would be by the center line, curls up, right? Then you see the second move higher, and then you watch out for divergence. Say, okay, daily pullback's coming. Daily swing trade, second move higher again. I haven't, Drew. I need to check it out just because people do mention it from time to time. Have you been using it? Let me know how you feel about it. And Jeremiah for the $3.99. Okay, we'll go back over a firm for you real quick, all right? So that's mainly what I see with Snow. Big move. You can even look at the 30-minute. The 30-minute, for the 2-hour to fully pull back, the 30-minute might need to see some weakness, right? And you actually saw a little bit of weakness there. You're just noticing rejection, super down on this RSI. But you're holding sideways. That's fantastic. And if this can react right now, you might have a push higher. Watch out for a 30-minute. That's when the real 2-hour pullback's coming. And then so you pretty much have a 30-minute swing trade. Divergence. Okay, now you're going to get a 2-hour swing trade after some patience. Awesome. 2-hour divergence. Okay, now I'm going to get a daily to pull back down to the center line and get a daily swing trade. It's an awesome stock to be paying attention to right now because you know the direction it's choosing as of now is up. And if that doesn't change, you're just going to see simple swing trades that get bigger and bigger. Great. Yeah, that's why I mentioned it quickly. Just like be careful. It's a big move. So you might want to retest in here where the 200 is, or at least the 20, right? You might want to do this. That would be the bigger 2-hour pullback. But in order for that to happen, I don't think, if that's going to happen now, I don't think the 30-minute will turn up. Oh yeah, let me click over to the SPY before we go into more. Still holding. Still good. Volatility. Still good. Okay, we have a little bit of time. So let's go over your last one here. What is it, Tigger? Okay, so good move. First of all, did we have a signal? We did. 2-hour divergence down there. Great. Awesome. We run directly into resistance and fall off. That's fine as long as the 2-hour doesn't cross down. You can't really head lower than these lows. The daily scale, did that turn up? No. So you have to be aware this might need to build up that liquidity. It looks like that is the option at this point. You notice on the RSI that this is higher than there. That's a good sign. That's a pretty good sign. So what you want to see is that 30-minute either keeps going, you break through, retest key level, break out again, right? That would be good. Or you pull back, you fill this gap for a moment. Everyone says it's going down. You know that this is a great level here. And if you just fill that gap and turn up, you're swinging to the upside and you say, thank you. Now the daily is going to cross. That's how I see it with this one. Now, just again, I'm going to make you aware of the management here because this is a massive upward move. The simpler way to do this is the daily is above the 200. If that crosses up, I got a good chance for a move. I can manage risk when the profit taking needs to happen and things like that. But yeah, that's overall what I would say. Just be careful with it. It's not turning up just yet on the daily, so you can always experience bad things. 2 hour turns down, that'd be bad. Turns back up, you have an opportunity. If the daily just swings up though, then that would be the most obvious thing for it. It's great as long as they can add a short button just like Webull has. You can short stocks with negative shares. I think that will be dope. I won't be switching over to Webull if that happens. Hey, I'll take a look at it. Which sectors are up? You want to check the heat map. Hold on, checking in on the SPY. No curl up, 5 minute. Is that curling down? We are pretty positive now, a little bit positive, so we have to be open to a higher low. Blow this up for you. I'm going to look on my other charts, on my other screen actually, the heat map. I need to just save this link, honestly. All right, so as of right now, I always like this one. Looks like we have green in, I would say what? The most green is in... Looks like some financial, healthcare, real estate, utilities. Looks like utilities is pretty green there. Let's click through. Yeah, utilities actually. Yeah, so there's your heat map if you want to check it out, but looks like real estate. Some good stuff in there. The rate. And utilities. Let me just make live. I have not, Jeremiah. I haven't even really thought about doing it. There we go. Be open to a higher low for the SPY if this does cross. This is why we don't jump the gun on managing. You notice the resistance coming in here. If this crosses, even more likely for a higher low, just so you're aware for the Qs. They're a little bit more positive. I think 0.36, but notice it's below 0.5 again. 0.11, yeah. So SPY could go make a divergence. It could make a higher low. The Q is more likely to make a higher low unless we're going to see something ugly. Unless we're going to see this rug pull now, we're not going to make that trap to the upside again. Jeremiah, was that overall helpful? I really do appreciate the total of $9. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving, brother. A lot of thanks to you guys. I suck at day trading, can't ever seem to find an entry and stick to it, but I also blew up my account during the presidential run-up. Kept trying to roll over credits, but it ran out of money. Well, I'm going to show you something, Chris. We see the 5 minutes coming down. We'll see if that crosses. For 2 minutes here, since Chris mentioned it, we're just going to do this. The thing we were paying attention to around the election, which we had a similar theory, right? On this channel, I won't say we, I. because I don't want to include everyone in it. I had the theory that we were going to bounce with the election, and that's where I had volatility up here. We saw bad signals. But here, we notice this block, and we notice that there is a divergence here, and this is the benefit of being more, at least a medium position style trader, I guess, is you see these divergences and it makes you react, right? It makes you open to going to here. So what I thought would happen is we'd go in this zone, people would start to get bullish, we'd fail. But you notice that we gapped above our zone. That's a big deal. So these signals like this can really help you, even on the day trading side of things. Because if you want to day trade, you still should learn how to know like which direction it is likely to go over the next few days, right? And then swing trading, if you just look at this moment and we see this zone and you go, okay, should I be shorting this? Well, the 2 hour just gave the swing trade signal above the 200 for the 2 hours. So that's what we were paying attention to. I've used VWAP, I've used POC. I've used a lot of things, guys. That's why, like, I've used tons and tons and tons of things. What I found is, and why I'm a little bit critical of other courses, is just because in those, there'd be 100 things to learn, and 1, maybe 2 things were overall, I think, helpful to my trading. Right, NF? So I am more the type of person who likes to keep things simple. I have a tattoo on my arm. It's the energy equation. The meaning of it is the simplest answer is usually the right one. So if I can simplify trading and make it very simple on how I'm going to get in, how I'm going to get out, how I'm going to find reversals, how I'm going to use weekly ranges, how I'm going to manage my trades, I can make my life easier. If I have 100 indicators, then I might need 50 reasons to take a trade, right? Because if I have 100 indicators and I only have, you know, less than half of those are showing good things, it's like, well, then technically I don't really have an edge. But if I can come to the things that I have used for a long time and really narrow that down to say 5, maybe 10, then it starts to get a little easier. If I can narrow it down to like 7 and I can get 5 reasons, well, awesome. I have over a 50% now, and now I have that edge. So I'm not gonna talk critically. If you like VWAP and it really helps you and you can utilize it, that's great. I've used it before. I think it is one of the more helpful things. I think VWAP, POC, I think those are 2 very good things to mention. Very good things. Volume profile, right? Great stuff to mention, right? But that's not what works for me the best. Mine works better when I keep it very simple, right? I highly encourage you to do what you got to do to make money in the market, right? I'm not going to tell you not to use VWAP. I'm not going to say it's bad. Those are 2 very good things. But for me, for my trading, I want to be clear cut on where are my strengths and really double down on those and just really have a better understanding of those 7 things that I'm using instead of adding 15 or 20, right? That's why you never really see volume up. Now, every once in a while, I'll click volume up, all right? Every once in a while, we'll look at the volume. We'll see how, holy crap, that was a lot of selling. That's a tiny little bar. Then it followed through, like, all right? We can look at volume. But I already know, like, today's going to be, it's going to be light volume. And that's good too. I mean, the MACD, it is simple, but there's a lot more to it that people don't talk about. Like, before viewing this channel or taking the course, have you ever had someone explain to you why divergence actually forms weakness in momentum? Like, genuinely? Or did they just say, hey, when this MACD curls up, it's a good thing, and it means you could see an uptrend, right? Go on YouTube right now and type MACD. You're going to see a guy saying, oh, the simplest strategy for the MACD is pull it up on a daily, circle it when it curls up, and then buy a stock. And yeah, that can work on the monthly scale. But if you're trying to do option plays with just that mentality, it's going to be a little rough, right? If you don't have at least a couple other reasons, it's going to be rough. You're going to get ripped around if you're trying to do that on a 15-minute, 30-minute chart. There we go. All right, cool. Oh, I hope it goes all the way down and gives the divergence, guys. Or just crash through the floor. I'm down for either one. Set the trap to, remember, the way to hurt the most people, set the trap to the downside. Set the trap to the upside. Rug pull them. Right when they're nice and fat from all that turkey. I'm telling my wife I'm going to the gym after this. Spike crash to the 570s. I think we're going to end up down in this zone. I think we're going to end up down here for sure. But when that happens, it could take a few weeks. Okay, I feel like there's something with volatility I need to check on here. Yeah, 30-minute was not able to cross down for volatility just yet. That's good. Okay, so we have no confirmation of managing a trade on either side right now, as far as a downside play goes. Okay, let's see. Because now you have the opportunity. You could do this. So we got to pay attention if that curls back up into positive. That might convince me to manage a trade for the small term, short term. Then I'm going to take my 2% profit and run. All right, 5 minutes curling down. Most likely we're going to curl down for a little bit. I doubt we just wick up, but I want to show you guys this for the, also, how are they doing? AMC up, GME up, solid. We'll look at those in a little bit. We'll click through some stocks at the end of the stream in an hour and a half. We're still going, folks. Oh, there it is. There's the liquidity grab. See how we grab liquidity? Dang it, I can never show this. A, B, C, D, E, F, U. Drop top. My goodness, this is what you want to see, by the way. I'm just going to show you this. We're going to take a blip from the SPY for a second. 30-minute. This is what you want to see from a stock, by the way. This is not just a speculative thing. I just want to show you the behavior. If you want to see a stock do something crazy, this is exactly what you need to happen. You need a trap, you need a drop, and then you need to start to consolidate. I like it, man. This is exactly what you need to see at a weekly expected move to see something crazy. Doesn't mean it has to play out. It could easily go the other way, right? But that's what you want to see. I'm just saying. I'm gonna check on AMC. Meanwhile, AMC doing kind of the opposite of GME right now, right? Getting fought. And I think AMC is getting fought way harder than GME right now. Actually, that was yesterday. Today, GME is getting fought pretty hard. 2 hour cross down bad. But see how much more powerful it would be if this was really bottling up right here. And then it just saw a breakthrough. That would be great. So GME is doing something fantastic. 2 hour refusing to cross down, 30-minute about to maybe cross back up, and you're breaking through. I do not mind this at all. At all. That's what you want to see. This is just something to learn from. If you're going to see a move outside of a weekly, this doesn't mean it has to, but this is what you want to see from a stock, is to consolidate at that move. Look what it's doing to the 30-minute. It's getting by the center line. It crosses up. The next move is there, and you're in the crazy area. It's great. That is great. We just know there's a fight with this stock, but we've seen it with Tesla before. We've seen that same thing with Tesla. I'm gonna check on NVIDIA on my other screen. Good. AMC wicked up a little bit. That's what we want to see. NVIDIA is confirming the 30-minute. I'm going to check in on the shorter time frames. Yeah, getting up towards the weekly expected move. A little bit of resistance coming in there for NVIDIA. Getting tight again. Let me look at this. No, I want to go deeper. 5-minute crossing, but positive. Okay, you can see a small build up here and then end up turning back up. So this might be very brief if we follow NVIDIA. This could be like 5 to 20 minutes longer of this, and then we end up curling back up. We're looking for this. We're looking for this. Then we know, okay, we're probably going to go set a trap to the upside. SoFi again real quick, and then I'll go look at something else real quick. I see your message, Sadek. Hopefully that wasn't a name to make me say saw dick. SoFi, yeah, sorry. Little blip in my brain. All right, 30 minute. Now, still, the thing to be aware of, this thing can run as long as this 30 minutes positive. If you don't want to see something bad for this, well, then you never want that 30 minutes to cross down unless you take out this level or at least come even with it on the RSI, on the MACD. So you need a freaking strong move here. 2 hour needs to curl back up if you want to see real positivity. I don't have a weekly for this just yet. I will have a daily expected move for Friday, and I will have a weekly expected move on Sunday. So that is going to be on Patreon. So the big thing to pay attention to this whole run is just stare at the 30 minute. Stare at it. Give it the blue steel. Let's crash it to new lows. Yeah. You got it? Stare at this. Stare at it. And then be like, okay, if you have a weekly expected move, that'd be the best. I don't have one for this, unfortunately. If someone does for SoFi, please share it with the chat if you have a SoFi weekly expected move. Because if this heads up like this and you know it's like, you know the weekly expected move is here, and that's why we experienced this wick, that can be very helpful. And then you see that turn, you would go, okay, is that crossing? Because that's going to be a big problem, right? You'll notice it might start to turn right as the 2 hour starts to reject. That is something that happens, all right? Hopefully that's helpful. DJT trying to make a curl up here, just paying attention to that a little bit. AMC, a little bit of love coming in. 30 minute cross up. GME, 30 minute. There you go. Come on, baby. Yeah, short Fridays. You mentioned it right when I looked at it. It's good. But Nvidia's coming alive. Let's go back over to the SPY. Look at that 5 minute. And thank you so much, Orlando Million. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you here. Talk in the chat, buddies. All you new people, you can chat all you want. I don't think, am I on subscriber only? I don't think I am. We turn on subscriber only every once in a while. Oh, a little fake out. Liquidity grab. That's what it was. That's why we were paying attention to this. That's why I drew this, right? We're looking at this little lip and going, where's the liquidity? Okay, it's right here. Mara trying to retest the all-time high. I don't really like that 5 minute, but 30 minute crossed up, so you got a shot. You retested the 5, touched into a buy zone. That's great. Now this is leaked out for some time. 2 hour was able to cross, so just be weary, right? If that 30 minute does this, you got to watch out if that turns back down. But I know Mara has a short seller problem at this point. Figured that out. So this is pretty good. If the 2 hour can confirm up, that'd be better. It still has the opportunity to do this, guys, so just watch out. I don't think I have a level for Mara, do I? Let me see if I have a level for Mara. No, I do not. Damn. I used to. I did a couple weeks because I've traded it once, like a month ago. The first thing I do is if I'm going to trade something, awesome. I'm going to maybe look at the... I'm going to first see if I can make a weekly expected move. But if I can't, because it's the middle of the week and I didn't notice it at first, and then I can make it... Well, then what I do is I could take the play if it's at the end of the week, and then I can make a weekly expected move, and then I can start to formulate a plan. 34? 30.4. Great level, too. This is great. This is what you want to see. See resistance? This is actually fantastic to do this big dip. Now, what did you do? You broke through, right? We even broke through this. You retested in a buy zone. That's not bad. Nothing about this is really negative except for the 2 hour. The daily was not able to rotate down. So if the 30-minute does rotate down at any point, you're close to the center line, react, guys, okay? Trade like water. SoFi, once again, if that turns down, react. Right? And if it turns up, you can always get back in. You know what I mean? Trading like water. The market is open on Friday till noon my time, so it'll be open for 3.5 hours. From open, 3.5 hours later, whatever your time is. Aw, GameStop. Almost positive momentum on the 30-minute. I like it. They're having to fight other stocks. I would really be paying attention to when AMC and GME look like they might pull down. Look at these other ones because they're having to force AMC and GME down. So if they have, unless they have infinite liquidity right now, they're gonna have trouble suppressing everything. That's probably why you're seeing even SoFi make that second run. DJT is probably about to make that run based on the theory. We'll see. I haven't seen the trigger yet in the 2 hour cross, so I need that to cross back up. But it does not look like it wants to fall, does it? Oh, actually, I need to look at that. Because I need to see if this triggered. I'm gonna maybe do something with it. Fuck you. Goodbye. You hurt me for the last time. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so DJT is starting to do something on the short seller side that is very interesting. It's like they've totally given up on shorting the thing. That's different than anything I've seen. Here, I'm gonna flip you guys on the SPY real quick. I gotta go to the bathroom really bad. I'm moving back and forth because I gotta pee. So I'll be right back in a couple of minutes here. Just let me look if I need to manage something. Okay, awesome. I am going to look at volatility. Yeah, I'm gonna manage a trade here. So I'm managing volatility. The opportunity will show itself. All right, I will be right back, guys. Let me put you guys over on the SPY. That is enough to turn up a 30-minute chart. If it starts to reverse the other way again, I will pay attention to it. But just because I don't want something to explode while I go pee, I can always hop right back in. So 5-minute blip here. Volatility looking like it really wants to curl down on a 30-minute. 30-minute can cross up from this type of thing, okay? I'll be right back. All right, just to discuss what I'm doing here is, for the most part, I am going to manage risk, but I am going to keep a couple of contracts just in case something bad happens. That won't beat me up too much, but I'm getting most of my risk out, and then I can scale in at higher levels if we see this 30-minute move. We do notice that the 30-minute for the Qs is starting to gear up here. Now, be open to this being a whole new sequence, right? Even on the SPY, be open to this being a whole new sequence, okay? That's why I'm managing risk, because we could see something later on. We could see something crazy this week. But if we do something like this and curl down, that's when I will reapply the position, just so you guys are following exactly what I'm saying and how to pay attention to risk at these levels. Let me see here. Okay, DJT. What the frick? DJT building a bunch of liquidity. Where's DJT? Let me look on my other screen. Okay, now I know that's there. Yeah. Okay, this just makes sense. This just makes total sense. Of the world as we know it. End of the world as we know it. Whoa, these are insane. Children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. Something that's a blip here. Give me one moment, guys. Sorry. That's even. What the hell? Wait, this one might be worth. That might be worth. Ooh, wait. Okay, let me double check. Let's get this. Yeah, okay. Alright, we have way too many plays. I need to clean up. Middle of the club, got a desert in the middle of the club. It's longer. I would rather. I don't want to do that about my life. Looking in my eyes. I'm not afraid of I. Pleasure to the edge. Why further that? Just 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. All right. Notice it's starting to get a little rough, right? It's getting a little bit rough. We're starting to see, this is why the 5-minute, I don't really like that. I want to see confirmations in other areas. See if we can turn up one more time here. I'm just paying attention to volatility and seeing if that's going to cross. And something that I don't like here is we're losing the 9, 1, 2, 3, 4 times before we even cross. So I don't like to see that. It's just more reading into it. Does it make you feel good? No. Okay. So what I'm more going to pay attention to is if we're going to make the upside move. That's what I'm going to pay attention to right now. VVIX, we can see that that is still negative. That's a big deal too. That's the volatility of volatility. And that is closing below all the moving averages for 1, 2, 3 bars. That's enough to convince me. And if NVIDIA's doing something, God dang it. Okay, NVIDIA's gearing up. Still positive. Consolidating before resistance. Not bad. So that's confirmed. That tells me the SPY is likely to make a trap soon, maybe going into Friday or even end of day. All right, what are you guys chatting about? Sorry about that. Sorry, guys. Too lonely. Down you go, I know. It's easy way too long to be done together to be done. I know. You look for bounce off lower daily expected move. Yeah, I was still like paying attention to it, but realizing that this move was able to go positive. All right, so we can't really talk about the daily expected move anymore. We got close to it, right? We came down low 597.28. You were 30 cents away from touching it. And we still have to pay attention if that's going to rotate down. We just might be leaking this out into a 15-minute curl down. And we have bad signals, right? We have 2 hour that can cross if we keep heading down. So we'll be aware of it. We're hoping this 2 hour cross doesn't happen in the last 30 minutes of the day. Right now is your resistance. It's a very clear breakdown area on the 5-minute chart. You're at your resistance right now. So even if I did it on like a 15, or sorry, that's a 30. Even if I did it on a 15, Nazim, thank you so much for the $2. Appreciate you. So right here is the very obvious resistance. You notice we're trying to retake it and remain in this area. So we're fooling around at the breakdown area. And that's a big deal because what you want to do is just reject off that, right? Turn down off the, get a 5-minute turn down and then you can start to head up. Your 5-minute comes down, you turn back up. We didn't see that. We saw the 5-minute able to retake it, go positive, curl down, grab liquidity right here. That's why I kept going like this, right? And now we can see, hey, if that's going to go up, then we're going to see the 30-minute probably confirm by the end of the day. Right now it's pointing down, so we're watching if that goes negative, because then it's going the other way. Sid's like, it's been a little easier this week. Why is that? So Qs, we want to see if that's rejecting from this area. You notice right where we need to break through, we're getting right there, man. We're getting right to the perfect retest. Gotta see what happens. 30-minute has not curled up. 30-minute has not curled up, okay? So it is likely with this hold that it can see the upward move now because it's holding above, where was the level? You have to look at a 15 to see it because of the wicks. So you're holding above this. Maybe we need to write I might put a line there. Right there. So as long as we can really not see any big moves below that level, we're kind of using it as a shelf to head up. Nazim, thank you so much for the $2. What was your last question here? I mistimed my LMT. Could you please help me go over and take notes over my mistakes? Yeah, we can look at LMT. Yeah, we can look at that right now. Hey, now we're starting to get a break of that. So we really have to pay attention to the SPY right now. But if you're not in the play, Nazim, let me know if you're in the play or out of the play. Because if you feel like you've done something wrong and you're not in the play, we can go over it towards the end of this video. Just try to remind me in about 59 minutes. Because we need to see what's happening here. We need to see if this is going to be a flush, because that wouldn't be a good sign. All right, there we go. We can see these wicks. So we don't want to overreact if a bar is just going below it. They're going to use that level, right? They're going to use everything below that. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to grab liquidity. No, thank you for the donation, Nazim, and I see it. And I'll even write it on my notepad so I know. LMT end of stream for Nazim. All right, just try to remind me. Yeah, I still believe, especially if we, here, I'll look at my other chart so I'm not moving stuff around on you guys. Where is it? Oh yeah, that's it, volatility. And the volatility. Yeah, volatility is starting to confirm down on a 30-minute. You got 7 minutes left in the bar for volatility. So volatility might tell us before the SPY if this thing is most likely to head up. It can obviously always move in either direction, but volatility is starting to spike down here. So that's why I managed risk on the 5-minute turn up, was because that was a very probable thing. But if you needed the inclination of the actual inclination to manage the trade, you will see that on volatility in about 7 minutes. And then we're going to look for a quick 30-minute divergence in both directions over the next day, maybe going into Monday. Never, 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 never let go. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. So close, Wolf. So close. So close, Wolf. Just need like another 30 minutes of positivity and Wolf is going to be crossing. Damn, it is tight. Same thing could be said for DJT. That thing is tight, man. They get doing more of this and this quick. Alrighty, let's look at chat real quick. Sorry, guys. Wolf. Wolf will see lows, low 20s. Oh, I thought you were saying new lows. I actually never got into Oxy. I thought about it for an investment. I just think there's good moves happening in other stocks, so I didn't really apply anything there. The daily still looks okay. Like, that's a rigorous drop, but the 2 hour said, like, manage the trade around, what was that, 50-50, which is where you're at right now. You're still holding the divergence on the RSI, too. And actually, and the MACD, roughly. Let me see here. So you want to see the next good chance for Oxy to go up is mainly going to be if you go boom. This will be a good confirmation. Sometimes I'll use whatever chart just gives me the good clear confirmation. That'd be 4 hour. Once that 4 hour rotates up, daily's already there. That can reject if the 4 hour rotates up. If this curls down, bad. All right. You have to be aware if that's turning down. That's going to be bad. But for now, the 4-hour confirming back up would be good. Look at the 2-hour too. If that confirmed up, it's just the 4-hour makes the divergences cleaner, but you do technically still have them going all the way across. All the way across. It's building a ton of liquidity. It's probably going to see a reaction. We just don't know in which direction yet. If the 2-hour can confirm up, it would likely be that way, and then you manage the trade. SPY, looking at this on the 5, we were noticing a little move up there when we clicked off of it. See what happens. There we go. Don't care. I know. Unsteady. I mean, technically, this SPY doesn't even have to turn up. It's got the trap set. I mean, that's facts, actually. Oh my goodness. Can we just do something now? What could they possibly do to push the stock back under 450? Well, it depends on if trades are on exchange or off exchange. It depends on if they're using the wholesale brokers. Because if most of the buying is coming in with wholesale brokers, they can reroute. We are the only ones trading now. Yeah, we're the only ones looking at stocks today. That's why. So yeah, market makers have the ability to do funky stuff, and short sellers have the ability to do funky stuff. So they can do a lot more than you think, but if there's enough institutional buying, they're not buying off exchange, right? They're not able to route that off exchange, which is why you're seeing bullishness for both. Now you can tell there's some, like, GME didn't even have the good news, right? And it's running better than AMC. Which one do you think they're really scared of? I've always had this theory. They're really scared of AMC. They were closer to completing the goal. The goal is to get to $0. Which one got closer to $0? Which one's closer to $0 today? Up to 23.51. Hey Reese, I'm down. Well, okay. Okay. Hot Tide Shadow, is that something you would buy? Well, let's see. It's CNBC, so you got to take it with a grain of salt. We're going to leave the SPY up just over here. I'm going to look at it, and then I'll show it to you. AES. AES on a halftime show. Ooh, that's going to be a 4-hour, though. It's too spread out. 4-hour rejection divergence right there. See if it's on the daily. Little daily divergence. They could be right. Yeah, they could actually be correct. You're getting a 2-hour signal that just confirmed. It's not the most clear one. Yeah, it's definitely not the most clear one, but you do have it. It is one that is, I would be skeptical on. I would more look at that as an investment to manage risk. Right? If I have a $13 stock, I think it'd see a massive move and end up back at, yeah, I don't know, what is it? Even $18. I might just mitigate my risk by investing while the signals look all right. Looking at the weekly scale. Yeah, I don't see any weekly turnaround for this, but it has a 2-hour divergence, kind of. It's just wonky if you look at this. Like, you can see it, There's only one curl up, one curl down really, so like you can see it. And this can reverse around dailies, and the thing with the daily is it's trying to give you that signal now. So it's like it has potential, but is it an absolutely great clear trade? I wouldn't say so. That's why I'd more look at it like, hey, is this an okay investment? That's where I look at a weekly and I just go, man, I don't even see daily divergence. Like I don't. Like I see a little bit here, right? Tiny bit here, so maybe that's potential. But you can see the really good opportunities. Sometimes it's random, but a lot of the time you'll get a hint. Double bottom, upward momentum there on the MACD, upward for the RSI, just a little bit, and boom, boom, boom. That's more what I'd like to see. You're seeing tapering. So kind of a tough one. I would just lean towards it not in an option play. That's what I would say, because it's heading down rather rapidly. Okay, how many 30-minute bars do we have left until Friday close? Here. The absolute perfect trap. Right there. Right there. And this is the SPY, just so you know. Oh shit. That green bar I drew, I was like, oh my god, the SPY gapped up. I was like, oh, I'm being stupid. Qs, as long as they're not flushing it. Man, this thing gotta see positivity soon. This thing needs to see positivity soon. It really does. It genuinely does. Let me see if VIX confirmed. We belong together. Uh-oh. Volatility now trying to cross on a positive bar. Was not able to cross on the previous bar. This is fishy. Shouldn't be that big. Yeah, are they gonna mess with me today? What plays do I have here? All right, I'm gonna look for a hint. I'm gonna go searching for a hint, guys, in the regular and other stocks. Apple, Tesla, very flaggy. Amazon, Head and Shoulders. Could go higher. Creating a shelf. The fuck? Ah, okay. Man, are we gonna buy ourselves some time or what? Nvidia still not able to take back the weekly. AMD, great reaction from the weekly. A, B, C. Microsoft stating, hey, I might want to make one more move. Google basing out, getting back above the 5. No curl for AMC, no curl for GME. Look at Netflix. Whoa, Netflix has a 30-minute divergence. This is actually a very cool signal. All right, so Netflix here. Boom, that's what you're looking for. 2 hour down by the center line. Right, no divergence on the MACD and RSI at the same time. So we do have that opportunity. Maybe we move up for a few days here for Netflix. 30-minute is suggesting it. If we take back all this stuff, it's looking pretty good. There's that 30-minute. See what happens with Netflix. This is a battle right there. SMCI looks like it might want a 30-minute curl up. It's retesting the 5. Mara already got it. SoFi already got it. Oh, come on, Wolfie. The only hint I have is the Dow Jones. And that hasn't confirmed the 2 hour yet. The Dow Jones is what looks toppy right now. I mean, that could base out and turn up after touching the 5, but that's just not a good look for your 2 hour. That's the only hint I really have. We got to see if this can good confirmation. This is a bad confirmation because it just faded the next time. You want good confirmation, follow through. What are you guys chatting about? What are my high targets for the Qs? For the Qs, more so going to lean towards this week. 514.74 is possible. More probable to see a 30-minute move higher, I would say, and see this, and then set a trap. That's very probable, just because of the SPY and how it looks right now, and how DIA is, right? The Dow Jones. Last time we saw this signal, what happened? Bad things. And now it's just a little bit tighter. But we'll see what happens. And we see the opposite signal here, right? One here, one here, one here. So this one played out this way. This one played out this way. This one plays out which way? Will we get one more curl up? Maybe fake people out this week? We'll see. I can't hold down, I can't hold back, though, you know, I wish I could. I know there ain't no rest for the wicked. Pepper school era. Ooh. Negative urges on Hood. Uh-oh, Hood? Hood, what are you doing, Robin Hood? What time frame? No negative divergence. What you do have is you had the divergence up here. So you had the divergence here. This went all the way down to the 5. Big reversal. If that 30-minute crosses down, it's not going to be pretty. Island reversal actually possible if you gap below the 5. That would not look good. 2 hour confirmed triple divergence, yes. So if the daily has crossed, daily hasn't crossed yet, so you want to be open to upside, but if that 30-minute crosses, I'd be worried about it. It's pretty much telling me that most likely over the next 3 weeks, Hood ends up at lower prices than higher ones. Meet me at the hotel room. Uh-oh, that's not good. There's a stock turkey. Yeah, you're seeing it right, Max Effort. I see that. Give me 1 second here. God, we were just going to consolidate here the rest of the day and see a move at the end, are we? We're not going to have an answer till the end. Lucy, we has a problem. Lucy. Bring me close to you. I'll settle for the ghost of you. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I don't care. Alright. Do this, do this. 60. Okay, so it's better. Or man, this fucking thing, bro. Let me see if I'm getting confirmation here. Oh, that's starting to lose it. That's more than a blip. Okay, so that's more than a blip. Which means... All right, if that can't wick back up, we start to confirm things back down. That's not a good sign. We can still see if that 5-minute divergence sets up, but we got 9 minutes left in the bar. Let's chill here. Still holding in the channel for the Qs. I just do not like the look of that. That looks like rejection for an ABC move. How do I want to position this then? Because the volatility just turned down. I mean, 15 minutes there. 30-minute can reject now. Technically, I should buy back the same position. Can't figure this shit out today. I just feel like that's too much. I can't. Actually, I didn't drink the rest of my protein. Interesting. Interesting. Let's just be patient. We're still in that range. Haven't seen other things curl back up yet. Oh, 5 days starting to catch up too. I have stuff up on my other charts just to help out. Sorry, I'm just focusing a little bit, but it was by STLA. STLA. Let's go check real quick. We got time. Stellantis. Ooh, I like that daily signal. Ooh, I like that 2-hour signal. Yeah, this was weekly? Weekly just turned up. Looks like a decent hold for a few weeks. At least a reaction could come here for a couple weeks. Yeah, 2-hour divergence, very steep. Not confirmed yet. Daily divergence behind it as well. Unfortunate. No golden setup just yet. You could experience one 30-minute drop. One more 30-minute drop, and if that can hold and create a divergence, I'm happy with it. Yeah, good look on the daily side for a potential bottom. All right, this is when you start to pay attention, right? STLA, this is when you pay attention. If that daily crosses up, it's going, hey, I'm going into a positive trend. This is where like investment at a stock that has way lower into support. Awesome. Lows, positive divergence, triple divergence across, good tapering. I like it. Would I do an option with this? A little lackluster on wanting to do an option with it. But sorry, I had to have the dailies up for you guys. Oh, we're breaking. We are rejecting. NVIDIA? Ooh, this is not good. You even have a little 5-minute divergence there. Wow. So that 30-minute can rotate back down. Wow, that's not a good sign. What should we do here? Don't. I've been losing on. I mean, this would be sense. Delivered. What the heck was delivered here? That extent. Technically, that's the one. Yeah, technically this 24, 2. Okay. And I'm beaming right at you. Right at you. Alright, Q's. Alright, maybe Q's confirming on that 2-hour we need to pay attention to. That is a confirmation. We'll see if anything forms from this, but we are now seeing that rejection from that level. And Nvidia rejecting right now off of the key level. So we'll see what happens with this by end of day, but it's really not looking the prettiest. It really looks like volatility wants to just flip this back up. You have a 15-minute. If that crosses, volatility is back. 2 hours turn up. 4-hour could be crossing if we go into another upward move and we hold it. So we can see a reaction. We can get back to 20 from here. I just wanted to see if there'd be one last trap. Kind of was a trap still. Kind of was a trap still. Still kind of in that area, so I want to pay attention to that 5-minute, right? If we really dig into this, the Qs are the troublesome one, right? We want to see if that can hold these levels, right? We haven't closed below this wick. But it does not look pretty right now. It just looks like rejection. It looks like a 15-minute went up, and a 15 minutes about to go back down. And then it's going to be like, oh, are we going to make some little thing right here? Are we actually going to do this trap? Or are we just going to... I mean, it's the end of the month, and you got a lot of stuff outside of their monthlies. Palantir. Tesla. Gotta be careful with stuff that's outside of those monthlies. Damn, what should I do? Not a question you want to ask all the time when you're trading, right? Because there's potential for this thing to turn back up. I don't want to take the position again just yet. Interesting. What are you guys thinking out there? Oh, nice, yeah. Is there a way to adjust an indicator in TradingView and have just that indicator update globally to all your other charts? If you mean like moving averages, they just update automatically if that's what you're talking about. 30% dividend. AMC coming alive. Oh, we actually, that's a 15. Damn it. 30 minute. 30 minute. Come on. Still keeping my eye on you, DJT. Wolfie. Oh, freaking Wolfie. Spy is really wanting to reject from here, it seems, but I'm just gonna watch. I'm just gonna watch for a second here. Line thickness and color of the Bollinger Bands, for example. Oh, I mean, do you want it to change on every chart, or do you want it to be the same? Okay, now we're losing that for sure. Losing on the Qs? Yeah, we've lost it on the Qs. Likelihood, if this 5 minute doesn't whip up in positive territory, likelihood is you're going to confirm this 15 down, then you're going to head lower. Watch out for maybe a bounce if we can create divergence down here, but you are heading lower. That is a big rejection. 30 minute refusing to cross. That's a rejection. Dow's kind of warning us, hey, this isn't good. Oh, I've never had to save and refresh. Like whenever I update on here, if I just update anything here, it's going to update if I click on another chart. Right? I just can't distract myself yet. Don't. That's gonna be too brief, right? There's no fucking way. I just want to see 2 hour. God, and it's on the last bar. Green lights at the motel and the street lights in the city. Oh, tell me if you want it, you want it, you want it. God, I still think Nvidia is likely to get a bounce. That's why I'm kind of holding off. I'm holding off, but I'm just like, I need to actually see these things shift. Like, they're just not shifting. It's low volume. It's just low volume. Go, AMC. Go, go, go. Oh, you have to refresh the tabs. Yeah, you're gonna have to do that because the program is still going off of what it loaded the first time and what it's still tracking. So no, I don't think there's a way. I understand what you're saying now. Like, so if I had 4 windows open, I change it on one of them. You want it to update across. Well, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think you will have to refresh because it hasn't saved the changes. Right? It hasn't saved the changes across everything. That's loaded what you have for now, and it's going to keep that consistency. You'll notice that if you make a drawing or a line and then you try to exit out, you'll see it say like, would you like to, you've made changes, would you like to get out? I'm sorry, I think that's how it just works. It's probably just a functionality thing. You can see if there's a difference from using like the actual application. I just like the web browser. Come on, 5 minute. Give us a hint at the end of the day. This could just be another ABC move. Like, why would you take all this back if you're just going to give it up? Why would you try to take it all back? I'm just going to look at 5 minutes on some stuff. That's not a good look. No. It looks like they really want to do this, doesn't it? Doesn't it really look like? And then you grab liquidity, then you flush. I don't see it. That one turned down, DJT. Netflix. Okay, 5 minutes are not helping. I hate 5 minutes. I'm going to 30. You're not that guy, pal. Okay. Apple trying to squeeze down. Apple has a way higher likelihood to end the week lower than higher. Let's think simply. Let me think simply for a second and click through. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. Maybe. Maybe. No. No. Even GME is technically a no. You get it into the sunrise, going 90 and a 65. I got my money. Oh, SoFi still wanting to go. Okay, we're gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for the opportunity. If it's not clear, I can just chill. She takes my dinero. Take my dinero. Okay. I clicked through a bunch. It's just not being the most clear, and I think light volume is killing us right now. I'd say if we dip down, we got to watch out for the test of the 5. Still a test of the daily expected move. The only worrisome thing is that would be a rejection from the Qs. I think we still need to be aware that we can make the 30-minute move higher. I still think that's the best thing to do, is be aware that this can happen. We're paying attention to volatility, but I want you to notice that wick. So we're still crossing down, and if that just pushes down a little bit here, right, there it is. If that just pushes down a little bit, that will be confirmation of management of the trade. So I am glad for now. We can always see a reaction, right? Trading can be pretty quick. 2 minutes left. I'm just going to watch this for a sec. It is technically a negative bar. Kind of a little Hammer of Thor. Tesla, not the best behavior, not able to buy up much at all. It's not. That's a confirmation of 2-hour divergence. We haven't seen the 2-hour swing up, so you don't have 30-minute in here. So looking very flaggy. Daily is crossing down. Tesla is saying, hey man, I could experience a drop. At 308. Man, it's just not gonna. Deja vu. But daily crossing down, not a good sign. Always can get that 30-minute move up, right? We can. It's just looking very flaggy, very weak on this move. There's no big liquidity in. I mean, got that back in Burke. 20 minutes left. Give us a hint. AMC, you gonna do it? Do it. Just do it. Come on. Nike this thing. Just do it. Let me see. AMC, hopefully you do good stuff. I know GME is starting to show a little bit of weakness, but not too much. Let's see if that escalates. SPY. I just feel this is very fishy. But I guess, I mean, it's a low volume week. It's a low volume week. As far as Mara goes, you've got this to curl up. If it curls down, a little worrisome. Netflix, I think, looks pretty good. Even if you get this dip down, it might just be another opportunity. 2-hour swing trade might be on the table for Netflix. Cool. I like it. Sick. Nice. Hi, Jimmy's mom. Yeah, this thing does not want to cross up yet. All right, let's see if we get any 5-minute rig move. Let's see if this thing flushes. It's like, we flushing or we heading up? Because right now you're making an extremely lower high. I'm worried that this is gonna go like this on Friday and then just turn back up, and we'll see an upward move into Monday. So I'm gonna be patient with this for a bit. There it is. Okay, so this is more the rejection here. So Q's rejecting from a daily expected move. This means this could be the start. So the only thing we have to be aware of is we did not retest this level yet, and now the 15-minute has spread enough that you could blip down there for a second. So I'm still thinking a higher low can be created on the 5-minute. So that's why I'm going to watch this on a 5-minute for the end of the day. I'm just not fully convinced. It seems sus. Super sus. Oh, I got a little lethargic there for a sec, but it's because I had to look at a bunch of stuff. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know how people do it. I literally don't. I don't know how people like do a stock market live stream like all damn day. I think that's crazy. Upward move while the hedge fund managers go on holiday. Possible. I'm gonna go keep my eye on those memers for a little bit, but not a good sign that Nvidia is rejecting off of a weekly expected move. But you really would expect a right shoulder for Nvidia. It's just kind of crazy that's just not gonna get much love, right? We will see. AMC just went to 496 and is just sitting there. It's just taking a poop. It's just sitting. Doing a whole lot of nothing. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a flush. We're flushing. Yeah. Gotta blow up the time frames here, yeah. 15-minute crossing. Oh my gosh, are they really gonna dip down for liquidity down here? No fucking way. This is why I'm not doing anything yet. I'm already out of my volatility play, I'm just waiting. Which that volatility play probably looking okay now. Yeah, not even a massive reaction from volatility, honestly. What'd the Dow do? That's important. Okay, Dow did not flush at the same time. See how Dow's making the 5-minute divergence? Look at this. 30-minute can pop up here just because of that little 5-minute. Kind of crazy. SPY trying to make the higher low. It's tonight. Where's that? Yeah, that shit. That shit. Yes, bitch. Alright, let me look at this. Oh my god, AMC went to 497. Oh, immediately went down to 494. Of course. Wouldn't expect it to be any other way. Personally. Spin my head right round, right. You spin my head right round, when you go down, down. I mean, it's like I could do something here, but I just don't feel the need to yet. Look at that liquidity grab at the low. That is wild. They flush it. Volatility does not see a big reaction. And it just wicks up, and now you cross up and you go into that 5-minute positive trend. That would be a wild way to end this stream. It really would. It genuinely would be kind of wild for this to just think now that it did that huge wick and grabbed all those orders down here. Some dude was like, I'm moving up my stop, I'm moving up my stop, I'm moving up my stop. Oh God, it's gonna tank. Wick up. Took out the stop. Some day trader is freaking pissed out there right now. It's just... The market maker's like, we need to grab liquidity somewhere, guys. We need retail's money now, or else if we're not going to be able to move this market at all. All right. Now we have the higher low trap. There you go. That's what it looks like. I don't know why I was having a hard time seeing it. But if this crosses up by end of day, the most likely thing is we're going to get that 30-minute pop. We're going to get that 30-minute pop, and then we have to, watch out, right? We're going to watch out. If we do see it violate divergences, then we can talk about it a little differently. But for now, we just need to see if this 5-minute can confirm the move up. We're back below the resistance. Q's definitely below the resistance. Still positive on the 5-minute. Liquidity grab right in there, too. My goodness. All right, let's see if this thing crosses up by end of day. That's from strength. I think that 30-minute move is starting to look more and more likely. If we can see that break through 598.72 and cross up this MACD, I will be pretty convinced. Come on. Come on. You're tickling each other. Come on now. Stop fooling around. There it is. The only hint I got was the 5-minute divergence from the Dow, saying the 30-minute was likely to curl up. But then we saw that massive move down. That's why I was confused. So the wick up kind of helps alleviate that confusion. What are you guys thinking? Is there still thanks we should give? There's always something to be thankful for. We knew that a higher low was a little bit more probable than the divergence, but you got to treat those curl downs. I highly doubted. I did not think that they would come grab this down here. I really didn't. Like, you look at a 30-minute, that just went down, and that spiked down. So I did not think that was coming, but hey, they did it. And now it might not even be over yet. You haven't even crossed up on the 5-minute yet. Yeah. You just execute your plan the best that you see fit, all right? All right, Short Fridays, really just whatever plan you're having, execute it. You know what I mean? If that means selling all of it, trying to buy at a lower price, hey, if that's the plan, try to get it done. If it's sell half and get a better price to kind of get in the middle, okay, awesome. Because AMC is now at $497. It likes to drop down to $494 immediately when hitting that. So now it's actually sitting there. We will see what happens. The SPY is taking back that level in about 30 seconds. We will see if that holds. Because that is a rip in the last 10 minutes of the day here. Well, I guess 12 minutes of the day, 13 minutes of the day. Wasted. It makes it easier to say. GameStop. GameStop's going the other direction. Interesting. Wolf going the other direction. AMC is the one holding $497. All right, this bar matters. Can we see further positivity? Can we close above this level here? That would really signify like, hey, that's pretty good. That would help us out with our 30-minute, gaining some steam, right? We see that. It's a pretty solid wick right there. And now you're getting that to confirm up. You have 4.5 minutes until the last bar there. Or do a bad habits lead to you? Look at HLF and STLA. STLA we did look at. I just canceled Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's canceled. It's Thanksgiving said there can only be 2 genders. It's canceled. Cancel it. I can take a peek at HLF. If it's another like really low stock, I'm not looking at that shit. It's not bad. You have daily divergence. Daily divergence says that thing could drop lower. Man, you guys always want me to look at these like stocks that are just beat up for years. But yeah. You got some daily divergence to the upside there. That is confirmed. 2-hour divergence there as well. Flagging out. 30 minutes still negative. So 30-minute turns down. That's the shortest one. That would be a confirmation of more downside. But you do have daily divergence and 2-hour. I should say this. You have daily negative divergence and 2-hour negative divergence for HLF, so not a good sign there. Things can change rather quickly for a stock, but right now that's the way the signals look. I wish I could say better things about it for you, but I can't. Unfortunado. I still don't know if that's a word. Still don't know. I don't think it is. Oh yeah. Oh, there you go, Wolf. Get that plus 0.45. Let's freaking go, dude. Yo, Spy, can you just like confirm it on this bar so we like can kind of know what's gonna happen on the next bar? Like, can you stop fudging around? Okay, we know you look like a higher low on this 5-minute. We know you want to curl up this 30-minute, so just like do it, you know? Why are we fudging around? It's Thanksgiving. Curse-giving. STLA, which has so many brands. Yeah, I did look at STLA. I scalp, but I scalp in a kind of weird way. I almost scalp with like position trading. So, like NVIDIA. Oh, look at that. We're going to flush the opposite way. We're going to grab liquidity the other way now. That's this fucking thing, man. They need liquidity right now. I can tell you that. Can't short SoFi is going to 20. It could squeeze. I mean, yeah, it's you don't have reversal signals yet for SoFi. They are doing everything possible to grab as much liquidity in this low liquidity day as humanly possible. Scalping, the last one I did with NVIDIA was I just took this little thing here. I mean, I guess you could scalp, but for the most part, just seeing little signals, looking for a pop. I took a little position a week out, saw the pop the next day, closed the position. That's the only thing similar to that I've done. Why am I looking at AMC? I'm not supposed to be looking at that. Like, okay, grab liquidity up, grab liquidity down, and then maybe we can push the stock up. What do I think of HLF? I just talked about it on my... I mean, I was talking on the other screen, but we have stuff to watch over here. Yeah, it has daily negative divergence, 2-hour negative divergence. That's bad. That means the stock can likely go down. But signals change every day, right? So I'd have to watch it for a couple of days to probably see like what's going to happen over the next week. Getting a report 2 days ago, Israel and Lebanon reach reported ceasefire deal. Yeah, there is confusion with this move, with these moves right now. Let's see what happens end of day. Grab liquidity here, grab liquidity here. Oh, the last 5 minutes are always fun. Wolfie! Do it, Wolfie. Curl up at the end of the day. I'm down. Let's fucking go, dude. 0.56. Let's go. Oh my gosh, AMC hit 598 and you're seeing green. That's probably going to go away in 5 minutes, right? Oh, no, 4.99. Oh my god, is it going to go past $5? Do it. Do it. I want to see it happen. Do it. I'll leave it on my other screen so you guys can watch the market. I'll watch it on this screen. Aww, little wick there. All right, SPY. We're going back to you. I'll let you know. I'll give you the $5 alert for AMC. 4.99 sitting. Sitting. Doing absolutely nothing at 4.99 right now. I mean, there it is, you know, we have it. We have the liquidity in here. We have the low in here. We have liquidity in here. This one wasn't enough. So you'd expect this to reach down to push you through, but they're just like stalling. It's weird. It's like they don't have it. Maybe the low volume is fucking with them. Usually low volume means they can manipulate it a little more. AMC parking it at 4.99. Oh, just curl up already. Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up in my head. Palantir, at the end of the day, trying to confirm the 30-minute back up. That is a pretty good sign. It's not the best cross up. A little bit of a weak bar. Oh my gosh, AMC hit $5. All right. We grabbing liquidity to flush now, SPY? I guess so. What's happening here? It looks like the higher low scenario, but it's just behaving totally irrational. Like, not the most simple. I'm like, oh, I need to check on volatility. That might clear things up. Let me check on volatility. Still curled down on the 30-minute. Another curl down. VVIX gonna curl down. So I think we're more paying attention to the higher low scenario here. It looks that way according to volatility. It really does, like. Memories. TLT has that 30-minute divergence. Watch for a 2-hour pullback on TLT. DIA trying to carve out this low here for one more 30-minute curl up, struggling a bit, just like the SPY is. SPY 2 solid reactions off the 30-minute 50. Seeing if that can turn back up, right? That's why we're watching on 5-minute for this higher low. If we can really confirm it by pushing through, volatility is suggesting that the positivity should continue. That is what is being suggested. And AMD seeing some good positivity. NVIDIA able to take back the weekly expected move. All right. Cool. So SPY, quit fudging around. Just do it. I'm clicking everywhere right now. On my other screen. AMC flash down to 497, back up to 499. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead now that you're in the last seconds. And 3, 2, 1, break. Damn, it just wants to sit there. Okay. So no confirmation. We do not know if this is actually able to head higher or not. We actually don't know. Now we have built up liquidity in here, Did we curl up the 30-minute? Not yet. So unfortunate. Right now, I think the higher low scenario is very likely. The Qs, we can notice that that was not able to confirm back up, but we landed directly inside the daily expected move. Very interesting. I would be surprised if this just flushed. I think you are more likely, and we'll talk about this more over on the video on Thursday, I think you are likely to see something like this, if not some kind of weird thing to happen, because just kind of some fishy behavior. AMC closing at $4.98, of course, not at $5. Unfortunate, but a cool move. So Nazim, didn't you want one to look at? Let me go check on that if Nazim is still here. It was LMT. Let's check on that, and then I will have to take off, guys. I have a lot of work to get to, and I'm not happy about it. If you guys want to stick around for LMT real quick, one thing to notice here is LMT reacting, getting up to the center line, and where are we getting towards the 5-day moving average? Pretty controlled, so we'll see if that's able to build back, if this is able to reject. But for now, the risk is this crossing, taking out the low, maybe making a new one. You are able to go positive, which is a sign that, hey, I could just maybe fill a gap and then turn back up. We'll see what happens with that. Now let's look at the 2-hour flat, actually upward divergence here for the MACD. I'll say flat. Flat for the RSI. So this actually did confirm. If that can continue, if that 30-minute, I still would be aware if that 30-minute did this, right, in some way. And then that might be the time to scale in some way. But we do notice that that holds triple divergence all the way across. That divergence is very, very clear on the RSI. So we want to look at the daily scale. Daily scale, you're seeing the little divergences pop up here. Really, you only have this one, and it hasn't confirmed yet. But you do have signals that say this could be the start for a swing trade. So one thing to notice, the 200 is there. That could be where that 30-minute tries to get to before you see this stuff start to take off. If you wanted to be patient, not do all the little stuff and just swing trade this bad boy, well, you can cross up and just see this cross up, and you're seeing a swing trade from the 200. After the 2-hour confirmation, you got in? No, it's not bad. And the reason that this isn't bad, it's not the worst timing, is because if you waited, even if you got up on this bar, a lot of the time in the 2-hour, you're going to see 30-minute pullbacks. And that's the first time where you want to be aware. Like, this could just take off, but you want to be aware that you could need to manage a trade. Thought someone was... I think my baby girl's crying. So it's not necessarily like bad. It's just a good behavior is to, right when you take it, that's the first stages are going to be where managing the trade is the most important. And so if this crosses down, manage. And then if it goes down to lower levels and crosses back up, awesome. Now I have a 30-minute. Now I have a 2-hour. Now I have a potential for even a small daily all at the same time. So that's where it could be a better play. But if it doesn't curl down, then it's just going to curl up, right? So I don't think it's the worst decision in the world. I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew. AMC after hours is going to be wild tonight, up or down? Well, as we approach Friday, you would guess down, but we'll see what happens. All right, guys, I really do have to head out. I appreciate you guys being here today. I appreciate everyone. There's a lot of people that are, asking questions in my email and stuff. I will get to those about the course and things like that. But thank you guys so much for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. I'm sorry if I didn't get to all of your questions. I respond as much as possible. I'm trying to be as active as possible in the chat. Have a great Thanksgiving. I will be putting out a video tomorrow morning about the following day, Friday, to come. And we'll pay attention to Friday, but it could be a little funky because we only have, 3.5 hours of trading. So thank you guys so much. Hopefully you enjoyed the long stream. Can't do it all the time, man. I get tired. So I'll talk to you guys later. See you guys later. And, Patreon people, Thursday night. I know it's Thanksgiving. Patreon people, Thursday night, I'm still going to put out daily expected moves. They're still important for Friday, even though it's Black Friday. I know you guys got stuff to do. If you have options expiring for Friday, you need daily expected moves for Friday. That's going to be on Patreon Thursday night. All right, guys, hopping off. Talk to you guys later. Peace out. Oh, I appreciate you saying that, Michael. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll try to talk a little bit slower. And you can always call me out. If you're like, hey, you're going a little quick, slow it down. I'm just trying to do it quick because I'm doing 20 things. But I do appreciate you saying that. If I'm ever going too fast during an analysis, just say, Luke, you need to slow down. Because I do tend to just go fast and fast and fast. I appreciate that. Have a good one, guys. Peace out. Sorry, I was going to play tunes for you guys, but I'm going to get demonetized again and get a strike on my channel. Peace out.